moonlight, lashes fluttering thoughtfully. "Thank you for the bike, Max." "You're welcome." Ella props her chin on my shoulder and lifts her puffy eyes to me. "Do you really sleep naked?" Her gaze dips to the white sheet pulled up over my hips, then flicks back up. "Boxers only." She swallows, glancing away. "I should probably go." I don't want her to go. She smells like citrus and feels like sunshine. Her palm still rests atop my chest, grazing lightly over my ribs. Her breath warms the side of my neck. One of her legs is twined with mine beneath the covers, and there's nowhere else I'd rather be. When her breathing placates and her hand stops moving, I tilt my head until my temple kisses the top of hers. "Stay," I whisper, but she's already asleep. It's still dark and quiet when my eyelids peel open and I stir from a dreamless sleep. There's an added weight draped over me. A drowsy smile tips my lips as I stretch, my limbs stiff, but my heart an elastic band of contentment. Ella rouses beside me, the arm across my chest sliding up until her hand is in my hair and her body is spooning my side. The repositioning has her leg lifting higher until it grazes against the steel rod in my boxers. Shit, maybe I was dreaming after all. Must have been a good dream. She freezes when she notices, because it's impossible not to notice. I hear her breath hitch, feel the shaky little gasp against my neck as she stills beside me. The moment is charged, heavy. I'm wide awake now, staring up at the stretch of black ceiling. I don't move. I'm afraid to touch her, considering I'm half naked and rock hard in my bed with the girl of my dreams fused against me. She's breathing heavily, husky and ragged. When she presses a tiny kiss to the skin below my ear, I nearly convulse. My fists clench tightly as one knee draws up beneath the covers. Swallowing hard, I inhale a flimsy breath and close my eyes, waiting to see what she does next. She kisses me again, lingering longer. Then again. Tugging on my hair with her right hand, she lifts up higher to kiss the side of my jaw. She peppers kisses down the bristled edge and makes an achy little sighing sound. And when her tongue pokes out, I lose it. I turn my head, bury my fist in her hair, and crush my mouth to hers. Ella melts into the kiss with a groan, her leg coiling around me in a needy clutch, her boy shorts riding up her legs. She whimpers, moans. She grinds herself into me as I groan right back, our parted mouths pressed together for a moment of stopped time. When her hand releases a fistful of my hair, she drags it down my torso and brushes it over my hardness. I almost die. I'd put money on the fact that my soul leaves my body for one weightless, divine second and levitates through the paneled ceiling. "Ella," I rasp, pulling back and squeezing my eyes shut as she strokes me through my boxers. I'm scared as shit that I'm going to come. No one's ever touched me there before, save for my own hand. I turn on the pillow until we're face to face, her wide, glassy eyes meeting with mine. Moonlight pours in from the open window, highlighting her flushed cheeks and static mussed hair. I glance down at her heaving chest, cased in a peachy tank top. Pebbled nipples poke through the thin layer of fabric, and the animal inside of me reacts. A growl rumbles in my throat as I reach for the hem of her top and start dragging it up her body. Ella gasps again, removing her hand to help me discard it. Seconds fly by as the shirt is tossed to the floor and her milky white breasts are at eye level. Inching down the mattress, I palm both breasts with my hands and lurch forward, taking her nipple in my mouth. "Max, oh my God," she moans, arching her back, pressing into me as she latches onto my biceps. I nip and suck, then move to the other breast. She is all soft-skinned and sun-kissed daydreams. Ropes of long hair cascade over her breasts, and when I'm out of breath, I grab a handful and pull myself back up, inhaling deep and diving back at her mouth. Both of her arms wrap around my shoulders and yank me as close as I can get. Her leg curls around me until I'm pressed between her thighs and her chest is smashed to mine. Her head falls back at the contact. "Max," she moans, "touch me." I don't hesitate. We're both inexperienced, but inexperience means nothing when you're fueled by need, guided by raw feeling. Everything feels right. Every touch, every new discovery makes sense. Hands simply know where to go and limbs tangle accordingly, while lips and tongues dance in an age-old rhythm. I slide my hand inside the waistband of her shorts and stroke the damp piece of fabric between her legs. She cries out. My other hand whips out to cover her mouth, to hold back the shriek that will have my brother or father barreling into the room, destroying the moment. And that will absolutely drop dead if Ella is forced from my bed before I can make her come. Her eyes pop over my hand when I slip my fingers into her underwear. She moans helplessly against my hand before I slowly pull my palm back and drop my forehead to hers. I close my eyes through a low groan as my finger dips inside of her and starts to pump, in and out. Silken warmth, velvet fire. Our faces are centimeters apart on my pillow, and her warm breaths beat against my lips as little whimpers catch in her throat. My finger is slick, and I insert one more as the curl of her leg tightens around my waist. When the heel of my palm grinds against her, she bucks against me. "Oh, God," she husks, her fingernails digging into my bare arms. "Max." "I've got you. I'm here." I open my eyes to watch her unravel. "Hold on to me. Let it go." She squeezes me tighter. It feels good, doesn't it? I swallow, my boxers tight and smothering. "You like it?" "Yes." "Do you want to come?" "Yes, Max." Her lips are parted, cheeks flushed pink. It feels so good. I lean in to kiss her, mouth open and tongue hungry. She kisses me back with the same urgency, both of us moaning and grinding and feeling fucking everything. "I have condoms in my nightstand," I murmur, pressing our foreheads back together. She manages to shake her head. This is good." My hand picks up speed, 2 fingers filling her deep, curling into her, angling higher. I thrust hard. That's when she freezes on a small yelp. I pull my face away from hers, my eyes flaring. "Did I hurt you?" Her jaw clenches, but she shakes her head. "I'm okay. Keep going." "Ella?" My fingers begin to retreat, but she snatches my wrist to keep me there, to keep me inside of her. "Please don't stop." Indecision grips me until she grips me. Ella slides her hand beneath the covers and inches her fingers inside the waistband of my boxers. "Fuck," I curse, my head rearing back through the wave of pleasure snaking up my spine. She strokes me, up and down, her fingers firm. I keep fingering her, keep grinding my hand against her. Furious, desperate, both of us on the edge. I yank my boxers down my hips, sliding them mid-thigh until I'm freed from the constraints, giving her better access. I'm shameless as I ride her hand and she rides mine. Heat unfurls, tingles bloom and climb. The mattress creaks as the headboard lightly taps the wall. Ella grinds against me, the slippery sound of my fingers pumping in and out of her, echoing through the still room. My tongue is in her mouth again, messy, clumsy, spurred by rampant need. She tenses when my hand finds the perfect rhythm, her mewls and whimpers pouring into my open mouth. Her eyes slam shut. Her hand jerks around me as she comes undone. I force my eyes open to watch as her face twists with pleasure and she lets out a silent, raspy cry, vibrating in my arms. She strokes me faster, even through it. And that's all it takes. My body tightens, ignites, and releases. A hoarse moan falls out of me as I spill onto her pale stomach before we both collapse with a simultaneous burst of breath. Ella's eyes flutter open across from me on the pillow, her hand slick and sticky as she loosens her hold. Sweat glimmers on her brow while she stares dazedly at me. I pull my fingers out of her and she winces, a slight hiss slipping through her teeth. My breath stops. "I hurt you?" "You didn't. I'm fine." Blinking at her, I yank my hand from her underwear, twist around, and turn on my bedside lamp. When I glance down at my hand, both fingers are tinged with blood. I whip my head toward her. "Ella, I'm fine, Max. It just felt like a little pop of pressure. It's not a big deal." She leans over the side of the bed and searches for something to clean up with. I readjust my boxers into place as I inch off the mattress, then pull a fresh t-shirt from my dresser and bring it to her. I turn away while she tends to the cleanup. I'm sorry, I murmur. I was caught up in the moment. I should have been more careful. Sparing her a quick glance over my shoulder, I watch as she pulls her tank top back over her head. I wasn't gentle. Ella flattens her mess of hair, dragging her fingers through the tangled strands. She looks at me, her cheeks bright pink and eyes still glazed. I'm okay. It shouldn't have happened like that. It should have been when we... Swallowing, I let my voice trail off, my insides pitching with guilt. I snapped her precious barrier with my fingers like a total idiot. Blowing out a strained breath, I run a hand through my hair and lower my gaze. I'll be right back. I pad out of the bedroom and make a quiet retreat to the bathroom across the hall. My reflection stares back at me, revealing fleshed skin, disheveled hair, and nail marks on my upper arms. Nail marks from Ella, because my fingers were inside her and I made her come. Holy shit. The gravity of what just happened slams into me as I flip on the faucet and exhale a shuddery breath. As I rinse off in the sink, I watch the water run red with her blood. The image stabs at my chest. When I return to the room with a warm, damp towel, Ella is burrowed underneath the blankets with only her head peeking out. I hand her the towel and climb in beside her, flipping off the light. We're silent for a few beats, lying side by side on my bed, before I turn to her. Are you okay? Yes, she whispers back. Are you sure? I'm sure. Are you okay emotionally? Max, yesterday you were loath to even kiss me. 24 hours later, you're in my bed with your hand wrapped around my... She slaps 3 fingers to my mouth, shushing me. Max, she repeats. I open my mouth and bite her fingers, making her squeal with laughter as she scoots closer to me on the bed. We're face to face again. As my eyes adjust to the light, her porcelain features slowly come into focus, and she lowers her fingers, dusting them against my chin before letting them fall away. Ella inhales, swallowing a frayed breath. I don't want to run anymore, she confesses. My gaze skims her face through the darkness. She looks lighter somehow, softer. I'm on board with that, I says. I'm not trying to give you whiplash or make you doubt what's happening between us, because that's not fair. I made a promise to myself that I would never do this. I'd never open my heart to anyone because that would leave me exposed and vulnerable to real pain. And so I've been running for years. No rest breaks, no water, strained muscles, sore joints, bruised feet. Sounds exhausting, I murmur. It has been. Pausing, she adds, but all that running was worth it. Yeah? I press a kiss to her forehead, my hand sliding up and down her arm as I wait for her to continue. Ella's eyes close through a sigh as she cradles her palm to my cheek. Eventually, I ran into you. My heart pounds, bursting with a sense of completion. Because I've been running too, running through a dense forest on loop, calling for help, begging for someone to find me before the sun sets and darkness swallows me whole. And then there was Ella, adorned in an orange dress with red hair and a golden smile, glowing prettier than any molten sunset. My way out. I raise my hand and tuck an errant strand of hair behind her ear. A favorable collision, I whisper, leaning in to kiss the peak of her nose. A drowsy smile tips her lips as she curls into me with a yawn, her palms clasped around my neck. A few blissful minutes tick by before she murmurs, Max. Ella, I respond, sleep pulling me under. I blink myself from the edge of slumber, an amused frown twisting my brow. What? I'm Eeyore, she says. I don't want to be, but I am. His friends would try to cheer him up, try to pull him out of his dark hole, and it would work for a while, but then he'd always crawl back inside. She sighs, her eyes fluttering closed. Eeyore never had a happy ending. Melancholy trickles through me. I pull her closer, lowering her face to the space between my jaw and my chest, my chin resting atop her mound of hair as I graze my hand through the tresses. Well, we'll just have to rewrite it then, I tell her softly. Ella makes a sighing sound, her body going lax against me. You rarely win, but sometimes you do, right? She mumbles, her voice fading, her breath shallowing as sleep steals her away. Yeah, Sonny, sometimes you do. I fall asleep moments later with a smile, knowing that this moment is a beginning. But as everyone knows, a beginning is often an end. Chapter 24. Ella. Johnny Mathis is music to my ears, but the only thing echoing louder is my own moaning as Max brings me to ecstasy against my bedroom door with his fingers between my thighs. The mellow vocals are drowned out, overridden by the feel of Max's tongue in my mouth, his opposite hand sliding up my dress and cupping my breast. I arch into him with a whimper. Oh, God. His fingers pump in and out, pace quickening. Kissing you feels like catching the sun, he rasps, his lips dipping to my neck and trailing wet kisses down to my collarbone. Not that I've had a ton of experience with romance, but that is by far the most romantic shit I've ever heard. It'll be impossible to top. I smile through the spasms buzzing down below that are funneling into a spine-tingling release. Max presses his face to the curve of my neck as his speed kicks up and he hits just the right spot, causing another loud moan to fly past my lips. His free hand whips out to clamp around my mouth when I gracelessly unravel and jerk forward. I pull at his hair, my emerald party dress bunched at the waist. Oomph is my muffled version of Max that doesn't quite articulate right with his hand over my mouth. I get it, though. His dad is right down the hallway in the living room, and his brother. My mom, too. Actually, everyone is here, and they all probably heard me, including Johnny Mathis. Yep, he knows. I come down from the euphoric high and collapse into a sated heap against the door. Slowly, Max drags his hand away from my mouth, his fingertips catching on my bee-stung bottom lip. Turns out I didn't even need to bother with makeup. My lips are kissed raw, mascara smudged beyond repair, and my cheeks are stained with the natural blush only an orgasm can provide. I stretch a drowsy, idiotic grin and drape the back of my arm across my eyes as I catch my breath. Max drops his hand from between my legs, looking smug. I think you're getting louder. You're getting really good at that, I mumble, floating somewhere far, far away. Removing my arm, I blink up at him, my punch-drunk smile still in place and matching his. Your turn? His eyebrows arc. Sure. As Max reaches to unhook his belt buckle, a knock sounds on the bedroom door behind me. Crap. Max, get out here and help us with this stupid lasagna, McKay blares from the other side. It looks like it had a midlife crisis. You can fuck later. My cheeks burn to heat stroke level as I rearrange my dress, searching the floor for my underwear. Coming, I call back. Yeah, we heard. McKay's footsteps stomp away. Eyes bulging with horror, I step into my underwear and nearly topple over as I do a one-footed hop. Shit, mortifying. Max follows suit, glancing in the mirror to fix the buttons of his dress shirt, smooth down his hair, and relatch his belt. I told them we had to finish up a project real quick. Project? Bring Ella to soul-fleeing ecstasy with nothing but your hand has been well documented across Juniper Falls. Thanks. I tried to shush you. We should have waited. There's a dozen people in my house right now. You gave me a look, Sonny, and your hair was all pretty against the Christmas tree lights. And that dress? He pivots toward me, giving me an appreciative sweep with his eyes. I was toast. And then you turned me into melted butter. Grinning, I fluff my hair in the mirror and scrub at the black streaks under my eyes before unlocking the door and hauling it open, while also praying the musk of sex and teenage hormones doesn't seep out. Max exits beside me, readjusting himself in his pants. I grin wider. I'll repay him later. Music pours from the record player that Bryn and her dad's brought over, and winter wonderland fills the air with snow-sprinkled magic, even though my internal temperature is hovering around the dead of summer in South Florida. Clearing my throat, I tromp across the living room and give a little wave to the party guests scattered across the space. Everyone stares. Bryn pretends to be oblivious as she pops up from the couch in a cherry red dress patterned with snowflakes. "Merry Christmas," she beams brightly. She says it like she's bursting through a giant gift-wrapped box, her arms raised high, tinsel raining down on all. Max gives my hip bone a squeeze before joining McKay in the kitchen to assist with the lasagna, while I mutter a Merry Christmas to Bryn and hope that my dress isn't caught in my underwear. It might be. Our house is brimful of twinkle lights, savory casseroles, and all my favorite people. A fresh pine tree stands slightly slanted in the main room, taking up half the space. Max helped my mother and I chop it down. Then we spent an enchanted Sunday afternoon decorating it with vintage-colored bulbs, silvery tinsel, and nostalgic ornaments we plucked from dusty boxes in the shed. Almost a month has passed since my first kiss on the bridge with Max, and now it's Christmas Eve. We decided to host a Friendsmas to celebrate what feels like a well-earned new beginning for all of us. Honestly, there's a lot to celebrate this year. My relationship status is evolving from lame and alone forever and ever to tentative girlfriend, even though I loathe titles. I haven't had any notable mental breakdowns recently. Mom and I are on better terms because she's been in a strangely good mood lately, and Max's dad has seemingly crossed over the line into consistent sobriety. December has been a good month. Bryn wraps a shimmer lotion arm around me and guides me over to the couch, discreetly untucking my dress from my underwear in the back. Ah, I knew it! My cheeks heat, paralleling the warmth in the room from the nearby oven. We both plop down on the giant sofa with Maddie and Pete on our right and Mom and Kai's father, Ricardo, on our left. Kai sits across from us on the ottoman, sipping from a tumbler of holiday punch, while the Manning men graciously tend to the potluck feast in the kitchen. I catch my mom stealing glances at Max, her unspoken approval echoing louder than the clinking of utensils and the subtle hum of conversation in the room. Her gaze trails him as he organizes salad bowls and casserole dishes before she gifts me with a warm, genuine smile. She doesn't say anything. Words unsaid spill between us, and her eyes tell me that she's proud, relieved, grateful for Max and our budding relationship that has pulled me from rock bottom, giving me a lifeline. My son and I very much appreciate the invitation, Ricardo says, breaking through the quiet moment and leaning back with a cocktail in hand. It's hard acclimatizing to a new town. Mom nods. We know the feeling all too well. It's nice knowing we're not alone. I admire your gumption and strength, Candace. Getting to know you this evening has been eye-opening in the most positive way. When Mom blushes and bites her lip, Ricardo pivots with a timid smile. Kai told me how kind your daughter has been to him. I'm right here, Dad, Kai mumbles through a slurp, his bronzed cheeks pinkening. Bryn lifts her foot and gives his ankle a little knock. They share a smile. I don't know if I'd say kind, I add with a shrug. I more or less aggressively pursued his friendship. Force was involved. He had no other choice but to submit. Bryn giggles. That's what I did with you, Ella. And now look at all of us. She sighs dreamily. One big happy family. I lean over to whisper in her ear with a grin. Sisters one day, perhaps? Her face falls. She recovers quickly, bobbing her head up and down and plastering on a smile. Yup. Maddie pipes up beside us, hoarding an entire tray of Christmas cookies in his lap. He says through a crumbly bite, "Whoever made these cookies is my new best friend. We'll be inseparable." We have a spare room at the house, Pete chimes in. The offer is on the table, as long as cookies are on the table. Kai lifts a hand, then brushes his bangs aside. Thanks. I'll pass on the room and board, but I'm happy to make you cookies whenever. The cookies actually do look fantastic. Every one of them is intricately designed with a different holiday theme, from snowman to reindeer, looking like they came straight from a prestigious bakery. The guy has talent. I reach across two laps to snag a candy cane cookie, my eyes popping when I take a bite. Holy shit, these are crazy good. Language, Ella, Mom scolds. Holy barnacles, these are crazy good. Barnacles are horrific, Maddie says, visibly shuddering. He has trypophobia, Pete says. I blank. Holy frijoles, these are crazy good. Everyone seems satisfied. Mom and Ricardo continue conversing, inching closer together on the couch with every giant sip of rum-infused punch as their hands wave with extra gusto and the laughter loudens. Maddie and Pete are still on the topic of tryphobia, so I decide to leave the adults, grabbing Bryn and Kai by the wrists and dragging them away from the new debate about why lotus pods are more distressing to look at than clusters of insect eggs. Kai looks oddly tipsy as we sneak out the front door to mingle on the porch. I narrow my eyes at him, the crisp December air tamed only by the bright sun. "What are you drinking?" "Punch," he says. More specific. Punchy punch. Bryn, gasps. You rascal, can I have some? He hands her the tumbler with a cookie grin, and she chugs it down. I watch them for a few seconds, taking in their dynamic. They look comfortable with each other. Maybe a little too comfortable, considering McKay is on the other side of the white siding. Bryn's reaction to my sister's comment earlier swirls through my mind, and I wonder if there's trouble in paradise. I blurt out my suspicions, never needing alcohol to loosen my tongue. How are things with McKay? A swallow gets caught in Bryn's throat, and she forces it down. What? Why? Just curious. You two have seemed distant lately. Oh, well, things have been a little tense. We've been arguing a lot more, and he seems angry all the time. Besides, I'll be heading to college soon, so I'm not sure where that's going to leave us. Nibbling her ruby red lip, she averts her gaze and stares down at the porch. I'm moving to Florida in June. I'll be staying with my aunt while I get acclimated. Oh, wow, you were accepted? She nods, unable to hold back a smile. Florida State. That's amazing. Congratulations, I tell her, giving her a celebratory nudge with my elbow. McKay doesn't want to go with you and try to make it work? She shrugs. I don't think so. He wants to stay here with Max. Really? I guess. He said they made a pact when they were kids. They're going to travel together, see the world. This is news to me. Max doesn't really talk about the future, and I suppose that warrants our own discussion. I have no desire to stay in Tennessee, but leaving Max behind sounds terrible. Maybe he'll come with me. McKay can look after their father while he figures out his own path in life. Kai leans back against the porch rail beside Bryn and takes back the tumbler, swallowing down the last few sips. My father wants me to pursue medicine. He's a dermatologist. Is that what you want to do? I ask. Nope. I want to be an artist, he says. Dad says the term artist doesn't exist unless it's paired with struggling, so he's trying to pivot me in a more favorable direction. Favorable for him, anyway. His nose wrinkles with disappointment. What about you, Ella? I don't really know anymore, I admit, my chest feeling heavier. My dream was always to move to Michigan and work on a horse farm one day. Maybe even buy it if I could ever afford to. Lots of acreage, horses that become family, and the prettiest sunrises and sunsets lighting up the stables. They both smile at me, but I can't manage a smile back. The vision feels shaky, filling me with confusion. It's strange to think that a lifelong dream, carefully stitched together piece by piece with heart-lace strings and soulful knots, could untangle so easily. Unraveled by a boy and his magical kisses and strong arms, a bridge, a playlist, and a forever dance. The Michigan dream is hard to catch when my arms are so full of something else. And it feels too soon to be thinking like that, but I can't escape the overwhelming feeling that Max is becoming a new dream, one I never expected but can't seem to ignore. The door creaks open a minute later, revealing McKay. A scowl paints his face when he glances at Bryn and Kai standing so close together against the rail, their hips touching. Kai pulls up and sweeps a hand through his hair. Food is ready, McKay mumbles, before glancing at me. Max was looking for you. I clear my throat. Right, I'll be there in a minute. He sends us a terse nod, shoots a glare in Bryn's direction, then disappears back inside the house. Bryn doesn't say anything as she moves past me, her heels clacking against the porch and her bubblegum smile all chewed up. I watch her shuffle into the house, her dream of settling down with McKay now morphing into Florida coastlines and a promising new career, while my own dreams hang in the balance. After dinner, we open grab bag gifts by the light of the Christmas tree and an assortment of red and green candlesticks. Our bellies are full of cookies and lasagna, and the room is laughter-lit and song-filled. I'm sitting cross-legged near the tree, fiddling with the fringe on the new jade scarf I received in the exchange. Max is beside me, his legs sprawled out as he leans back on his palms. I got you something, he says softly so only I can hear him. You did? Yep. I want to give it to you in private. My eyes flare and my cheeks heat. Is it another finger trick? He snorts a laugh. I'm saving that for later. Grinning, I gather my hair and drape it over one shoulder. We haven't had sex yet. I'm still acclimating to the idea of being someone's girlfriend after years of building anti-romance walls made of stone, steel, and bitter bricks. Every time we approach that heart-stopping line, I pump the brakes, overthinking everything. It's ridiculous because we're both 18 and I know he's ready. I think I'm ready too, but my bone-deep fears always sneak inside me the moment I'm about to give in. I guess that's what happens when you spend years conditioning yourself to run away from emotional connection and intimacy. You find it's not a switch you can just flip back on when the longing hits. Luckily, Max is patient. I pull myself up from the floor and make a clean break from the living room while everyone else is absorbed in conversation and buzzed on punch. Max follows, his hand gently pressed to the small of my back, and we swerve into my bedroom. I watch as he bends down and draws something out from underneath the bed. What's that? I wonder, eyeing the neatly packaged gift. Silvery paper twinkles under the ceiling light, topped with a big red bow. Your present. I only got you a gift card to Spoon, I say miserably, which is a local coffee shop in town. It was for $50 at least. Coffee and scones to last an entire month if used wisely. He smiles, handing me the gift. I love the gift card. It's an excuse to take you out for coffee. You caught on to my ulterior motives, huh? Sighing, I reach for the gift and lightly tinker with the bow. This is too much, Max. You don't even know what it is yet. I can tell it's too much. And you wrap better than me. Yes. Chuckling, I take a seat on the edge of my bed and begin to peel back the wrapping paper. Max sits beside me, and my eyes water. It's true that I don't know what it is yet, but something tells me it's going to cause my heart to dribble out of me and leave a gooey puddle at my feet. It's probably going to make me fall head over heels in love with him. Max wrings his hands together as he watches my fingers work. I unwrap slowly because his wrapping job is too precious to ruin. When the tape is undone, I take a deep breath, pause, and then pull open all four sides. A leather-bound book stares back at me. I blink a few times, stare at it, hold my breath. My fingertips glide along the smooth, coffee brown texture as my heart does exactly what I expected it to. It melts. Open it, he says softly, our shoulders pressed together. I spare him a quick glance through dampening lashes, then open the book. The title page shines back at me, and my tears fall like rain. Eeyore's Happy Ending. I cup a hand over my mouth to hold in the sob. Max's arm encircles me as he inches closer. I'm not an expert bookbinder like you, Sonny, but I tried. Oh my God, my hands are violently shaking as I peel back pages and pages of cream and ink. Max Kai helped me with the drawings, he says, showcasing the intricate sketches designed with colored pencils. It's our story. As I thumb through pages etched with deep woods and vibrant colors, the story comes to life, taking me through a journey of an often overlooked donkey finding happiness with a fellow reclusive donkey in the 100-acre wood. Their favorite spot is a little clearing where they watch orange sunsets and enchanted meteor showers together. Images detail them skipping stones across the lake while they dance to sun-charged playlists and toss sticks over their favorite bridge, triggering a quick, blooming friendship. As days turn into months, their bond deepens and they find solace in each other's company, their tails securely fastened and swishing happily. Our defining moments are sprinkled throughout the ivory pages, sending my heartbeats into a tailspin. A childhood park date with an orange flower caught between the donkey's teeth, sitting side by side at a bonfire years later, dancing together at the fall fling, watching the torrid meteor shower in a secluded field, playing poo sticks on the bridge until the night is sealed with a sweet kiss. And when I turn to the final page, a new picture stares back at me, a moment yet to come, a future. We're sitting beside a beautiful white horse, watching the sky above us sparkle with pretty green lights. The end is scribbled in loopy letters underneath the picture. I break down and cry, covering my face with both hands as my entire body shakes with soul-shattering tremors. Don't cry, Sonny, Max whispers, pulling me closer. Please don't cry. I feel his lips graze my temple, my hair, my tear-stained cheek. Words are elusive. Words are utterly pointless in a moment like this because there are no words that can describe how I'm feeling. I wrap both arms around him and tackle him to the bed, crying against the crook of his neck as he holds me to his chest and strokes my hair. I can hardly catch my breath as I murmur, "Thank you. That was so beautiful." It wasn't lame and cheesy? I shake my head. It was perfect. You're perfect. I don't deserve you. He kisses the top of my head, still smoothing back my hair. You deserve so much more than you know. Sniffling, I scoot off him and curl up against his side, my finger drawing lazy designs across his chest, when a light tapping at the door startles us from the moment. I shoot up in bed and scrub the tears off my face while swatting down my mess of hair. Mr. Manning pokes his head inside. You kids all right? We're fine, Dad, Max says, clearing his throat. Be out in a minute. Okay, well, the camping gear is in the truck. We should try to get there before dark, he tells us, leaning on his cane as his eyes stare off over our heads. You know your mother hates putting the tents up in the dark. I stiffen beside Max, my hands squeezing together as my heart thumps. Mr. Manning must have gotten into the spiked punch. Max stands, glancing at me before looking back at his father. Dad? He doesn't respond right away, gazing out through the far window with a pinched brow. Finally, he blinks a few times and returns his attention to Max. Dessert is ready, blueberry pie. Sending us both a quick nod and a smile, he slowly pivots around and disappears from the doorway. I watch Max's fists ball at his sides, the planks of his back rippling with tension. I wait for him to acknowledge the odd interaction, but he doesn't. He just swallows and glances my way. Pie? Nodding slowly, I force a smile. Pie sounds great. Letting out a long breath, Max ducks his chin to his chest and walks out of the room. My eyes close as a sad feeling floats across my heart like a rain cloud. But I don't have time to wallow in it because I'm jolting in place when Bryn's voice startles me. Dessert time, she says, peeking around the door. Are you okay? Her tone is lacking its usual enthusiasm, the words void of exclamation points. I'm okay. Are you? As I glance at her from the bed, I swear there are tears in her eyes, rims of red and smudged mascara. She bobs her head with extra force. Sure, of course, I'm excited for dessert. The smile is also strained as she folds her hands together. Oh, hey, you should come to Morrison's New Year's Eve party with us. It's going to be a lot of fun. Live music, fireworks, catered food. Oh, Max and I haven't discussed plans yet. I absently pick at the stitching on the bed cover. I'll let you know. I'm sure Max will go. We can dress up and ring in the new year in style. She infuses animation into her voice, though it's still flat. I have the perfect outfit. We can get ready together. I think I need a distraction from all these big decisions. College, you mean? She bites her lip. Something like that. I stand from the bed with a nod, knowing what it's like to need a distraction, a friend, an escape from life's bitter throwdowns. Smoothing down my dress and hair, I lift my chin and send her an agreeable smile. Okay, sure, it sounds like fun, I concede. Count us in. Really, she beams. A subtle unease settles in, a voice inside my head whispering to take it back and choose a quiet night at home with Max. But I don't listen. I push aside the feeling and widen my smile. Yeah, I tell her, we'll be there. Her face lights up when I join her in the hallway and we link arms, sharing a tender look before heading to the kitchen for blueberry pie. I say, yes, I agree to go to the party. And for the strangest reason, I can't help but feel like I just agreed to a goodbye. Chapter 25. Max! Dad! Glass shatters. Curse words bounce off the half-painted walls. My heart recoils in my chest as my stomach drops out of me. This cannot be happening. No, no, no. I call over my shoulder for my brother. McKay, I need a hand. The small Christmas tree McKay helped me cut down lays tipped over at my feet, shards of multicolored ornaments scattered across the still-in-progress floors. Dad is on a rampage, and it came out of nowhere. First, he was helping me with my tie for the New Year's Eve party tonight, his hands shaky as he worked through the stubborn knot. I wanted to look nice for Ella, so Dad offered to let me borrow his dress suit. Money is tight, and it didn't make sense to buy something new. You look so handsome, Maxwell, my father said, his eyes prideful, smile warm. Thanks, Dad. Trembly fingers fiddled with the teal-blue fabric sliding down the length of the tie. Everything was fine. Everything was perfect. An enchanted evening of music, fireworks, and midnight kisses that just might lead to more commandeered my mind as the clock ticked down to 8 p.m. Then he paused. My father swayed on the chair across from me, his glimmering eyes turning dull and dazed. He stared straight ahead, attention locked on my chest, before his chin slowly tipped back up and our gazes tangled. I frowned. I blinked at him. What's wrong? He erupted. With one staggering lurch, he reached for Mom's old dishware set on a nearby shelf and started heaving dishes at the far wall, one after the other. I was frozen with shock. "You son of a bitch," he snarled through yellowing teeth. "You have no right to be in my goddamn house after what you did." I grabbed his wrists in an attempt to stop him. "Dad, don't," I begged, confusion strangling me. "Nobody's there. It's just you and me." His eyes were feral as saliva dribbled down his chin and he struggled out of my grip. "You're a bastard, Rick, a no-good parasite who stole everything from me." I reached for him again before another plate left his hand and shattered near the front door. "I'm taking you to the hospital." "The hell you are." Dad sliced an arm through the air and everything on the kitchen table went flying. A vase of poinsettias, gifted by Ella's mother, 2 half-filled mugs of cocoa, and a candle that caught on the lacy tablecloth and quickly bloomed into a deadly spark. I raced to put out the traveling flame before it burned the entire house down, and looked up at my father as he headed to his bedroom, knocking the tree down along the way. Smoke billows now as my heart dismantles, one horrified piece at a time. "McKay." Fuck, I seethe, knowing my brother is in his room, right down the hallway. I yank the cloth from the table and wad it into an angry ball, the acrid odor of burning fabric making my stomach roll. McKay slogs down the hall, looking like shit. Dark, glossy eyes meet with mine as my chest heaves. I toss the tablecloth aside and fist my hair. "Something is going on with Dad," I tell him, kicking at the mess all over the floor. My brother sniffs, glancing around at the destruction. "You sound surprised?" "He's sober. He's been sober," I insist. "Something is wrong. I don't care what he says, I'm taking him to the hospital." "Good luck with that." More crashing sounds blast from the other side of Dad's bedroom door. Frowning, I narrow my eyes at McKay. "Are you sober?" "Nope." "Awesome. Fucking brilliant." I scrub a hand up and down my face. "I need you, man. I can't keep doing this alone." He lets out a humorless chuckle. "Alone?" he parrots mockingly. "You're not alone. You have a pretty redhead on your arm who thinks you're the center of her universe. You have Dad's undying love, and always have. You have a shining future ahead of you." I gape at him, still frowning. "You have everything, and I have jack shit." His jaw tenses as he folds his arms. Bryn dumped me. I can't help the stab of sympathy that hits me, despite it all. Swallowing, I look away, down at the scattered glass. "I'm sorry. I'm sure you're devastated." "I am. I was hoping it would work out between you two." McKay steps forward, his balance wobbly. "You knew it wouldn't. When does anything ever work out for me?" Anger overrides the sympathy. "Knock it off with the self-loathing bullshit. You're better than that." "But not better than you. It's not a competition," I shout, throwing my hands up. "What happened to you? What happened to us?" "You happened." He shoves a finger in my face. "You and your good luck, your moral high horse, your inability to ever see me as your equal, and her." His finger shoots to the front window, aimed at Ella's house. "Your happy ending is written in the stars, isn't it? You get the girl, you get the fairy tale, and I get nothing. The fucking end." He punctuates each word, his fury climbing. Mine does the same. His words aren't fair. "Guess so," I mutter. I'm leaving after graduation. My heart palpitates at the admission because it's not something Ella and I have discussed yet, but I know it's what she wants, and I think it's what I need. Stepping closer, I cross my arms and stare him down. I've held down the fort for years, ever since Mom left. I've sacrificed everything for you, for Dad, for this house and this family. Now it's your turn. You can take on some fucking responsibility for once. You can take care of Dad while I try to live a semblance of a life." McKay's teeth clack together as he processes my tirade. "You're leaving with her?" "Yeah, I am." "You're the asshole?" I counter. "Christ, McKay, I've done everything for you. Cooking, laundry, taking on the role as Dad's caregiver while you drink with your buddies, play basketball, date, live, and enjoy your youth. I finally have something worth living for now, and I let my voice trail off, regretting the words instantly. His eyebrows rise with distinct hurt. Silence festers between us, only compromised by the echo of my careless words. McKay looks down at his feet, his expression wilting, muscles locking. Something worth living for, huh? I blink, shaking my head. I didn't mean it like that. You did. No, I just meant that I finally have something for me. I slam a palm to my chest. I deserve that. I've earned that. Right. The fight leaves him as he takes a step back and glances down the hallway to where the noise has since quieted. I need to clear my head. McKay, don't follow me, he says, spinning on his heel. You're right, Max. You deserve a life free of your useless tag-along brother. Doesn't matter the pact we made when we were kids. It doesn't matter that I've spent years distracting myself with pointless bullshit, begging for time to speed up so we could finally get out of this town together and chase the dream you promised me. My lips part, but no words fall out. Tears blur my vision. I think back to summers at the lake when we dunk underneath the water and stare at each other through the wall of murk and gray. A future unfolded there, a future for both of us. Somewhere far away from here, the two of us traveling the world, sightseeing and leaving it all behind for good. I promised him that. You and me, I said to him as we dried out by the embankment's edge, staring up at the clouds. One day, it'll just be you and me. Guilt gnaws at me, mingling with bitterness and bone-splintering sadness. We were just kids then. I didn't think he'd be hanging on to those innocent words through adulthood, waiting for me to pack my bags and haul him away from here. I don't know what to say. I realize now that words have weight. Words have consequences, a power to root themselves deep within a person, shaping futures and disassembling even the most resilient bonds. Words are never innocent. They're either weapons or remedies. Like seeds, they grow and expand, becoming skyscraping trees or invasive weeds. McKay stumbles into his shoes and searches for the keys to the truck. "Happy New Year," he mumbles, headed for the front door. "McKay, wait, you can't drive. Try and stop me. I'm sorry, please, let's talk about this." And the door slams shut and everything goes silent. I glance around the chaotic house, my emotions in my throat, my heart still pounding. I think about Ella getting ready with Bryn, excited to ring in the new year with me, eager for an easy, romantic night, watching fireworks paint the lake in every color. I rub my face with both hands, then loosen my tie. Stomping toward the bathroom, I pull a pill bottle out of the medicine cabinet, sprinkle 2 tablets in my palm, and fill a paper cup with water. Dad is belly-flopped on the mattress when I enter his bedroom. "Dad," I call out, "take these to help you sleep." He says. "Please." I wonder if he hears how much pain laces that single syllable. He lifts up slightly, twisting his head toward me on the pillow. "Maxwell," is his groggy greeting. "I'm taking you to the doctor tomorrow, first thing in the morning. You're not well." He slow blinks in my direction as I set the pills and water on his bedside table. My father reaches for the items with a quivering hand and swallows down the sleeping pills. "I'm fine, son. I just need to rest." He chugs the water and collapses back to the mattress with a tired sigh. "Thank you for taking care of me." "Yeah." My jaw is tight, my fight weak. "Happy New Year." He mumbles, his eyes closing. "Give your girl a kiss at midnight." I try not to let his words coil like a snake around my heart. "Good night," I whisper, leaving the light on as I move out of the room. There's no way I can get Dad to the hospital on my own right now. I need McKay's help, and he left me here alone, again. I have no wheels, no hope, and no girl to kiss at midnight. All I have is this mess to clean up and a daunting new year ahead that looks a lot less clear. After standing the tree back up, I call Ella, one hand fisted in my hair as I pace back and forth in my suit, the teal tie hanging loose. She picks up on the second ring, her voice chipper. "Hey, Bryn and I are almost ready to head over to the party. Just give us 5 more men. I can't go." I squeeze my eyes shut, heavy disappointment stinging the back of my throat. A long pause. "What? I can't go to the party, Sonny. It's Dad. I don't know what the hell is going on. One minute he was helping me with my tie, the next he was chucking dishes at the wall." I swallow hard, forcing back tears. He was hallucinating, seeing things that weren't there. Oh my god. I'm on my way. Bryn can drive me. No, I say quickly. You can't come over. It's not safe here. Max, I'm serious. Something's wrong. It's like he was having one of his drunken outbursts, but I don't smell any alcohol on him. I gave him some sleeping pills to get him through the night. I'm going to take him to the hospital tomorrow. My voice trails off as I scrub my jaw. I thought it was the booze before, but he's been sober, Ella. I'm scared that it's something else, something worse. Max, she whispers, I'll go with you tomorrow. I want to be there. I nod, grinding my teeth together. Yeah, okay, tomorrow. Her raspy sigh filters through the phone. I'm so sorry, Max. Where's McKay? Is he with you? No, we had a fight and he stormed out a few minutes ago. I pinch the bridge of my nose, shaking my head. Bryn dumped him today, so he's drunk and miserable. Yeah, she murmurs. She told me. He said he needed to clear his head. If he comes back, maybe I can meet you out for a little while. McKay can watch over Dad. Otherwise, have fun. Have the best time, okay? She sounds like she might cry. I want to be with you. I know, I tell her, wanting that more than anything. But you deserve this. Dance the night away with Bryn, eat a shit ton of carbs, watch the fireworks over the water, and then tell me all about it. Please don't worry about me. Max, I don't know. I feel like I should come over, she insists. It won't be the same without you. A sad smile crests as I squeeze the cell phone in my hand and inhale a hard breath through my teeth. Call me later, all right? I'll be here. Are you okay? She asks softly. Did he hurt you? Yeah, he hurt me, but I don't say that. He didn't hurt me. He's sleeping now. I'm fine. You're sure? Yeah, I'm sure. I love you. I want to climb through your window later and make love to you until the sun rises and a new year dawns. I want to ride horses in fields of gold and catch sunsets and marry you on our favorite bridge. Reining in my emotions, I whisper a final send-off before disconnecting the call. Happy New Year, Sunny Girl. I toss my phone on the couch, pull off my tie, and collapse on the floor strewn with glass. Chapter 26. Party noise blasts my eardrums as Bryn guides me through a sea of people in her Barbie pink cocktail dress. She did an impeccable job of covering up her swollen eyes after crying on my shoulder for an hour while we got ready in her bedroom. I don't exactly want to be here without Max, but my friend needs me too. She's grieving. Flamingo-tipped fingers curl around my wrist as Bryn pulls me between a cluster of fellow seniors. This house is amazing, she declares, chugging down a tumbler of punch. I don't like alcohol, so I'm sipping a watered-down Coke, wishing it was Dr. Pepper. I guess. Pursing my lips, I follow her into the dining area, where 4 football players are tossing ping-pong balls into cups of warm beer. I cringe. One of the guys happens to be Andy's minion, and it would be a disservice to his character if he didn't take the opportunity to torment me. Sunbury, he sent the cat call my way. I called dibs on one of the bedrooms for us. Nice king bed and silky-ass sheets. There's one of those vanilla-scented candle thingies in there. Heard it's an aphrodisiac. If my eyes rolled any harder, they would land in last week. You couldn't arouse me if you came with a user manual and a troubleshooting hotline. We'll see. His eyes track down my body, from my cleavage to my bare legs that Bryn insisted on spritzing with shimmer-dusted body mist. They are still as pale as the Michigan snow, but now they glitter. My black party dress is the same one I wore to dinner the night Max and I had our first kiss, and is one of 3 that I currently own. 3 dresses, glitter, and an end-of-the-year kegger. I don't even recognize myself. The party presses on amid flip cup tournaments, loud music, and drunken laughter as I lean back against a wall and wave hello to Kai when he appears, looking dressed to impress. Kai, Bryn sing-songs, leaping into his arms for a bone-crushing hug. You made it. Kai grunts softly at the impact, then blushes, his cheeks tinging pink as he wraps one careful arm around her waist. I had to sneak out. Dad says parties are for troublemakers and social butterflies. We'll see which way I'm leaning by the end of the night. You'd make a lovely butterfly, Bryn, says Kai, inching back to fix his collar. You already have the grace for it. All you're missing are the colorful wings and a penchant for flowers. She bops him on the nose, her laughter infectious, all remnants of McKay tucked away for the time being. A sad smile hints when I think about Max. I imagine him here, in his dressy clothes, hair gelled up, dimples gleaming. Sighing, the vision only amplifies when I watch Kai and Bryn start slow dancing to a moody ballad, drifting toward the kitchen, lost in the moment. Something is clearly brewing between them, and I can't help but wonder if it triggered the breakup. As I lean against the wall, spinning my empty cup between my hands, something catches my attention on the other side of the patio doors. My heart stutters. Max? I blink, frowning. No, the hair is too long, the sweep of his shoulders notably different. My eyes narrow, making sure I'm seeing things correctly. With no alcohol in my system, I can only determine that I'm indeed staring at McKay stumbling through the backyard. That's weird. I have no idea why he'd show up tonight, knowing Bryn would be here. Swallowing, I pull up from the wall and weave through the crowded room. McKay looks awful. His shirt is wrinkled, his hair a disheveled mess as it teases his crooked collar. My pulse trips with empathy. He's my boyfriend's twin brother, and he's grieving too. Bryn said he took the breakup hard. I watch as he slumps down in the grass near the edge of the lake and dangles a beer bottle between his knees. Nibbling my lip, I look over my shoulder at Bryn, finding her deep in conversation with Kai in the corner of the room, both of them in their own little world, as they sway to the music, a small-sized gap between them. I shouldn't tell her he's here. It'll only put a damper on her night. Though my loyalties feel divided, I decide to see if McKay is okay and slip out through the patio door, quietly closing it behind me. It's barely 40 degrees outside, and the late December air nips at my skin. I pull the sleeves of my black cardigan down over my palms and cross my arms across my chest for warmth. McKay doesn't notice me as he faces the opposite direction, slinging back a few clumsy swallows of beer. I clear my throat. McKay? He pauses mid-sip and slowly lowers the bottle, his head tilting slightly until I appear in his periphery. I didn't think I'd see you here. Can't find any place I belong these days. My ballet flats smash along the chill-laden grass. I've never been great at comforting people, and that's probably because I've never been a notable source of comfort. It's hard to be sunshine in someone's cloudy sky when you're a dreary gray cloud. I glance out at the lake, the water calm and free of ripples. When I'm standing right beside him, I hug myself tighter to counter the biting temperature and let out a sigh, my breath falling out in a plume of white. Not belonging anywhere is relatable, I tell him. If you need someone to talk to, I'm willing to offer up my dubious services. No guarantees, no refunds. He looks up at me, his eyes glazed and intoxicated. Why would I want to talk to you? Valid point. No offense, he adds, taking another swig of beer. None taken, which, might I add, could be a reason in itself. I'm impossible to offend. If I'm part of your problem, you can ambush me with your anger and misery, and I'll take it like a champ. I flash him a smile of forced enthusiasm. Give it a shot. Do your worst. His eyes narrow through the low light as he stares up at me. You're kinda weird. Love that. Keep going. Off-putting too. Part of my charm, if I have any at all. I'm not entirely sure what my brother sees in you. Right there with you. A partial smile slips as McKay looks up at me, his beer bottle half tipped over in the grass. When he peers back down at the ground, the smile fades. He wants to leave town with you after graduation, and I don't understand it. He promised that he'd leave with me. Me, he says, agony lacing his words. He barely knows you, and I'm his twin brother. It's bullshit. It's not fair. He says I've abandoned him, but he's never once tried to chase me down or win me back. He's never fought, never made me believe we're a team. So why bother? Why fight for a father who doesn't even know I exist? Why rebuild a house that has never felt like a home? He closes his eyes and lets out a rattled breath. I thought I was the end game, the grand plan. But I guess I've always been the backup plan. I was there until something better came along. When he glances up, his dark blue eyes look black. You came along, Ella. You're the endgame. My heart stutters. It gallops with surprise because I didn't know Max wanted to leave town with me. It teeters with guilt because now McKay is an innocent casualty in our escape, and I know what that's like. I understand what it feels like to be abandoned and overlooked by the people you love, the people you trust, the ones who always said they'd be there. I blink back the mist glazing my eyes and duck my chin. I'm not offended, I'm just sad. I'm sad for McKay. Shaking his head, he pulls himself up from the grass on wobbly legs, leaving the near-empty beer bottle behind. He sweeps past me, smelling like booze and cheap cologne. Let's go for a walk. My head pops up, a baffled frown furling. What? Come on. His already trudging ahead of me toward the tree line that borders the lake. Hesitating, I glance over my shoulder at the brightly lit house swarming with life and music. Silhouettes dance and sway behind curtained windows, and teenagers fill a bubbling hot tub, squealing and splashing with cocktails in hand. When I look back at McKay, he's yards ahead of me, dissolving into the stretch of darkness. Worried about him going into the woods alone and intoxicated, I follow. I jog forward, catching up to him before he reaches the trees. Did I infect you with my invaluable advice and positive spirit? I ask, my feet moving at double the speed to maintain his pace. Maybe I'm cooler than I thought. You're not, he mutters. But you're not a terrible listener. I'll take it. We walk in tandem for a few minutes, sticks and leaves crunching under the soles of our shoes. McKay's balance is unsteady as he swats bare branches out of his way and staggers left and right. He doesn't say anything, so my lone skill as a semi-decent listener feels wasted. The path through the woods is inclined, causing my calves to ache and the bottoms of my feet to throb through the thin shoes. I'm in no position to be hiking right now. I glance at McKay, still trying to keep up with his longer strides. We should probably head back. How drunk are you anyway? Not enough. He ducks underneath a leafless branch. What has she said about me? Bryn? I wonder. Obviously. We make our way through the thick trees until we come out near a sloped bluff overlooking Tellico Lake. Moonlight serves as an eerie flashlight, casting a glow on the still water. She's really upset. She was crying all night before we got to the party. His breath is a tangible cloud when he exhales. Not what I asked. My throat tightens through a swallow. Our feet come to a stop, and McKay falls to a sitting position just before we meet the edge of the promontory, collapsing with a graceless plop. I follow suit, taking a seat beside him and crossing my legs. She just said that it wasn't going to work out. She said you were acting jealous over Kai and things were tense. She's leaving for Florida in a few months, and you're staying behind, so breaking up felt like the right thing to do. Jealous, he mutters with contempt. You think? They've been all over each other since he moved here. It's impossible to feel pissed off and hurt when I'm constantly catching them together, flirting and making moon eyes at each other. I pick at the blades of grass. It's not my place to speak on my friend's behalf, so all I say is, I'm sorry you're hurting. I know it sucks. Grumbling, he pulls something out of his front pocket. It's a miniature liquor bottle that he quickly pops open, then tips back, drinking it all in one swallow. It won't last between you and my brother, you know. I frown. Why not? He's never had a girlfriend before. He's completely clueless. I don't think that matters. I've never been in a relationship either. You guys fuck yet? I blink over at him, my cheeks warming despite the chill in the air. That's none of your business. He shrugs, spinning the empty bottle between his fingers. Just a question. You don't strike me as a prude. I tinker with the hems of my sleeves and fold my arms, looking back down at the grass. No, we haven't. How come? I haven't felt ready yet. Romance was never a part of my plan, so I'm taking it slow. I feel him staring at me, waiting for more. Sex complicates things. It makes it harder to let go, and I wasn't sure what direction we were going in after graduation. He makes a humming sound. Well, congratulations. He's whipped. McKay flicks the bottle aside, then kicks it over the ledge of the bluff with his shoe. It makes a tinkling sound as it plummets down below, reminding us of how high up we are. Tell me, Sunbury, what makes him better than me? My arms cross tighter across my chest. Nothing. You're just different. We're nearly identical. Your personalities are different. You're not the same person. So, what makes him better than me? McKay takes out a second bottle of liquor and downs it, tossing the empty glass beside him. Then, he slowly cants his head in my direction, his eyes looking cloudy and glazed against the moonlight. I'm not sure how to respond to the question without upsetting him further. I can't put a definition on a feeling. Max speaks to my soul. He compliments me in all the best ways. Inhaling a breath, I look over at him and our eyes meet. He saw me when no one else did, I murmur. He heard my truth when everybody around me whispered gossip and lies. He wanted to know man, not the rumors, not my past, just Ella. I watch his brows dip with a thoughtful expression. Max found me when I was lost, I tell him gently, and I think that's the only way to recognize your real home. You need to be lost first. You need to be wandering, forgotten, misplaced. Only then will you truly know where you belong. My heart twists with epiphany, with realization. My pulse speeds up and my breaths falter as the weight of my words trickle through me like a warm waterfall. McKay seems to sense the gravity of my admission, and his eyes soften. Nodding, he stretches out his legs and stares out at the dark water bleeding with darker sky. I envy you both. Must feel nice to finally belong somewhere. A small smile lifts, and I extend my hand, placing it atop his knuckles in the patch of grass between us. You'll find your place. I know you will. My brother used to tell me. My voice hitch, so I pause to regroup. My brother would tell me that when things don't work out, it's because something better is waiting for you. Sounds cliche, bullshit to help us cope when we can't do it ourselves. McKay's words start to slur as he sways side to side. He glances down at my hand on his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. Not to mention, he's a murderer. I ignore that last part. There's nothing wrong with needing help. You offering to help me, Sunbury? His dark eyes lift, half-lid. Maybe you're not so bad. Part of me wants to say, the notion that you thought I was bad in the first place is one big difference between you and Max, but I don't want to make things worse. I pull my hand away and offer him a shrug. Sure, I can try. Yeah? He scoots closer to me on the grass until our hips bump together. The alcohol has him nearly toppling into me as his face tilts and his nose skims my hair. I stiffen. He says, you smell nice. My stomach pitches, his proximity causing me to inch away. Thanks, I mutter. We should probably get out of here. It's almost midnight and the fireworks are going to start soon. When I move to stand, his hand whips out and curls around my wrist, pulling me back. Frowning, I glance at the contact. Don't leave, he mumbles. McKay, I state, slithering free from his grip. We should go. Don't want to. I just need a friend. You said you'd try to help me. I don't know how to help you right now. You're drunk. We can grab coffee tomorrow if you want. No. He snags my wrist again. Stay. Stay. Somehow, the word sounds far less reassuring coming from him. I shake my head and try to move away. I don't want to. I'm cold. I can keep you warm. His eyes dip to my mouth. A tense beat passes between us and I freeze in place. I can't move, can't form a cohesive thought. His eyes hood as he stares at my parted lips, still swaying, drunk on booze and bitterness. And then he leans in. He leans in to kiss me. Oh my God. All my senses whoosh back like a sharp wind, and I pull back quickly, horrified, shoving at his chest. What the hell are you doing? My heart pounds. Anxiety prickles the back of my neck and dances down my spine. He's still leaning in, far too close, a smirk lifting half his mouth. Think I was gonna kiss you. That's not okay. I want to leave now. Glancing around the empty bluffs, I become fully aware of the fact that we're all alone up here. I can barely make out the lights from the house across the lake. The cold breeze picks up, sprinkling more goosebumps up and down my arms and legs. I'm going back to the party. As I move to pull myself up, McKay snaps his hand out and latches onto my cardigan. Why would I want to go back there? My ex-girlfriend is there, probably getting naked with that Kai kid. Fuck that. I like it better here. He yanks me down with surprising force, and I tumble into his lap. I like you more. I want to know what my brother sees in you. Fear grips me like a barbed noose. I scramble to get free as both of his arms wrap around my middle to keep me in his lap. He moans when my ass grinds against his groin in my attempt to escape. "McKay, let me go," I say, my voice shaky, tone pitching. I'm serious. Logic tells me this is McKay. This is Max's twin brother, and he would never hurt me. He's drunk and not thinking clearly, and any minute now he'll apologize and let me go. This is a misunderstanding, an awkward, uncomfortable misstep. But my instincts are flaring, telling me otherwise. They sense danger, regardless of who he is. "That feels good," he whispers in my ear, grazing the tip of his nose through my hair. "Feels good when you wiggle like that." Then his hand crawls up my torso to cup my breast, and he buries his face in my neck, inhaling deeply. No, no, this is wrong. This is so wrong. "McKay, stop it. Don't touch me." I peel his hand off my chest and rock it forward, my heart in my throat. He pulls me back. I scream. "What the hell?" he growls, his head popping up while one hand slaps across my mouth to keep me quiet. Jesus, someone'll hear you. I keep screaming, the sound muffled by his palm. "Knock it off, Ella. Fuck, just hold still." He grips me tighter, squeezing me until I can hardly catch my breath. Kicking my legs, I try to find stability to haul myself up. I scratch at his arms, writhing, desperate to flee. Terror sinks into me as my adrenaline spikes and my survival instincts fire tenfold. When one of his hands trails down my body and slips between my legs, prying them apart, I swing my head backward until my skull connects with his forehead. He gasps out a pained groan and releases me. A bone-rattling scream lets loose as I struggle to find my footing, and then I jump to my feet and run. I hardly make it a few steps when a hand flies out and grips my ankle. I shoot forward, landing face down in the grass, my chin connecting with hard earth. My teeth slam into my tongue and blood fills my mouth. Tears blur my vision as pain renders me paralyzed long enough for McKay to flip me over and snatch both of my wrists, pinning them above my head. He straddles me. I stare up at him, blood coating my mouth and jaw, my chest heaving with panic. Dark, shaggy hair drapes over his face, and his eyes glint with black ice. "Please, please get off me," I beg, squirming beneath his heavy weight, trying to rip my hands free. "Get off me." "I don't want to hurt you," he slurs. "Just hold fucking still." "McKay, stop it. You are hurting me," I shout. Tears slide down my cheeks, mingling with blood. "Somebody help me." He clocks me across the face. "Shut up," he hisses, eyes wild. More pain zips through me, head to toe. I watch as something takes him over, like a sinister possession. He looks crazed, out of his head. I fight. I'm screaming and pleading, kicking my legs and struggling to free my arms. The moment he uses one hand to tug my dress up my thighs and yanks down his zipper, I pull free, lifting enough so I'm able to draw my knees up and fling my legs forward, kicking him in the chest. I jump to my feet, my tongue swollen, blood spilling down my chin and neck. My cheekbone is bruised, my body racked with tremors and mind-numbing shock. McKay is on me before I can gain any speed. He flings me around, grabbing me by the upper arms and yanking me against him. We stumble. "Christ, hold still," he says through his teeth, spit misting my face. "Stop running." Sobs tear through my chest. I've never been more petrified. He grapples with me, his panicked hands in my hair, around my neck, trying to contain me. "Stop it! Stop it! Help me!" I shriek, fighting back, slamming my knee between his legs and connecting with his crotch. He howls with pain and lets me go. I cry out as loud as my lungs will allow and spin around to escape, but he grabs my elbow and swings me back toward him. He yanks me hard, with more force than my body can process. I slip. My shoes have no traction as they struggle for support. My arms wave desperately, trying to latch on to the cold wind to keep me upright. The moment moves in slow motion. McKay lunges forward to grab me, to reach for me, to keep me from falling. But then he hesitates. He stops dead in his tracks, his eyes widening as I tumble backward, rocks and rubble kicking up beneath me. He doesn't reach. He doesn't move. He just watches. And I realize in that split second what's behind me. I know exactly what's there to catch me. Nothing. A scream explodes from my throat as the nothingness snatches me up, jerks me in reverse, and I tip backward over the drop-off. The last thing I see is McKay fisting his hair with both hands, his eyes rounding with horror as orange fireworks flash across the sky. The last thing I feel is my stomach lurching into my throat and icy wind and tree branches slicing my skin as I fall. The last thing I think about before my body hits the ground is him, Max, and I wonder if he'll ever find out that his brother killed me. Chapter 27. Max. She doesn't call me at midnight. I pace my bedroom, the cell phone sweaty in my hand as I stare at it. 12:04, 12:05. I call her for the third time and no answer. She's probably having fun with Bryn, watching the fireworks, laughing, and enjoying herself. It's okay. She didn't forget about me. She's just enjoying her night. Blowing out a breath, I run a hand through my hair and drop my arm, tapping the phone against my thigh as I glance out my bedroom window. I see her mother in the living room across the street, the lights yellow and warm. She's on the phone, pacing around in aimless circles, just like me. The difference is, she's smiling. She looks happy. I tell myself it's Ella on the phone. She wanted to call her mother first. Waiting a few more minutes, I traipse down the hallway and pace some more. The living room, the kitchen, 12:11. I call her again. No answer. I decide to dial Bryn instead, knowing they're likely together. It rings 3 times before she picks up. "Max, hey," she chirps, her voice high-pitched and full of its usual enthusiasm. Noise and static filter through the speaker. "Happy New Year!" I start pacing again. "Is Ella with you?" Giggles fuse with raucous cheers. Fireworks boom in the distance. "Bryn? Sorry. Fireworks are still going off, super loud. 1 sec." A few seconds pass until the voices and external noises quiet, and a patio door sounds like it slides shut. "Hey, what's up?" "I'm looking for Ella. She didn't call me." "Oh, she's..." Another long pause. "I don't see her anywhere." "What do you mean? I thought you were ringing in the New Year together." "We were. I didn't even realize she wasn't here. God, I'm sorry. I've been drinking and Kai and I were catching up and..." The line goes quiet, save for various rustling noises. Shoot, I can't find her. She must be in the bathroom. I pinch the bridge of my nose, my chest prickling with anxiety. It seems silly to stress. Knowing Ella, she probably ditched the party to watch the fireworks by herself near the lake. When's the last time you saw her? I'm not sure. Maybe an hour ago? No, probably less. It hasn't been that long. Okay, well, can you have her call me? Of course. I'm sorry. I should have been paying more attention. I feel like an awful friend. I swallow. It's fine. I should have been there too. Just have her call me right away. I want to say goodnight. I will, promise. I hang up, scrubbing a hand across my mouth and jaw as I glance out the main window at the empty driveway. If I had the truck, I'd already be on my way. I call McKay next, hoping he'll have an ounce of sympathy for me and bring the truck home. I tap his number. Straight to voicemail. I try one more time with the same result. Damn it, I mutter under my breath, a sheen of sweat dotting my hairline. He was intoxicated when he stormed out, and the thought only heightens my nerves. He's fine. Ella is fine. It's ridiculous to be worrying this much. It's only 1/4 past midnight, and it's a sprawling lake house. Ella could have fallen asleep in a spare room for all I know, and McKay is probably at a friend's house. But, that's the issue. There's a nagging but hovering over me like a storm cloud, howling in my chest and pinwheeling in my stomach. I can't explain it. I could never begin to explain the strange, instinctual feeling zipping through me, telling me that something is wrong. My sunny girl needs me. I wait 15 more minutes before checking on Dad and tugging on my shoes. He's sound asleep, his face buried in the pillow, arms at his sides. Snores echo through the bedroom, giving me a shred of relief. 10 seconds later, I'm marching through the front lawn, across the street, and landing on the Sunbury's doorstep. I knock 3 times and wait for the footsteps to approach. Candace cracks open the front door and peers out at me. When recognition fills her eyes, she widens the door, a cell phone pressed to one ear and her hair in curlers. "Max," she says, a frown of confusion competing with a hesitant smile. Holding up her index finger, she tells the person on the other line that she'll have to call them back. Then she clicks off the call, lowers the phone, and gives me her full attention. "I thought you were with Ella." I'm fidgety, restless, my feet shuffling back and forth as I shove my hands in both pockets. I don't want to worry her because my fears are unfounded, so I force myself to remain neutral, still and calm. "Something came up, so I couldn't go to the party," I explain, glancing over her shoulder. A slew of open folders and papers is strewn across her work desk in the corner of the living room. The laptop is on, surrounded by multicolored coffee mugs. "I wanted to ask you a favor. My brother took the truck and I'm trying to meet up with Ella. Her phone must have died." Concern flickers in her eyes. She fiddles with a pink curler that matches the sweatsuit she's wearing. "Is everything okay?" "Sure." I clear my throat. "Of course. It's not an emergency or anything, but can I borrow your car?" Her chestnut eyebrows arch with surprise. "Do you need a ride?" I quickly shake my head. No, it's not that serious." "You look busy," I note, my eyes panning to her workstation. "The party is only a few miles from here. I can walk if you're not comfortable." "You're sure everything is okay? Is Ella in trouble?" "She's fine. I just talked to Bryn." I'm hopeful the vagueness of my statement gives her a semblance of solace. "I wanted to meet up with her. I'll drive her back home in a bit." She chews on her thumbnail, weighing my words and taking note of my movements, my expressions. I must fake it well, because she nods slowly, moves away from the door, and fetches a ring of keys from her purse. When she returns, she holds them out to me. "You haven't been drinking?" "Not at all. I've never touched alcohol in my life." It's the truth, thanks to my first-hand experience with watching both my father and my brother succumb to the destructive allure of the bottle. Candace nods again and folds in her lips. Then she plops the keys in my hand. "All right, please have Ella call me as soon as you get there. I'll wait up." "I will, thank you." I force a smile, fist the keyring, then spin around on the front stoop. My gait is laced with panic as I fumble for the right key, launch myself into the front seat, and jam it in the ignition. The red Nissan Sentra revs to life, and I waste no time in careening out of the driveway, uncaring that Ella's mother is watching from the front porch with a hand fisting the collar of her pale pink sweatsuit. She's fine, she's fine, she's fine. I drive on autopilot down familiar back roads with the window down to keep me from suffocating on my own fear. When I swerve into Morrison's packed driveway, I park sideways, blocking in multiple vehicles, and kill the engine. I don't care. All I care about is finding Ella. Instinct has my eyes assessing the dimly lit street for our truck, wondering if McKay made it to the party. I don't see it, so I keep moving. The door is unlocked. I barge through in my baseball cap, ratty jeans, and white tee, shoving my way through dancing and sweaty bodies and ignoring the cherry punch that splashes on my shoes when I collide with an aggravated brunette. Someone calls out for me. I ignore them. My gaze scans the crowded living room and adjoining kitchen, taking quick note of every face that doesn't belong to my girl. 2 blondes are perched on the white quartz island top, their arms swaying to Something in the Orange by Zach Bryan. The melody haunts me as I barrel down hallways, burst through closed doors, and disregard the blowjob taking place in one of the bedrooms. "Don't you knock?" someone blares. I slam the door and keep moving. 5 minutes pass, and I can't find Ella. My heart is beating like a snare drum as I march out onto the patio, glancing at the hot tub to my left, then panning right to survey the veranda strung with bulb lights and tiki torches. Nothing. Only a bunch of teenagers partying and laughing without a care in the world. As I glance out toward the lake, I spot a silhouette just before a familiar voice reaches my ears. Ella! The voice calls out, another body trailing behind her as the two figures stare out at the slow rippling water. Bryn and Kai. I race forward, cupping my hands around my mouth. Bryn! Her high ponytail whips her in the face when she spins around. Max, I'm still looking for Ella. I can't find her anywhere. It's after 1 a.m. now. Fear grinds into me like a dull knife. My gait slows when I reach them, sweeping shaky fingers through my hair. Do you think she left with somebody? Bryn's face is pink and panicked. Her eyes bulge to saucers and glimmer against the moon as she shakes her head, arms crossed over her chest. She wouldn't leave without telling me, right? That's not like her. I looked in all the bedrooms, the bathrooms, the garage. Me too, I whisper. Fuck. Do you think she went for a walk? Got lost? Fell? It's fucking cold outside. My mind races with images of Ella with a broken ankle, dragging herself through sticks and branches in the deep, dark woods. Both hands link behind my head as my thoughts spiral. We need to look for her. She's not answering her phone. I know. I keep calling her, Bryn says. Kai points over to the shadowy tree line a few yards away. Over there is a hiking path. Maybe she wanted a better view of the fireworks. I'm running before he finishes talking. Why isn't she answering her goddamn phone? I wonder aloud, listening to their footfalls jogging behind me. No service? Kai calls out. I never get service in the woods. A few cracks of lagging fireworks paint the sky in splashes of violet and blue as we make our way through the opening, trudging up the inclined path. I pluck my phone from my pocket and switch on the flashlight, trailing the light over the rugged terrain in hopes of spotting something of relevance. Gnarled roots, moss, underbrush, nothing of value. Ella! Bryn calls out, Kai's voice following. I shout her name into the midnight sky and dancing tree branches. Sunny! Ella! Our voices pitch and bleed together as we tromp up the craggy hill, pelts of icy wind stinging my skin. Bryn bolts ahead of me, her ankles twisting in her glittery high heels. Ella! She yells, veering toward a small clearing overlooking the lake. My chest aches from breathing so hard, more panic than exertion. The only thing I see littered along the bluff is a miniature bottle of Jim Beam. Ella doesn't drink. She's not here. I move to the left, while Bryn and Kai swing right. I'm slicing my way through tall brush when I hear it, the scream, the ear-splitting, hair-raising scream. My blood chills, my muscles lock up as the universe shrinks to a pinpoint. And I fucking know my world is about to be rocked, shaken, and split in two. Bryn's scream morphs into an ugly, wretched sob, and I turn, the moment a slow-motion swirl. She collapses to her knees, her gaze pinned on whatever nightmare lies below. Kai's face twists with agony. They both stare over the edge of the bluff until I find myself beside them. I don't remember moving. I don't remember the howl that wrenches from my throat, even though I hear it echoing back at me and shredding my eardrums. But I'll forever remember that image of Ella, lying in a heap 30 feet below us, motionless and bloody. My Sunny girl. My mind is a cloud, a lethal blur. I squeeze my hair in both fists as I stare down over the ledge of the cliff to where Ella is sprawled out in a bed of grass and weeds, having missed the lake by a few feet. Dark water laps at her hair like it's trying to draw her in. A sob sticks in the back of my throat. Bile crawls up my esophagus. I move. I swing my legs over the ledge of the bluff and climb down, my feet catching on jagged earth, my hands cutting on rock. Ella! I cry out, repeating her name over and over. Kai tells Bryn to stay put while he follows me down. I'm only halfway along the embankment when I launch myself forward and jump the rest of the way, landing on my hip with a bruising thunk. I drag myself over to her, ignoring the pain that shoots through me. Ella! Ella, fuck! I cry, crawling on my hands and knees. Blood oozes from her mouth, already dried and crusty, as locks of dark hair fall over her eyes. When I reach her, I push her hair back and search her face. A blink, a breath, anything. I check her pulse, my own on overdrive. One arm is draped above her head, her fingertips submerged in the shallow water, while the other extends out at her side. "Sunny, baby, please," I choke out, pressing my ear to her chest and pleading for a sign of life. I don't hear anything. I'm gonna puke. Kai dashes beside me, his sneakers kicking up a cloud of dust, and drops to his knees on the other side of Ella. He's calmer than me, cool-headed as he takes the lead. "Pulse?" he asks, snatching up her wrist. I hardly register his words. All I hear is my own misery and Bryn's terrified wails from above us as I bury my face in Ella's neck. "She's alive," Kai says. I take her battered face between my hands and sprinkle tear-salted kisses along her cheeks and forehead. "Sunny, Sunny, Ella, please, fuck, please." "Max," he shouts again. "She's alive." My head jerks up, signally processing his words. A cell phone is pressed to his ear as he gives a location. Girl, fell, bluffs, near Plankton Street. Breathing, breathing, alive. Tipping his head skyward, Kai calls up to Bryn. "She's alive," he repeats. Oh my God, she sobs. I pull Ella's hand out of the water and press the pad of my thumb to her wrist, forcing my breathing to placate so I can concentrate on her pulse. But I can't feel anything. Dread whispers along the back of my neck as I place my ear to her chest again, then try for a pulse, then repeat. Kai notices my unraveling and balances the phone between his ear and shoulder as he leans over Ella to help me. "I'm still here," he says into the receiver before lowering the speaker and addressing me. "Right here, Max. Press 2 fingers right here. It's weak, but it's there. She's alive." I inhale a deep breath and close my eyes, holding my index and middle fingers to her pulse point. There's a flicker, a soft, beautiful beat, the faintest trace of life. I lock eyes with Kai, and he nods at me. "They said not to move her unless she stops breathing, and then we need to administer CPR. Ambulance is on the way. I'm going to stay on the line." Falling back on my haunches, I slam both hands to my face and let out a tortured moan. Relief and terror, thank fuck, melded with sickening disbelief. I look up at Bryn, who's halfway dangling over the ledge, a hand cupping her mouth as her body shakes with tears. I glance at Ella. I stare at her shipwrecked body, her porcelain skin marred with scrapes and scratches, her face bruised and bloodstained. Leaning forward, I press my lips to her forehead and stroke her hair as I squeeze my eyes shut. "Stay, Sunny girl," I whisper, choking back my pain. "Please stay. My girl fell off a fucking cliff. She fell, and I wasn't there to catch her." How to catch the sun. Step 3. Weather the eclipse. Even the sun navigates through shadows. Chapter 28. Ella Jonah brings me lemonade. I tip my chin, my eyes squinting underneath a wide-brimmed hat as sunlight pours down from the clear blue sky. My denim romper is stained with mud. Worse, my fingernails look almost black from working with the horses all day, as my hand curled around the sweating glass. "Thanks," I tell him, my lips searching for the straw. "Mom makes the best lemonade." "It's the honey syrup," Jonah says, his thumbs hooked in his belt loops. Shaggy copper hair curls at his ears, and his bangs are damp from hard labor under the sun. "Erin is coming by for dinner tonight. I can't wait to finally introduce her as my girlfriend." "No shit," I say, grinning wide. "It's official?" "Official as a judge's gavel." "She's really sweet, Jonah, and pretty too." I think of Erin and her long blonde hair and perfect bangs. I tried to give myself bangs once, and I looked like a bewildered sheepdog who'd had an unfortunate altercation with a hacksaw. Is Mom losing her mind? She's made 3 casseroles, 7 pies, and enough lemonade to hydrate the entire state of Tennessee for years to come. "Sounds legit," I giggle. "I'm happy for you." "Thanks, Piglet." He leans in to ruffle my hair like I'm a toddler. No clue what she sees in me, but no complaints. She sees what I see, of course. Hope not. That would be creepy. My arm shoots out to swat him on the shoulder. "She sees your heart, Jonah. You know that. That big, beautiful thing inside your chest." "You think so?" "I know so." Sighing dreamily, I sip my lemonade and imagine what it would be like to fall in love one day. I picture a rugged cowboy with dark hair and broad arms. He's fit and strong because he works on a ranch all day, tending to horses and baling hay. Sunrises are filled with songful birds and floral breezes, and sunsets are the prettiest color orange I've ever seen. Where'd you just go? Jonah wonders, his head tilting to the side. I blink back to the stables, the fantasy dissolving. I was just thinking about my future love story. Oh, yeah? You're only 14. You've still got a ways to go. I know, but it's fun to think about, I muse. Besides, you always wanted me to find love one day. Jonah glances off over my shoulder, and his sage green eyes brighten. Well, he's here right now. You should introduce yourself. I cough when lemonade catches in my throat. What do you mean? Who's here? Your future love story. My future love story? Did Mom accidentally spike the lemonade? What the heck are you talking about? My nose wrinkles with confusion. He points off into the distance. Look. Hesitation grips me for a beat before I whirl around, my attention landing on a man with the lightest blue eyes and the nicest arms in the whole wide world. I may only be a freshman in high school, but I know nice arms when I see them. When the man smiles at me, dimples pop on both cheeks, making me swoon. He stares at me like he knows me. I think he does. I close my eyes and memories churn and spin. Stones skip across water, and the sky lights up with dazzling star patterns. Music fills my ears as a crisp wind rushes in through an open window, tires flying down a deserted road. He takes my hand. Our fingers interlock, and everything is golden. Max, I whisper. I swivel back around toward Jonah, excited to tell him everything. Max, it's Max. Jonah, you're right. A scream rips from my throat. Erin stands beside Jonah, spattered in stains of crimson. Blood oozes from holes in her chest as she sends me a wave and a smile. Jonah wraps his arm around her waist, tugging her closer. Erin is here, he says, looking proud and in love. Isn't she beautiful? Her face is a mess of gore. Her body is riddled in bullet holes. Terror sinks me as I look down at the lemonade in my hand, watching as the pale yellow liquid swirls with red. This isn't right. This isn't real. No, no, no. There's a beeping noise filtering into my psyche, persistent and shrieky. I slam both hands over my ears and shake my head. What's that noise? Jonah smiles. It's time to go. Go where? Anxiety cinches my chest. There's nowhere left to go. There's always somewhere. No one stays lost forever. But I didn't finish writing you that letter, I tell him. Suddenly, that's the only thing that matters. I need to finish my letter. Jonah has been gone for years, and I never wrote to him. I never told him that I still care, that I still love him and miss him terribly. I was never able to piece together my fairy tale letter, the one where I fell in love with a boy in the forest who swung from vines and feasted on berries and rainwater. Somehow, it feels important. He has to know that I'm okay. My love story prevailed. Jonah nods agreeably, still holding on to a bloodied Erin. So write the letter, Piglet. There's still time. I can't. Sure you can. But he snaps his fingers. And I'm in the clearing. Birds chirp from tree canopies as sunlight seeps in through leafy branches, casting ribbons of gold at my feet. Max is seated across from me, his knees drawn to his chest, both hands dangling between them as he leans back against a giant trunk. There's a notebook in my lap, a pink pen fisted in my hand. I blink up at Max, studying him, taking in his mop of hair and crystalline eyes. But before I can process anything, there's a small stone barreling toward me at the speed of light. I don't think, as my hand flies out and catches it with eerie precision. Nice reflexes, Max says, his dark eyebrows pinched together. I'm good at catching things. Yeah, you mentioned that. I unclench my fingers and glance down at the stone. It's smooth and white, comforting in some strange way. It feels like a tether to solid ground, to a world I used to know. Swallowing, I look over at Max. Are you going to that bonfire tonight? He wonders, plucking tall weeds from the space between his parted legs. No. He nods. Me neither. The notebook sits heavily in my lap, and my hand sweats around the gel pen. I peer down at the unfinished words, wondering why I never gave them life. I should write the letter and mail it to Jonah. I should let him know that I'm okay. Am I okay? Even if I'm not, I can lie. I'll lie to him. You should finish that, Max tells me. His voice fades out, sounding miles away. It's replaced by a whooshing in my ears, like a white-hot whip lashing at my brain. I'm free-falling. Cold wind bites at my skin as tree branches gouge and scrape, a faraway scream trickling into my mind. The beeping noise returns, and I can't block it out. Beep, beep, beep. Go ahead, Sonny, Max urges. Just a whisper, an echo. Beep, beep, beep. I drink in a deep breath, and I lift the pen. Dear Jonah, today I fell in love with a boy who... My eyes fly open. Oxygen fills my lungs with a razor-sharp inhale as my body stiffens and arches up off a springy surface. The beeping sound picks up speed, and my gaze flits around the unfamiliar space. Bright, fluorescent lights streak across my vision. I hear a muddle of voices over the beeps, a flurry of words I can't comprehend. I can hardly make them out. Awake. Awake. She's awake. Panic sets in. My fingers latch onto a starchy fabric, and a biting sting in my hand makes me aware of something sharp. A needle? My throat feels parched, my lips dry and cracked. An attempt to call out results in a raspy whisper, my vocal cords protesting after what feels like an eternity of silence. More panic rushes through me. I'm scared, lost, alone. I'm not alone. Faces blur above me, faces I don't immediately recognize. Where am I? I want to cry, but I can't remember how. A shadow moves closer as someone tinkers with something attached to me that burns the back of my hand. Movement is fast-paced, a confusing mess of motion. I'm scared, so scared. I blink the haze from my eyes. I keep blinking, a million times over, until one of the faces morphs into something familiar. Dark hair spills over blue eyes and chiseled cheekbones. A man I know. His eyes are wild and filled with concern. His lips are moving, but I can't hear his words. I freeze. Flashes of memory skate across my mind. That face looming over me. That same dark hair swinging over two eyes glinting with malice. Hands grip me, holding me down. Rocks dig into my back, and blood fills my mouth with warm copper. Screams. I'm screaming then, and I'm screaming now. My body thrashes and fights. Someone holds me down again. Maybe two people. So many hands, so many voices. But I'm acutely aware of something else, something tucked inside my own hand. It's smooth and small, held tightly in my sweat-slicked palm. I squeeze and squeeze as a sense of calm washes over me. Peace. A peaceful moment. I drift away to the clearing again. Sun beats down on my face as Max sits across from me, smiling from his perch against the tree. I look down at my outstretched fingers, and there is the little white stone, resting in the palm of my hand. Chapter 29, Ella. When I wake again, it's not as loud, not as violent. My mind is groggy, my eyelids heavy, as I allow my surroundings to take physical form. It feels like there are lemon peel over my eyes as I pry them open, one at a time. I hear the beeping noise again. Sunlight from my dreams mutates into brassy, artificial light, and a white sheet stares down on me. As my eyes slowly crack open, I blink away the thick film, ceiling panels taking shape from above. I'm in a room, lying on my back. I move my fingers, wiggle my toes. Noise sounds muffled as it seeps in from behind a curtain. I stare at it. It's cornflower blue, fluttering gently when shapes sweep past it on the other side. I'm in a hospital bed. There's a powder white blanket pulled up to my chest and an assortment of IVs and needles attached to my body. When I splay my fingers on my right hand, a piece of tape stretches my skin. My mouth is dry, my muscles stiff, and the back of my head itches. I've hardly registered my surroundings when a head of raven hair pokes through the curtain. "Miss Ella?" says a soft voice. I'm Naomi, one of your nurses. I blink at her, taking in her big braided bun and rose-stained lips. Purple eyeglasses rest on the bridge of her ebony nose as she steps farther into the room. She smiles warmly. It's so good to see those eyes of yours open. How are you feeling? Can you understand me? Naomi glides over to me, adjusting the bed to make me more comfortable. I understand you, I reply, my voice raspy, barely audible. What happened? You're in the hospital. What do you remember? I close my eyes. My mind is a blank canvas. My urge to recall is the brushes and paint. Images drag across my memory as I lift my paintbrush and watch colors brim to life in careful strokes. Orange. Spatters of orange flicker across a night sky. I'm staring up at shimmery streaks of light as loud booms echo through the darkness and mingle with far-off cheers. Fireworks, I murmur, my eyes still closed. I remember fireworks. That's good, Miss Ella, Naomi responds, pulling a chair closer and sitting beside the bed. You've been here for a while. Do you remember what happened before you got here? I pull from the deepest parts of my brain, but everything is a blurry cloud. Orange, fireworks, and then darkness. It all goes blank after that, I whisper. That's okay. Memories can take hours or days to return, sometimes longer, she explains. Do you remember anything before the fireworks? My breath hitches. A kiss. I remember kissing a beautiful boy. My back against a door, my hands in his hair. Pale blue eyes look hungry and adoring as he pulls back and smiles at me like I'm his truest treasure. Kissing you feels like catching the sun. I exhale slowly. A kiss, I tell her. I think I'm in my room. I hear Christmas music. Naomi nods, assessing my vitals. You were found at the bottom of a steep bluff. You took a hard fall, she says. Some tree branches slowed you down and lessened the impact, making you a very lucky girl. That type of fall could have been a lot worse. How long have I been here? Her eyes soften with sympathy. 4 weeks. A stab of panic slices through my chest. 4 weeks? 4 weeks. Naomi presses a hand to my shoulder and squeezes gently. I'll send the doctor in shortly. There's a lot to go over. We're going to prohibit visitors for a while as we monitor your condition. The first time you woke up, you were highly agitated, so we had to sedate you. 4 weeks. It's all I can hear, all I can process. Tears burn my eyes as my body starts to tremble. My mom? Is she here? I ask, voice quivering. She is. She's in the waiting room with your boyfriend. They've been here every day. My boyfriend? Kissing you feels like catching the sun. The tears fall as I shake my head back and forth and lift both hands to my hair. Cords tangle as the beeps on my machine quicken with urgency. When I sweep my hair back, I notice that it's not all there. Anxiety pokes me as I touch along the back of my head and hardly feel anything. Half an inch of hair at most? My hair, I croak, more panic taking over. Where's my hair? Naomi stands to tinker with the machine. Yes, honey, they had to shave the back of your head to perform surgery. It will grow back. You look beautiful. I start to sob. No, no, it's all right. You rest now. When you wake up, the doctor will be here. No, please, I need. It's okay, just rest. Her voice sounds far away as I tilt my head and stare out the window, everything fogging. A peaceful feeling reaches for me, eager to steal me away. Before I black out, my eyes settle on the bedside table. Orange roses, red roses, pink roses, and beside them sits a tiny terracotta pot with an orange crayon sticking out of the dirt. Memories trickle into my mind of a boy climbing through my window, carrying me from the lake, dancing with me, holding me, kissing me on an old bridge. Stay, he says. I reach for him. I can't let him go. Max, I whisper as the world fades out. There's a man in my room. The sunlight that was streaming in through the window has now been replaced with a pane of black. Even the fluorescent lights overhead have dimmed, telling me it's nighttime. I pick at the scratchy bed covers and lift my eyes to the figure standing over me. Hello, Ella. I'm Dr. Garcia, the neurologist overseeing your care. The doctor hovers near my bedside with a clipboard in his hand, donning a crisp white set of scrubs. Bushy eyebrows pinch together as he studies me. I'm sure you have many questions, so I'll start with your injuries and the treatment you've received over the past 4 weeks. 4 weeks? I still can't believe it. I've been in and out of consciousness for 2 days now, processing, remembering, simmering in those memories. Pieces have settled into place, one by one, hour by hour. For a while, I was caught between dreams and reality, fiction and truth. At one point, I swore I saw Jonah sitting at my bedside, telling me I was going to be okay. But then I drifted again, and when I awoke, I was alone. It had only been a dream. I squeezed the little white stone in my hand, the one that was placed next to the terracotta pot. "Okay," I respond in a rasp-laced voice. "Go ahead." The doctor with tan skin and inky hair pauses as he stares at me, assessing my reaction. "You've been through a lot, young lady. When you were brought in, it was clear you had sustained a traumatic injury that caused significant swelling in your brain after a hard fall," he explains, monitoring my micro-expressions for any sign of stress. "We had to perform an occipital craniotomy. This surgery involves temporarily removing a part of your skull to allow the brain to swell without causing further damage. The piece was replaced once the swelling subsided." What? My eyes ping wider and I can't breathe. The thought of my skull being removed and my brain being jabbed and prodded has nausea swirling in my gut. I try to keep my face impassive, but my bottom lip quivers as I cling to the stone. Dr. Garcia offers a reassuring smile, leaning over and pressing his hand to my bicep. "Your skull has been fully repaired now, and you responded well to the surgery. You've also had multiple CT scans to monitor your brain's condition. As for your other injuries," he continues, "you suffered a fractured pelvis and a dislocated hip. You also broke a couple of ribs. You're very lucky you didn't puncture a lung." He takes a deep breath, his brown eyes warm as they skim my face. "The coma was induced initially due to the swelling in your brain. Your body then took over, keeping you in a natural coma for the remainder of the time, allowing it to heal. The good news is your other injuries have been recovering nicely. In a few more weeks, we'll transfer you to a rehabilitation facility." I inhale a frayed breath. "I'm not paralyzed?" I choke. It's clear that I'm not by the way my legs wriggle underneath the covers, but the notion still fills me with panic and dread. "No, not at all," he says. "Your spine was remarkably unimpaired, save for bumps and bruises that have since healed. You can thank some tree branches and a patch of heavily weeded undergrowth for cushioning your fall." He pauses, blinking down at me. "In terms of prognosis, every brain injury is unique. While we are hopeful given your current progress, there might be challenges ahead. You'll require physical therapy for your hip and pelvis, and possibly some occupational and speech therapy. As for cognitive or emotional changes, they can vary. Memory issues, mood fluctuations, and trouble with concentration are not uncommon." "How are you feeling right now? Physically? It feels like I took a frying pan to the back of my head and I'm chewing on a wad of cotton balls. And mentally? Confused," I murmur. "Scared. Tired." "That's perfectly normal," he says. "You've been through a lot. I'd like to ask you a few questions to understand your cognitive state. Would that be all right?" Anxiety seeps inside me, but I swallow through a slow nod. "Can you tell me your full name?" "Ella Rose Sunbury." "And your mother's name?" "Candace. Candace Sunbury." "Good. What's the last date you remember?" Fireworks and sparklers flicker through my mind. A pink party dress, music, laughter, noise. "December 31st, New Year's Eve." He jots down some notes. "It's currently February 1st. Do you recall any of the events leading up to your fall?" I hesitate, drinking in a shaky breath. "I remember going for a walk. I wanted a better view of the fireworks, and the party was loud, crowded. I don't like parties, but I wanted to spend the night with my friend. She was going through a hard time." I swallow down more grit. "I wandered up to the bluffs a little before midnight, and I tripped. That's the last thing I remember." "Your blood results showed no alcohol in your system, no drugs. You were clean." I nod. "I don't drink or do drugs." "Was there anybody with you?" My eyes slam shut as I pretend to recall the moment. But I don't need to pretend. The final pieces rushed back to me as I drifted awake an hour ago, my chest on fire, my stomach in knots, and my heart in pulpy fragments. Christ, hold still. Stop running. Stop it, help me. No, I lie. That's okay. Don't push yourself too hard, he assures me. We can circle back when your mind is clearer. We don't have to. That's all I remember. I was alone when I fell. Dr. Garcia studies me, folding one arm across his white scrubs while the clipboard dangles in his opposite hand. There was a bruise on your cheek that wasn't consistent with the fall. It looked like a fresh impact, possibly from a hand or an object. Do you remember how you got that? Instinct has my fingertips lifting and coasting across my left cheekbone. Shut up, he hisses. My heart rate spikes as cold sweat forms on my brow. Memories flood me, but I push them down, trying to keep my face neutral. I don't know. I can't remember. Maybe I bumped into someone at the party? Everything is a little hazy. The doctor raises an eyebrow, not entirely convinced, but not pressing further. All right, well, it's important for us to understand the events leading up to the fall, not just for medical reasons, but for your safety as well. A detective will be stopping by with further questions as soon as you're ready. There's nothing else, I insist weakly. I fell. His smile is tight. Do you feel ready for visitors? Your mother and your boyfriend are in the waiting room. If you prefer to rest, I'll let them know. I think about my mother trudging through the past 4 weeks, sitting in a waiting room chair, uncertain of my prognosis, unsure if I would ever wake up, not knowing whether or not she would be living the rest of her life alone, with both of her children cruelly taken from her. I roll the stone between my thumb and fingers and nod. Can you bring them in one at a time? I'd like to see my mother first, I tell him. Of course, I'll send her in. He walks out through the blue curtain and my mother rushes into the room 2 minutes later. Oh, Ella! She stops in place, her hand shooing to her mouth to hold in the cry. My God, Mom, I murmur. For as distant as we've been over the past few years, somehow it feels like there is no distance at all. Only the few feet between us that she quickly erases when she dashes to my bedside and falls to her knees, taking my stone-clasped hand in both of hers. She kisses my knuckles, her tears falling freely. My baby girl, she croaks out, forehead resting on our joined palms. I haven't heard her call me that since I was 14. The nickname has my own tears escaping in warm rivulets down my cheeks. We spend the next few minutes crying quietly, taking in the moment, taking in all the moments missed over the last month. When my mother finally stands and drags over a chair, she gazes upon me like I've been brought back from the dead, almost like I'm lying in a gold-encrusted coffin, sprinkled with floral arrangements, and then my eyes snap open. I'm still alive. Please don't bury me. Mom fills me in on the prior 4 weeks of lost time, informing me of my grandmother's ailing health, her own leave of absence from work, and the investigation into my mysterious fall. She asks me what I remember. I lie to her. I don't know why I'm holding on to my memories. I've always prided myself on being honest and forthcoming. My rational voice says I should be shouting it from the rooftops. It was McKay. McKay Manning attacked me in a drunken rage and let me fall to a presumed death. He could have caught me, grabbed me, pulled me back, but all he did was watch. He knew that a dead person was a silent person, and his secret would be safe. His inaction was a silent assassination, just as my silence now betrays the truth. But that truth catches in the back of my throat like an acidic knot. Pieces claw their way up, then die out on my tongue. I curse my own cowardice and squeeze the stone clutched in my hand, only half listening to my mother's voice as she drones on. As time ticks by, Mom leans back in the chair and sweeps trembling fingers through her hair. She fidgets, her eyes panning around the room before settling back on me. Her usual bouncy curls hang flat and listless as they tease her shoulders while her gaze gleams with trapped words. Ella, sweetheart, she says, her face a mess of tears and hesitation. I blink at her, my chest tightening. Squeezing her wrist, Mom presses her lips together and exhales through her nose. There's something else. There's something you should know. What? I whisper, anxiety prickling the back of my neck. Her lips part, but no more words leak out. Seconds sweep by, wobbly, unsettled heartbeats. Then she shakes her head, her throat bobbing as she swallows hard. Nothing, honey. I'll send Max in. He's dying to see you. No, wait. What were you going to say? She strains a smile, still shaking her head. We'll talk when you're feeling better. I'm fine. I'm feeling fine. I reach for her hand as she scoots the chair back, preparing to leave. Mom, please. It's okay, Ella. We'll talk later. Pulling free of my grip, she stands from her seat. My throat burns as I watch her walk out of the room. She sends me a quick, nervous smile over her shoulder before the curtains flutter closed behind her. It's the fall. Everyone thinks I was pushed off that cliff, and God, how I wish it was some random bully from school who had been there. I wish Andy or Heath had been the one to have pried my legs apart, held me down, beaten and bruised me, then left me for dead at the bottom of the bluffs. It would be so much easier. I'm still swallowing down the true events when the curtain swings open again and my heart stutters, the beats tangling. I hear him before I see him. I hear the sound he makes. A groan, a tortured, audible groan of pain and relief. My eyes close briefly as I suck in a breath, and then I open them, trailing my gaze up his denim-clad legs to his forest green t-shirt before landing on his face. Weeks' worth of scruff lines his jaw. His eyes are rimmed with dark circles, and his hair has grown out, making him look even more like McKay. Our eyes lock. Our breaths hold. Max stands at the foot of my bed, his expression painted in pure torment, as he holds my orange backpack in one of his hands. He sets it down, his fists balling to stones. His balance teeters as he fights back tears. Ella, he says softly. I stare at him, not knowing what to say. I should tell him that he never left my mind for 4 weeks. He was there in every dream, in every haze-drenched reverie, refusing to let me forget, refusing to let me go, calling me back home. My dry lips part to utter a single word. Hi. If he was searching for more, he doesn't say it. The lone syllable is enough to carry him toward me, his dark brows pinched together and his jaw tight with emotion. Max inches himself beside me on the bed with equal parts gentleness and urgency. He's careful of my cords and needles, yet desperate for my touch. I stiffen at first, the guilt of my secret keeping me guarded and sealed up tight. But when his hand lifts up to cup my cheek and his fingers tilt my face toward his, my tension deflates like a popped balloon. Icy blue eyes gaze back at me, and not icy like the cold dread trickling through me, but crystalline and clear, a peaceful lake on a winter morning. Sunny, he says, dragging 2 fingers down my cheek with a feather-light touch that makes me tremble. You remember me, right? I dip my chin, finding it hard to look at him. Of course I do. Every time you woke up, you were afraid of me. You'd look right at me, but it was like you were looking at someone else, he says. They kept having to sedate you. I want to know what my brother sees in you. Knock it off, Ella. Fuck, just hold still. Hot pressure burns behind my eyes. I'm sorry, I don't remember that. Max tips my chin up with his finger, but my eyes remain squeezed shut. The doctors were worried about amnesia. When my eyes still don't open, he drags his thumb along my damp cheekbone. Hey, look at me, Ella. It's okay. Goosebumps pimple along my skin at his touch. My body wants me to curl into him, inhale his scent, and kiss him until I can't breathe, but my muddled mind has me slamming on the brakes. I shake my head a little. You're safe with me. His voice sounds pleading. I know, it's a lot. Sniffling, I allow my eyes to slide open, revealing a fresh coat of tears. A month of my life is gone. Half my hair is gone. I don't even know if I can walk. You'll walk. You can't know that. He leans in until our noses touch. Then I'll carry you, if I have to. My lips wobble with grief, fear, and trapped guilt. Max, I found you, you know, he says, curling his palm behind my neck and pulling our foreheads together. I found you, at the bottom of that cliff. Me, Bryn, and Kai. We thought you were dead. I thought I'd never see these eyes again, never get to touch you, hold you. It killed me. My whole body shakes as I cry. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry I wasn't there with you. You couldn't have known. Nobody could have known. Inhaling a hard breath through his nose, Mac's grip loosens on my neck as his head moves side to side. Fuck, Sonny. I can't believe you're here. Am I? I feel half here, half gone. Half the girl I was, and half this scared, empty shell. I must look terrible. Chalky and ghost-like, feeble and bruised. I pull away from Max and roll onto my back, glancing at the bedside table. The potted crayon stares back at me. I thought it would be a carrot by now, I whisper hoarsely. He doesn't respond, and I wonder if he feels rejected, shunned by my pullback. I keep my eyes pinned on the orange crayon and try to ignore the ache in my chest as I murmur, "You brought me my stone." "Yeah," he says. "I thought it might help." It did. I curl my fingers around the little stone, letting it anchor me, letting it soothe my anxious heart like it always has for some strange reason. "Where's McKay?" I inquire. The question falls out stupidly and out of place, so I quickly try to cover it up. "And Bryn? And Kai?" He pauses before answering. "They've been here. They're worried about you." I swallow. "All of them?" "Of course. McKay asks about you every day. If you're awake, if you're making progress. And Bryn has been a mess. Every time I see her, she's crying." My lips purse into a flat line as my eyes shift to the darkened window. I can see a sliver of moon peeking out through the treetops. I should reply, but my lips feel numb, my tongue frozen. McKay isn't worried about me, Max. He's worried about himself. Another silent beat goes by, and then Max asks, "Do you want me to go?" His tone sounds wounded, and heartache grips me like a noose. He's waited a month for me to come back, and I can hardly look at him. I can't look at him without seeing his brother, without feeling the heat of my secret burning into me like a red-hot poker. And this is exactly why I never wanted any of this. I never wanted these feelings because I knew that falling leaves you with broken bones and shattered pieces. I knew that falling leaves you in ruins and sometimes dead. I never wanted to be conquered, overthrown, another victim of love. But I fell anyway. Despite everything I knew, I fell for him. I fell head over heels for Max Manning. And now I have to live with the knowledge that his twin brother tried to kill me. My tongue darts out to catch a tear dangling on my upper lip. I refuse to look at him as I mutter, "I'm a little tired. I should probably rest." Silence permeates the space between us, the kind that chafes and scratches like a mosquito bite that can't be soothed. "All right," he finally says, inching his way off the mattress. "I'll let you sleep." The bed shifts and his body heat dissolves, leaving me colder than ever. It takes all my effort not to look at him, not to pull him back to the bed and let him hold me until dawn. A zipper whirs and rustling ensues, but my eyes stay locked on the window. A solid minute ticks by before I feel something placed beside me on the bed. "I brought this for you," Max tells me, before his footfalls retract from the hospital cot. "I'll come see you tomorrow, if you want me to." "Bye," I say quickly, snapping my mouth shut before a sob cuts loose. I hear him sigh, a sigh of pure anguish, just like the groan he made when he first walked into the room and saw me. My stomach swirls with nausea as I listen to him walk away. The curtain draws back with a swish and a metallic clink, and then he's gone. I look to my right and discover what he left behind for me. It's a copy of The House at Pooh Corner. Max brought me one of my favorite books. Tears slide down my sallow cheeks as I open the book and flip through the pages, knowing a message is waiting for me, knowing there's something he wants me to see. I flip and skim and search until my eyes land on a string of words about rivers and streams, highlighted in orange. I read them. I read them over and over again before I cry myself to sleep. There is no hurry. We shall get there someday. Chapter 30, Max. After signing in to the rehabilitation center and sticking the name badge to the front of my shirt, I make my way down the winding hallway. Ella is in the open therapy area today. The receptionist guides me to the observation seats, or I can watch her finish up her session before visiting with her when she's done. 2 months have flown by in a blur of tedious schoolwork, house renovations to keep my mind busy, and visiting Ella while she finishes up physical therapy in preparation for returning home. She's getting stronger every day. Stronger, brighter, braver. And yet, it still feels like she's slipping away from me. McKay insisted on driving me over, just like he always does. He never wants to see Ella. Says it hits too close to home with Dad's rehabilitation after the job accident that rendered him temporarily paralyzed. I get it, and I appreciate that he wants to be here for support, even though he waits in the lobby. As I take a seat in one of the stiff burgundy chairs, I spot Ella on a padded therapy table, a therapist by her side, guiding her through delicate leg movements to mobilize her hip joint and strengthen her weakened muscles. Ella grimaces slightly with each stretch, a testament to the effort each motion requires. But with every repetition, there's a sense of triumph, another step closer to a full recovery. Sweat slicks her brow line as her arms quiver through pulls and stretches. Her cheeks are flushed, filling with deep breaths before she blows them back out. Ella's therapist, a tall woman with silver hair, talks her through the movements, offering words of encouragement and technical instructions. She occasionally adjusts Ella's posture or applies resistance to specific maneuvers. In another section, a parallel bar is set up, the next stage for Ella to practice standing and walking with support. I watch her for the next 20 minutes before she's led out of the therapy room with the assistance of her walker. When she spots me waiting, she pauses, her knuckles bleaching white as she squeezes the padded grips. I stand from the chair, a bouquet of orange roses tucked inside my hand. Ella glances at them, lingering on the brightly colored blooms. Then her gaze pans up to my face. "Hey," she greets, her voice stronger despite the notable crack. She looks at me differently. It's like she remembers me, but she doesn't remember me the same. "Hey," I reply. Hope laces the word, then dies out when she pulls her eyes away. "Come on," she murmurs. "We can go to the visitation room." I follow alongside her as we make our way to a consultation space with pale blue walls and soft ambient lighting. Spring sunlight pours in from multiple windows, causing her shorter hair to glitter its usual shades of red and brown. It's been newly cut into a reverse bob, cropped in the back due to her surgery and longer in the front. She fiddles with the longer pieces as she takes a seat in one of the cushy chairs. I pull another chair over to her and hand her the roses. "You look good." Ella doesn't maintain eye contact as she holds the flowers in her lap and tinkers with one of the petals. I still look like death, but thanks. Her eyes flutter closed through a long exhale. "You don't need to keep bringing me flowers, Max." "I know, but I want to." "You don't need to visit me every day either. I'm sure you're busy." "I'm never too busy for you, Sonny." She swallows hard. "They said I'm almost ready to go home." Home. There was a time when I imagined that I was becoming her home. Somehow, I don't think that's the case anymore. That's great news. Yeah, the chit-chat eats at me. My skin itches from head to toe, and all I want to do is fall to my knees in front of her, bury my face in her lap, and feel her fingers sink into my hair like they used to. I want to breathe in her scent, oranges and sunshine. I want to gather her in my arms and carry her home, to a home that includes me. Leaning forward on my elbows, I scrub my hands over my face and leave them there as I try not to have an emotional breakdown across from her. "Ella, talk to me." "I am talking to you," she whispers. "This isn't talking. This isn't us. Something broke between us and I don't know how to fix it." I lift my chin and steeple my fingers. Did I do something wrong? Her eyes are wide and wild as she shakes her head. "No, you didn't do anything wrong. I'm just not myself. I'm trying to reacclimate, and that takes time." The words don't ring true. I see the way you are with your mother, with Bryn and Kai. It's like nothing changed with them, but with me, emotion catches in my throat. It feels like everything changed. That's not true. Are your memories misfiring somehow? Are there gaps, missing pieces? I've been racking my brain, trying to figure out why there's this wall between us. If you need a reminder, I can do that. Max. She shakes her head, flattening her lips. I'll tell you about the way we played poo sticks on the bridge and how I taught you how to skip stones across the lake. You couldn't skip them, but my heart nearly exploded just watching you try, watching you laugh and smile like nothing else mattered. Only that moment mattered. That moment with me. I paused to catch my breath. I'll tell you about the concert and how you laughed through your tears on the ride over, looking so goddamn free, so perfectly at peace as our hands locked together and music sang through the speaker. And how I held you against my chest as the band played, my arms around you, my lips grazing your ear. I wanted to kiss you so fucking badly, it physically hurt. And I'll tell you about that night on the bridge when I did kiss you. Time stopped, Ella. The world stopped. Everything stopped, I confess. And damn it, sometimes I wish it really did. I wish it stopped right then and there, freezing the moment, so I could hold on to you forever, just as you were, just as we were. I don't even realize tears are sliding down my cheeks until they pool at the corner of my lips. I lick them away, heaving in a shuddering breath as I choke on the final words. We were happy. Ella stares at me with glassy eyes, the bouquet of roses shaking in her lap. Her lips part with quick, uneven breaths as tears pool, her cheeks glowing light pink. My heart drags over broken glass when she doesn't respond. She doesn't say anything and just gapes at me like I spouted off the Declaration of Independence in French. Fuck, I curse under my breath, swiping both hands over my face, erasing the evidence of my pain. Sorry, I'll go. Max. I stand from the chair and pivot to leave. Max, don't go, she cries out. I do remember. I remember everything. I pause, facing away from her. I rub the back of my neck and dip my chin, unsure what to do. 2 months have whirled by in this painful purgatory, and I have no idea how to fix it. Swallowing, I slowly spin to face her. If you need space time, I begin, watching her lips quiver with emotion. I can do that. I'll wait. But if it's over, just tell me. Say it. Make it quick. Tears trickle down her cheeks as she clutches the bouquet to her chest. Then she lifts a hand to me, beckoning me forward. Biting down on my lip, I release a strange sigh as my legs carry me toward her. I sink down in the chair across from her and pull it forward until we're inches apart. Our knees kiss. My hands reach out to take hers, and I bring them to my lips, peppering kisses along her dry knuckles. Ella pulls free and wraps her arms around my neck, tugging me close. I practically moan at the contact. At the feel of her face burrowing in the crook of my neck, I hold her. I hug her. I squeeze her tight, feeling her slight frame mold against me. Warm and alive, small but strong. She never does answer me. She doesn't tell me if it's over or if she just needs space. But I don't press the matter. I don't beg for more than what she's giving me. I just hold her, and I pretend we're on the bridge again, dancing and kissing underneath the stars, forever caught in that moment of stopped time. McKay stands from his seat the moment he spots me rounding the corner. Hey, he mutters, tousling his shaggy hair, looking just as fidgety as me. I don't say anything as I zip past him and barrel through the double doors into the warm sunshine. His footsteps catch up to me. He calls my name as I dig through my pockets for a pack of cigarettes. I went months without smoking. I always knew it was a bad habit, but it lessened my burdens and eased my stress. Then Ella came along, and she became my reprieve. Instead of reaching for a cigarette, I reached for her. But nothing good ever seems to last. Max, he says again, latching on to my elbow to halt my quickening gait through the parking lot. How is she? What did she say? You can go ask her yourself, I reply, my answer muffled around the paper and nicotine. Smoke fills my lungs with sweet relief, and I blow it back out through my nostrils. You'll probably make more progress than me at this point. Let me know how it goes. I try to keep walking, but he pulls me back. She didn't say anything? I sigh, finally turning to look at him. My brother looks pale, the sun brightening the sheen of sweat casing his brow. Not really. She hardly says anything to me. He releases a slow exhale, his shoulder slackening. That's so weird, he says. Do you think she has amnesia? Lost memories? McKay stares off over my shoulder, shuffling on both feet. According to the doctors, she remembers everything, which is why none of this makes any sense. Nodding slowly, he rubs a hand across his jaw. Fuck, man. That's gotta suck. I can't imagine having to live with those memories. He swallows, ducks his head. Falling off a cliff like that? Waiting for someone to find you? Not knowing if you were going to make it or not. My heart aches, my stomach coiling with fresh knots. I can't think about that. The images haunt me enough in my dreams. Let's go, I mumble, tucking my misery away. I take a few more hard drags off my cigarette before stomping it beneath my shoe. We should check on Dad, then try to figure out that electrical issue with the wiring. McKay has been surprisingly helpful over the last couple of months with the home improvements and helping me take Dad to a slew of doctor appointments as we try to get to the bottom of his strange behavior. His initial hospital visit was put off by a few weeks due to Ella's fall, but then, after a trip to the emergency room that came on the heels of another bizarre night terror, one that earned McKay a bruising slug to the jaw, the tests came back inconclusive. We were referred to a specialist and still have another appointment on the horizon. We don't have answers, but they've ruled out a lot. Vitamin deficiencies, thyroid problems, a brain tumor, various neurological conditions. The relief I feel when nothing serious is revealed always shrivels up and dies the moment Dad has another episode. Last night, he was convinced Rick was outside, lurking in the bushes. He made us turn off all the lights and lock the doors as he hid underneath the kitchen table, armed with a baseball bat. The stress is eating me alive. Ella, Dad, knowing high school will be over soon and I have no fucking clue what I'm doing with my life. No college aspirations, no grand plans, and no Ella to guide me through the terrifying unknowns. I've never felt more beaten down and defeated. McKay follows me to the truck as we hop inside and I rev the engine. It'll be okay, he says to me, leaning back in the seat and staring out the window, his expression tight. His knees bounce up and down as he repeats, "It'll be okay." I don't reply as I reverse out of the parking space and speed off into the deceptive sunlight. In another life, I might believe him. Chapter 31. Ella. Home sweet home. My bedroom looks the same, not a thing out of place. Bookbinding items lay strewn across my desk, and my bedsheets are rumpled from the last time I slept in them. Even my lava lamp burns bright, splashing a magenta glow across my cantaloupe walls. I lean into the walker, my fingers curling around the grips. "I'll give you some privacy," Mom says from behind me, her hand extending to squeeze my shoulder. "Take your time and relax. I'm going to make us a hot meal." I stare blankly at a horse poster taped to my wall and imagine myself riding under a Michigan sky. I'm not hungry. You should eat. You'll need your strength while you heal. I'm healing fine, moving around, getting stronger every day. True enough, my muscle atrophy has dwindled thanks to weeks of physical therapy. I even took a few steps without the walker this morning. I'll eat when I'm hungry. Ella, what was it you were going to tell me at the hospital that first day when I woke up? My teeth clench as I keep my gaze pinned across the room. I hear my mother's sharp intake of breath behind me before it ghosts along the back of my neck. "You haven't brought it up again. Sounded important." A few quiet beats tick by. "Your grandmother is in hospice care. I didn't want to worry you." "You already told me she was sick." "Yes, but it's worse than I led you to believe. She doesn't have a lot of time left." My heart twists. Grandma Shirley and I have never been all that close, but she's my family. And aside from me, she's all my mother has left. I'm sorry. I wish I could visit her. "I know, sweetheart," Mom says. "I'm going to make us some dinner." "But that's not it," I interrupt. She pauses, sucking in that breath again. "What?" My chest thrums with a tug of intuition. Mom is keeping something from me. I know it. She's upset about Grandma Shirley, sure, but that's not what she was going to tell me at the hospital that night. I turn around slowly, holding on to my walker for support. My mother stands there, one hand pressed to her collarbone as her eyes shimmer with unspoken words. "Tell me," I urge her. Her eyes dip to the carpet. "Mom, please." "Fine," she relents, her throat bobbing through a swallow. "It's about Kai's father, Ricardo." I blink. It takes a moment for the words to process because I wasn't expecting them. "What about him?" "Well, we became closer over the past few months while you were in the hospital. We started dating," she confesses. "I didn't want to shake you up. I know it's strange. I haven't dated anyone since your father left, and that was over a decade ago. So I hope you don't think any less of Mom." I cut her off. "I think it's awesome. Why would you be afraid to tell me that?" Her lips thin as her head swings back and forth, and her shoulders lift with a shrug. "I don't really know. I'm sorry. I thought you'd be rattled and take it the wrong way." Frowning, I shake my head back at her. "No way. I'm happy for you. Of course I am." "Really? Really?" My eyes narrow as I simmer in the bombshell. "Bryn didn't tell me. I asked her not to. I thought it would be too much for you to process. You were so fragile, Ella. I wanted to be careful." "Well, it's fine. It's more than fine," I say, feeling a prickle of joy for the first time in a while. Mom has been lonely. She deserves to settle down and enjoy romance again. "I'm happy for you." Her smile tightens as she bobs her head quickly. "Thank you. I'll go whip up a casserole. You should eat something." I go to protest, but she's already marching down the hallway toward the kitchen. Sighing, I close the door behind her and drink in the quiet. I stand in the center of the room, taking it all in, my eyes panning around the small space and its piles of organized clutter. As my gaze catches with sullen green in the mirror across the way, I pause to look at my reflection. Truly look at her. She's an accurate representation of my insides, I decide. Sickly and sapped, anemic. My pale skin is almost translucent, with gray circles underlining my eyes. Once shiny hair hangs in drab and stringy sections as it frames my face, thanks to the cheap toiletries provided by the hospital and rehabilitation center. Mom brought over my favorite conditioner, but it never left my backpack. Healthy hair didn't seem important at the time, when every other part of me was running on empty. An ailing soul and bedridden heart. The doctor told me that depression and mood swings were likely. A therapist came in to talk to me a few times, but what could I say? Last December, I was on the precipice of falling in love with a boy, and that boy shares an eerily similar face with the person who attacked me and left me for dead. No, there is no healing there. There is only a gaping wound bleeding with irony. While Bryn has been a notable source of warmth and solace, I've noticed that, somewhere along the way, I stopped adding the exclamation point to the end of her name. I slowly make my way over to bed and wrench a quilt from the mattress, carrying it to my mirror and draping it over the glass. I don't want to see the physical evidence of my decline. There is no healing there either. Before I shuffle back to bed, I falter near the window. I glance outside at the dusky sky that's painted with the final remnants of a setting sun. Blood orange and dark pink. The colors spill over the roof of the Manning residence, making it look like it's aflame with otherworldly fire. It's haunting and beautiful at the same time. I savor the view for a few minutes before I tug the window up a crack, grateful it isn't sticking, and crawl into bed. Mom knocks on my door an hour later, telling me dinner is ready, but I ignore her and feign sleep. Her footsteps retreat and everything is quiet again. Dusk transitions to nightfall, but sleep never comes. The hours tick by in slow motion as I toss and turn, kicking off my bed sheets, then drawing them back up. I roll onto my back, my side, trying to get comfortable, but comfort can't find me. I wonder all night if hell climbed through my window. He never does. Day 2 brings another round of detectives to my doorstep. They'd filtered in and out of the hospital with notepads and stoic faces in the days following my revival from the coma, asking questions and interrogating me about the fall. Names were thrown around. I denied everything. With no evidence aside from the mysterious bruise on my cheek, their hands are tied. They saunter out of my house 30 minutes later, no closer to the truth. I make my way out to the front porch, my walker leading the way, and watch the patrol cars zoom out of the gravel driveway. As tires shoot up a cloud of rocks and grit, I squint into the sunlight. A lawnmower throttles from across the street as the dust settles. Max stands in the center of his lawn, yanking the rope start multiple times to no avail. Sunshine washes down on him from above, making his skin glisten against a dark navy tank. His biceps bulge with every rough tug on the rope start. He gives up after 5 tries, blowing out a breath and taking a step back from the mower. I watch as sweat trickles down the side of his neck and dampens the roots of his hair. He stalks toward me a moment later. I straighten on the porch, my grip on the walker tightening, but less for physical support. I watch Max cross the street that separates our properties, his eyes on the ground. "Hi," I call out when he marches through the spring green lawn. I can't believe it's already spring. It still feels like winter, in more ways than one. "Hey." He stops in front of me, still nearly a foot taller than me despite my elevation on the porch step. "How are you?" "Doing better. I feel a lot stronger." I lift my arm and flex my bicep, infusing lightness into my tone. "But you definitely win at arm wrestling right now." Finally, his chin rises and our eyes catch, causing electricity to crackle. Eye contact alone has neon heat fizzing between us. "That's great, Ella." I bite my lip and drop my arm. "Lawnmower complications?" "Apparently," he says, hands sliding into the pockets of his running shorts. "What did the cops say?" I shrug, feigning nonchalance. "They're still investigating my fall. I'm not sure why. Some guys at school have been under the microscope. Word got out that you were tossed in the lake last year." Max's eyes thin, reading me for a reaction. "You'd tell me if someone hurt you, right?" Of course. Of course I'd tell you if some bully pushed me off a cliff. Unfortunately for both of us, the truth is far more devastating. Forcing a flat smile, I glance over his shoulder. "What's McKay up to these days? I haven't seen him around." My tone is remarkably even. I don't even blink. He's been staying with one of his basketball buddies for the last few days. Said he needed to hunker down on a project they're working on for biology. Convenient. Gotcha. He sends his regards. My chest strains as I hold in the laugh of contempt. My eyes burn, a prickle of angry hot tears threatening. "That's nice of him." "Yeah," he nods. "I wanted to give you space while you settled in," he continues, ruffling his slick hair. "I didn't want to smother you." "You don't smother me, Max. You—" My words trail off. I want to say that he grounds me, heals me, makes me feel like surviving that fall wasn't just a lucky blip. But I can't, because those feelings are at war with the paralyzing image of his twin brother's face. Every time I look at Max, I see the haunting resemblance, and it taints the warmth he once provided. My silence hangs there, heavy, pregnant with the unspoken truth. The conflict in me rages on, torn between the solace he offers and the echoes of the past. "You mean a lot to me," I mutter, looking away. "I appreciate you visiting me every day, and for giving me all those flowers. I notice his hands are void of orange roses today." I understand. He can only afford so many flowers. He can only afford so many heartbreaks when those flowers wither away on my bedside table and we're no closer to what we were. "Ella," he murmurs, stepping closer until the toes of his shoes are flush with the wooden porch step. One hand reaches out to cover mine as it curls tightly around the walker. "If I did something wrong, if I upset you somehow, you'd let me know?" I watch his throat bob with turmoil as I unclench my fist. I twine my fingers with his, my balance teetering from his touch. Our hands lock together. A perfect fit. "You haven't done anything wrong," I whisper. "Not a single thing. Not ever." Pain skates across his face, burrowing in every crease. His grip tightens on my hand as he nods, blinks, and lets go. "Text me anytime, Sonny. I'll be here." He doesn't wait for me to respond before spinning around and walking away. I stare at his retreating back and then watch as he fights with the lawnmower again. He yanks, jerks, snaps at the rope start. Once, twice, 12 times, pulling harder with each attempt. He curses and growls as sweat pours down his face. Then it starts. A guttural purr slams into my ears. Max glances over at me as the tension drains from him, and he pushes it forward along the grass. A tear slips out, and I head back inside. By nightfall, I'm restless and antsy, the anxiety I've been harboring spilling into my dream world as I doze in and out of sleep. I dream about Phoenix, my childhood horse, my beloved, long-lost friend. We're riding through pastures of gold and green, the sun beating down on us as we gallop for miles. The air is warm, the clouds are marshmallow white, everything is perfect as birds sing and a balmy bambi has taking flight. And then McKay appears out of nowhere, blocking our path. It all happened so fast. With a flick of his wrist, he slashes my horse's throat with a knife, grinning evilly as blood splatters across his face. He kills Phoenix right in front of me. I scream, tipping over as the stallion bleeds out with a terrified neigh and topples sideways. McKay's voice haunts me as I rocket toward the ground. "Stop running, Ella." I shoot up in bed, drenched in cold sweat. My heart is in my throat. My pulse jackknifes. "Text me anytime. I'll be here, Sonny." My face crumples in a mess of tears as I scramble for my cell phone, nearly knocking it off my nightstand. I don't think as I pull up his name and type out a quick, frantic text message. "Me. Come over, please." There's no way he's awake. It's after 2 a.m. I drag my fingers through my hair and slump forward, trying to steady my breathing. And, to my surprise, my phone dings a few seconds later. "Max, 2 minutes." I left my window open again, which isn't smart. McKay still lives across the street from me, despite the fact I haven't laid eyes on him since I've been back. I'm making it so easy for him to slip inside my bedroom and take care of his unfinished business, to bury his secret for good. All I have is a baseball bat hiding underneath the bed, even though it won't do much if I'm ambushed in my sleep. But it's not McKay who widens the window 2 minutes later. It's Max. He's wearing gray sweatpants and a fitted white tee as one leg slides into the room, followed by the other. My back is to the bed frame, my knees drawn to my chest. I'm still shaky and out of sorts, the dream fresh in my mind. "Max," I say, voice torn. He stands there for a few beats, staring at me through the wall of darkness, his arms hanging at his sides. His fingers clench and splay, like he doesn't know if he should reach for me or not. I make it easy for him. I lift my hand and hold it out, a silent plea for comfort. Max crawls in my bed, those strong, safe arms wrapping around me and pulling me close. Relief, reprieve, completion. A ragged sigh spills out of both of us when I bury my face against his chest and breathe him in. Clean, earthy familiarity. A trace of smoke, woods and pine. Max nuzzles his nose in my hair, his hand curling behind my head, gentle against my incision scar, a purplish zigzag across the back of my skull. A few inches of new hair growth sprout around it that he lightly skims with his fingers. He goes to speak, but I don't want to talk. There's nothing to say. I lean up and find his mouth instead, severing his words. Max goes still, freezing against me as our lips fuse together. I'm not hesitant or soft. My tongue thrusts into his open mouth, and his breath hitches at the contact, startled, uncertain. Pulling back on a sharp exhale, he cradles my face between his hands and frowns. "Ella." No talking, no words. My eyes are wild as they skim over his beautiful, staggered face. I kiss him again. I lift my leg and curl it around his waist, yanking him fully against me as my tongue plunders his mouth, and we both groan. His tongue slides against mine, hesitation dissolving, the kiss turning feral and all-consuming. His hands glide to my neck, thumbs pressed to my jaw, as he tugs it down and opens me wider. Our tongues become a desperate tangle, a hungry, wet dance. Moans bleed together as our faces slant, searching for more places we can reach and taste. It's been too long. Months without his kisses have left we starved. I reach down and tug my shorts off my hips, my underwear following. Without breaking the kiss, I snatch one of his hands and drag it lower until his palm is pressed between my thighs. His tongue stops moving as he shudders on a groan, paralyzed. I'm soaking wet. His fingers disappear inside me, plunging deep and fast, the sound of my need a slippery echo in the quiet room. But it's not enough. I need more. Condom, I whisper breathlessly, pulling away from his thoroughly kissed lips. Max drags his fingers out of me, rubbing me until I jerk forward. I didn't bring any, he says. My eyes close and my mouth hangs open on a silent moan as I thrust against his hand. Doesn't matter. I just need you. So reckless. So heedlessly reckless. Ella, his fingers keep moving, working me into a frenzy as his forehead dips to mine. Are you sure? My body is sure. It's so damn sure. But my falter hangs heavily between us, and his fingers stop moving. Ella, he repeats, going still, cupping me gently down below. I need you to be sure. Don't stop, I mutter, my hands sinking in his hair. Look at me. My eyes remain closed. I can't seem to open them. His hand disappears from between my legs, and I hear him sigh as he pulls back. Blindly, I reach for him, tugging him back to me and burying my face against his collar. You won't hurt me. That's not the only thing I'm worried about, he replies, pressing a kiss to my temple. Tears bloom behind my closed eyelids as I hold on to him as tightly as my weakened muscles will allow. Please, I whisper, I need you. His heart pounds against mine. His hands snake around me, cupping my bare bottom, then trailing underneath the hem of my tank top. Warm, steady breaths beat against my hair. Fuck. And then he's sliding down my body, gently moving me onto my back as he settles between my legs and parts my knees. Heartbeats leap up my throat. My hands grip handfuls of his hair as he slings his arms underneath my thighs to hold me steady before he lowers his head. I cry out when his tongue thrusts inside me. Oh God, Max. My whole body trembles, my back arching off the mattress on instinct. Any pain or resistance I might feel peters out, overridden by his mouth devouring me. His fingertips gouge my thighs. My hands fist his hair with a violent squeeze. If I'm hurting him, he doesn't notice, doesn't care. I'm already close, achy, needy, full of pent-up feelings. My thighs clamp the sides of his face, tremors rippling through me, overtaking me one tongue flick at a time. His mouth latches onto me, and he sucks hard as two fingers slide inside me. He pumps in and out, over and over. Rhythm. The perfect rhythm, a recipe for detonation. His mouth was made for me. It knows what I need. He knows what I crave, and he's relentless in bringing me over the edge. It's heartbreaking how this boy is everything I could ever want and more, and yet I can hardly look at him. I glance down, my shorts and underwear dangling off one ankle. I wrap my legs around his upper back and burrow my nails in his scalp, hanging on for dear life. Hanging on to the moment, the feeling, the stopped measure of time, when nothing else matters. Everything falls away but him. It's just us, only Max and me. I buck up against his face as tingles bloom and climb. A raspy cry tears through me. He quickly lifts his hand to cover my mouth, to silence my scream that could wake the dead, and I bite down when two fingers slip inside my mouth. The orgasm slams into me, a lightning bolt shooting across a black sky. I want to wail, shriek, sob, and laugh. The feeling is electrifying, freeing, soul-shattering. I'm flying. I'm falling. Tree branches tear at my skin. Cold wind snaps into my lungs. Fireworks burst from above as McKay stares down at me, watching, waiting, begging for me to die. The bliss ebbs and terror sneaks in. I deflate on the mattress, becoming a sagging, wretched heap of defeat. Max doesn't notice at first as he slowly works his way up my body, pausing to graze his fingertips along the scar on my lower abdomen, left behind from my pelvis fracture surgery. It's long, curved, and pink as it dips toward my bikini line. Bending, he presses a soft kiss to the marred skin, only pausing when he feels me shaking. His lips fall away from me as he lifts his head and stares up at the expanse of my shivering body, while my silent sobs mangle the intimate moment. The pleasure is gone, replaced by grief-soaked memories. "Sunny girl," he murmurs on a tortured breath, army crawling the rest of the way up until we're face to face. "Ella, God, please don't cry. You're safe. I'm here." I wrap my arms around his neck and haul him to me, shoving his face to the curve of my neck and twining my legs around his waist. Minutes tick by in silence, and my tears dry out, my pain retreating into its dark, bleak hole, having sapped me of strength like a parasite draining its host. The moment is over. Time presses on, and a single word hovers on the tip of my tongue. Stay. I want to say it, scream it, brand it on his heart. Stay, stay, stay. But all I muster is the gravest lie. Go. Max freezes on top of me, a breath catching in his throat. It whispers like a ghostly chill along my neck when he lets it back out. He pulls up, stares down at me. My lip wobbles as I tell him, "You should go." I can see a baffled frown twist, illuminated by the soft moonlight seeping into the room. He swallows. "You don't want me to stay? Mom will be checking on me. It's not smart. Ella, I don't care." "Thank you," I blurt out. The words sound awful and grating, selfish, like he provided me with a service and now I'm sending him on his way. "I'm sorry. I think I should try to sleep now. I'll text you tomorrow." Head falling, chin lowering to his chest, he blows out another hard breath, stewing in my dismissal. Then he nods and pulls away from me. "Yeah," he mutters. "Sure." Nothing else is said as he moves off the mattress and pads across the floor to my window. He hesitates briefly, just for a second, swiping a hand through his hair before he climbs out the window and fades into the darkness. The routine continues on for the next 2 nights. Max slips into my bedroom through the open window after midnight and takes me apart with his tongue and his fingers. Then I vibrate with tears in the breadth of his arms as he strokes my hair, shushes my demons, and tells me it will be okay. I let him hold me for a few minutes, savoring his touch, his warmth, his love, reveling in the few precious seconds I allow us. But the seconds pass, and I send him away under the guise that my mother will discover him in my bed come sunrise. He knows that's not the reason. He doesn't know what the real reason is, but he knows it's not that. Max can't stay because I'm afraid of the words that will tumble from my lips. I'm terrified of the truth that will escape my mouth when I fall into grisly nightmares. I fear that when I startle awake in the night, I'll think he's someone else, and I'll be scared of him. I never want to be scared of him, so I don't let him stay. I make him leave. I push him away, even though it breaks us both, and I count down the painful minutes until he returns. Chapter 32, Ella. On my 5th day home from the rehabilitation center, I'm reclining on my bed, immersing myself in the final chapters of the book, Monster. Despite being well aware that the assignments are overdue and that I'll be pursuing my GED once I've fully recovered, I felt compelled to finish it. I've never stopped reading a book before, even when I didn't enjoy it. Nothing feels worse than an incomplete story, the characters dangling in limbo, the plot points collapsing into unknowns. The notion has always brought me anxiety, so I trudge through pages and pages until I reach the end, no matter what. Luckily, this book is great, no regrets. My mother approaches and lingers in the doorway as I lie curled up under an old quilt Grandma Shirley stitched for me years ago. It's my way of feeling closer to her since I'm unable to visit. It was buried in a box in my closet, but after a quick wash, it now feels as good as new. I idly wish I could apply the same simple steps to my own well-being. "Ella, honey," Mom says, her hand curled around the edge of the door. "Can you meet me in the living room?" I toss the book beside me on the bed, next to my notebook of unfinished words. I've been working on a letter to Jonah, but my thoughts are jumbled and nothing feels right. Nothing feels good enough to send him. After starting over dozens of times, all I'm left with are wads of crumpled lined paper strewn across the bedsheets and my own disappointment. When I glance up, my eyes fixate on my mother. She looks blanched, her complexion paler than mine. "What's wrong?" I ask. "Nothing." Her voice shrinks on the word. Unlike me, she's a terrible liar. She sweeps her hair back, her fingers quivering. "You're feeling better, yes?" "Yes. I was moving around without the walker this morning." Her sigh sounds like relief, which is a valid response, yet it hollows out my chest. Suspicion blossoms between my ribs. Is this about Kai's father? Are you going to officially introduce him to me as your new boyfriend? Because it's not a big deal. I already told you that. Darting her eyes away and fidgeting with her hair, Mom clears her throat, neither confirming nor denying. "I'll meet you in the living room in a minute," she says. Then she dashes from the threshold so fast, I swear she leaves a cloud of smoke behind. I rub the heel of my palm to my chest. My cell phone sits on my nightstand beside the potted crayon and the white stone. I reach for the phone before climbing out of bed, desperately needing a shower but needing to know what my mother is up to more. Dangling my legs over the side, I smile at the string of messages and GIF wars with Bryn that have brightened my spirits over the last few days, then pull up my recent text to Max. "Me? I miss your lists." My smile buckles. I sent it at 4 a.m., hours after he left me sated and spent, his tongue working me as long as he could. He brought me to the edge multiple times, then tore me away, reveling in my squirms and protests, knowing he needed to savor the small amount of time I offered. When I broke hard. After, I wrapped my hand around him as he kneeled over me, caging me in, and exploding onto my stomach, his fist in my hair, the other gripping the bed frame as he came apart with a tapered groan. I let him hold me through the tears, and then he left. My heart wilts when I discover that he hasn't responded to my text. It shows read a minute after I sent it. I can't blame him for it, just like I can't blame my poor heart for caving in on itself at the radio silence that I set in motion. I plop the phone back down and rise slowly from the mattress. It takes a minute for me to gather my bearings, my balance, and then I move forward on weakened legs. They don't feel like jelly anymore, at least. More like overcooked spaghetti. I refuse to reach for my walker as I pad across the carpet toward my bedroom door. Mom's voice carries down the hall from the living room, inciting a new wave of curiosity. I'm confident I'll see Ricardo and Kai sitting in my living room, their nerves high, as they inform me of the new relationship status. A sigh leaves me as I press forward. I'm careful down the short hallway, my hand grazing along the cream-painted wall to keep me steady and upright. I'm smiling again when I reach the end, alight with accomplishment. So far, that was the farthest walk I've taken unassisted. Mom stands from the love seat across from me, her eyes flaring wide, hands wringing together at her abdomen as she blinks repetitively. "Ella, I walked the whole way," I tell her. "I did it." Tears sluice her eyes. She's happy for me. But before I can say anything else, a shadow steals my attention, pulling me from the proud moment. My brows draw together, and my gaze holds tight with my mother's as she swallows hard and her tears fall freely down chalky cheeks. A feeling sinks into me, a jab of awareness, an elbow to my gut. I turn around slowly when a flash of copper hair catches in my peripheral vision. And I freeze. A cloud of disbelief swirls around me as my eyes meet with familiar dark green. I gasp, choke, teeter, sway, and shake. He stares at me from the edge of the kitchen, heavy emotion glowing in his gaze. His voice hitches as he says with a smile I haven't seen since I was 15 years old. "Hey, Piglet." The last thing I hear is my own wailing cry, then my mother's arms are around me, catching me as I go down. Chapter 33, Ella. Jonah sits beside me on the couch. Mom holds a tissue over her mouth and nose, seated on my opposite side, stroking my hair back as my body shivers violently. "I told you to wait in the kitchen," Mom scolds, her voice a distorted garble. "I wanted to ease her into it. She's still fragile, Jonah." "I've waited years. I couldn't wait any longer. This is a trick. This isn't real. I'm still in a coma. Holy shit, I'm still in a coma." I pinch my skin, pull up my hair, stomp my feet. Wake up, Ella, wake up. The scenery doesn't change. I tilt my head left and Jonah is still next to me, his arm draped over the back of the couch, his expression creased with affection and concern as he rubs my back and tells me it's okay. No, I croak out. No, no, you're not real. I'm not real. Jonah takes me by the shoulders, holding me still while I mentally and physically unravel. Finding my eyes, he forces me to look at him. Take a deep breath. Breathe, Ella. I'm real. I'm right here. I missed you so fucking much. My face crumples. No. Mom squeezes my forearm, sniffling on the other side of me. Honey, I'm so sorry I didn't tell you sooner, she chokes out. I didn't want to get your hopes up if it didn't work out. You'd come such a long way. And then the accident happened, and I was terrified. It's so much to process, and you were barely hanging on. I thought I was getting my baby boy back, only to lose my little girl. It felt like the universe was forcing me to trade. Her words bleed into fog. How long? A pause. January, Mom whispers. January. It's now April. It's April, and my brother has been out of prison, off death row, for 3 months, and I am just now finding out. I feel like I might puke. From astoundment, from despair, from heart-sinking disbelief. He's been staying with a friend in Charlotte, she continues, voice brittle. I thought it was for the best, until you were fully healed. We didn't know what the long-term effects of your brain injury would be, or how you would process such a massive shock. I wanted to, how? The world falls out as a demand, not a question. I'm staring at Jonah in a daze. I've dreamt of him so many times, in so many different ways. Brutal and terrifying, sweet and tender, fear mulled with memories, pain sweetened by warm nostalgia. But never like this. Never real, in the flesh, close enough to touch. At 22, he looks older, weathered by time, by barren cell walls, and by God knows what else. A scar ropes along his right cheekbone, and dark shadows gray the space beneath his eyes. I stand. I find some source of strength and jolt upright on wobbly, stringy legs, my mother's hand shooting out to hold me steady. How? I repeat, emotion climbing, brewing, swelling to a peak. Tell me how. Tell me how this is real. I can't believe it. I don't. I refuse. This can't possibly be happening. Tears fall rapidly, violently. Jonah's jaw flickers as he stares up at me. A big hand lifts to sweep through thick, coppery hair, light brown with reddish tints, full on top, shaved to the skin on the sides and in the back. His nails are rimmed with dirt, and another scar drags across his knuckles, a puckering of pale, raised flesh. It's a long story, he says. I'm sure it is. Tell me everything, right now. I can't stop crying. My voice sounds 10 octaves above normal, squeaking with desperation. I was there, in that courtroom, when they sentenced you to death, I screech. Death, Jonah. People don't just walk off death row. Sometimes they do, he murmurs. Did you escape? I tug my hair back with both hands, grateful my mother is still holding on to me. I'm mentally free-falling and can hardly stay standing. Oh my God, you broke out. What? No. Jesus, Ella. Then tell me how it's possible. I can't even begin to comprehend this, I cry, shaking my head, my fingernails burrowing in my scalp. Mom answers first. I was working on overturning his sentence for a long time, Ella, she tells me. This didn't happen overnight. I've been at it from the moment they read off that verdict. All those late nights at the computer, on the phone, that was me, fighting for your brother's freedom. You didn't tell me, I breathe out. Heartbreak shimmers in her eyes. I couldn't, baby girl. I saw the toll it took on you, both emotionally and mentally. You were angry, confused, lost. I chose to keep this hidden from you because I didn't want you to bear the weight of new disappointment if it didn't work out. It was my way of shielding you from the unpredictable roller coaster that comes with fighting for justice. I lower myself to the living room floor, collapsing and shaking. But people aren't just sentenced to death row, I grit out. The The evidence. I even thought you were guilty. I did. I slam a palm to my chest as my gaze pans to Jonah, the guilt suffocating me. My lungs are waterlogged with it, shrinking with it. Jonah, you were there at the scene. You were covered in their blood. His face is unreadable, eyes skimming across my face. The DNA evidence was compromised. Mom worked her ass off to prove that, he says. And there was jury tampering. Aaron's fuckhead father had a friend on that jury, put there to skew the verdict. The juror admitted it. He confessed. He swallows, pauses. The whole trial was a farce, a sham, orchestrated to get me convicted. They needed someone to blame, to slap with a guilty verdict, because the entire goddamn world was watching. My throat constricts. But the blood, why were you covered in their blood? He inhales, looking away briefly before meeting my gaze and steepling his fingers. Like I've been telling you all along, I tried to help them, tried to resuscitate them. It wasn't my crime, but I was there after the fact, attempting to save them. I knew it looked incriminating, so I left the scene. I fucked up, yeah, but I didn't deserve a goddamn death sentence for it. The weight of my doubt crushes me. All these years, I had allowed the visuals of that night, the evidence presented, the media frenzy to direct the narrative. I let suspicion cloud love. All of it overshadowed the boy I grew up with, the man I knew, deep down in my soul. Our mother chimes in, dabbing a tissue to her eyes. The lab that was processing the evidence had a contamination incident, she explains. Some of the samples got mixed up, including Jonah's. Your grandmother helped pay for Dr. Jensen's services, the forensic expert I've been in contact with for the past 2 years. He was the one who brought it to light. He discovered that the DNA results from the bloody clothes didn't just have anomalies, they were fundamentally flawed. My heart races, trying to grapple with the enormity of such an oversight. How was this not caught during the trial? Jonah shrugs, his frustration evident. Inefficient cross-checking, maybe. The prosecution built a strong story, and everyone got swept up in it. Erin was my girlfriend, and I was the jealous lover who caught her cheating. No one thought to question the authenticity of the evidence. They trusted the lab results and followed the seeds planted by thirsty prosecutors. But this wasn't just a simple error. Dr. Jensen revealed that the lab had faced similar issues before, but they were brushed under the rug. This time, it cost me years of my life. I'm still shaking my head, still buzzing with incredulity. And then you had a second trial? How did I not hear about it? I didn't go to trial again. With no witness testimony to put me directly at the scene, the verdict was entirely based around that DNA evidence. The rest was circumstantial and hardly enough for a credible case. The odds of a guilty verdict were 50-50. I stare at him for a heavy beat. But you were there, I breathe out. Who else was there? Did you see the real killer? Jonah doesn't blink, doesn't break eye contact. Harrowing seconds pass before he replies. No. And it doesn't matter. There's no concrete physical evidence now, no witnesses to corroborate anything. It's not my job to figure out who really did it. I wasn't there, but I saw him. He came home covered head to toe in blood. They never found the murder weapon, but Mom always kept a gun in the house and still does. The ballistics matched one of them. Still, it was circumstantial. It was a common pistola 9mm firearm, a Glock 19. His bloody clothes were the smoking gun. If the DNA evidence was no longer credible, they had nothing to go on but assumptions. Jonah's lack of an alibi, his relationship with Aaron, and Mom's weapon that she told the packed courtroom was stolen years prior. She just never reported it. Jonah pulls his bottom lip between his teeth. The prosecutor chose not to retry the case due to the publicity and notoriety it gained, he continues. Given the errors in the initial trial, they felt that a new trial could further erode the public's trust, especially if there was a chance they might lose, which there was. Jonah stands from the couch, hovering over me as I sit slumped on the floor, still trembling, still reeling. Piglet, it's over. I'm a free man, he says softly, crouching down in front of me and pushing a piece of hair off my eyes. And I'm so fucking glad you woke up, that you're okay. I thought about you and Mom every damn day. I worried, I stressed, I wrote you letters. I missed you both so much. Tears glimmer in his eyes. Raw pain reflects back at me, filling me with the same sentiment. He sinks down lower until we're face to face. I'm looking directly into the eyes of my brother, the man I thought was lost forever, the man I slapped with my own guilty verdict. Jonah. He's no longer sitting on death row, awaiting a needle to the arm. He's here, and he's free. He came back to me. I break into pieces, throwing myself at him with the remaining fragments of my strength. He holds me tight, pulling me to his chest as we stumble back against the front of the couch. Strong arms wrap around me, and his face drops to the crook of my neck, his tears falling and dampening my blouse. He smells like cedar and cigars and the stale musk of lost time. We break together. Mom slides down from the sofa to join us both. We sit like that for close to an hour, huddled up on the living room floor, sobbing, releasing, healing together. Mom, Jonah, and me, we're a family again. We sit together by the sun-kissed lake, set only a few feet from the road. My walker rests beside me for support after Jonah drove me over, eager to spend alone time together. The afternoon was filled with reminiscing and swapping stories over the years, Jonah's tales more harrowing, and mine a mix of sweet and sour. The sweeter moments took over as we ate chicken casserole at the kitchen table, my brother's favorite meal. We made it together, and I savored every bite. It was the best casserole I've ever had. My orange backpack is settled in my lap as we stare out at the glimmery lake, and I fiddle with the keychains. I can't believe you still have that thing, Jonah says, flicking stones at the water. They skim across the surface, and my memories bleed together. Flashes of Jonah trying to teach me to skip stones when I was just a little girl fuse with images of Max's chest flush against my back, his careful arms instructing me as he whispered in my ear. It's all about the rhythm. I glance at the backpack decorated in black Sharpie, then up at Jonah. It's the most precious thing I own, I tell him. It was the only tangible piece of you I had left. He nods. I wrote to you. Did you get my letters? Guilt nibbles at my insides, leaving tiny holes. Yes, I croak out. I read them thousands of times. You never wrote me back. His features crease with disappointment. I thought you hated me. Part of me did, I admit, but part of me loved you too, and that's the part of me that hated myself. You really thought I did it? He wonders, voice cracking on the last word. Yes. My eyes close tightly, pain skittering through my veins. I don't know, I mutter. Some days I couldn't believe you would do that. I couldn't fathom such a thing. You were Jonah, my devoted, heroic big brother who always kept me safe. I drag my finger down the front of my backpack, tracing the Winnie the Pooh design. But those were the days that hurt too much, to the point where I could hardly function, could barely breathe without choking on the lump of grief. It was easier to imagine that you were where you belonged, instead of a reality in which you were going to be executed in cold blood for a crime you didn't commit. Jonah leans back on both palms, his hair tangling with the warm breeze as he soaks up my words. It's a perfect 65-degree day, the sun a brilliant yellow, the treetops undulating against a blue sky. He tips his head up and squints at the clouds. Remember that day we were playing poo sticks on the bridge and our sticks kept getting stuck in the weeds? Golden memories flicker through my mind as sunlight slants across the lake. Of course I do. I remember everything from our childhood. You were only 5 or 6. I think it was the summer before Dad separated us and took you away from me, he recalls, bitterness seeping into his tone. Anyway, you started crying, said it was unfair, and the river was cheating. I snort a laugh through my heartbreak and shake my head. So dramatic. You were, he smiles. Then you made us walk down to the water's edge and pluck all the sticks out of the brush. You wanted to give them a second chance. Sighing, I tuck my chin to my chest. I never thought I'd get a second chance with you, I tell him sadly. So I started playing poo sticks by myself. I look over my shoulder at the bridge standing tall above us, a few yards away. I'd play them on that bridge over there, and I'd pretend you were with me. I consider telling him about Max and about how he gave me a second chance at living, a second chance at peace. My eyes water, but the words dry out. I guess I don't need to pretend anymore. When you're stronger, we should play, he muses, pulling at some blades of grass and letting them flutter from his fingers. Then he sits up straighter and looks at me, a question in his eyes. The mood shifts, a cold front rushing in. Tell me more about that night, about the fall. My heart thunders. What? Why? I want to know the truth. You do know the truth. I tripped and fell. It was stupid. He studies me, rubbing his fingers over his short goatee. Dubiety shimmers back at me, lingering deep within the green. Sorry, but I have a hard time believing that. You're savvy when it comes to the outdoors. I taught you everything you need to know. There's no way you'd stumble off a cliff all alone at night. Well, I did. It was dark, and I was trying to see something over the ledge. What were you trying to see? My mind races with fictional scenarios, twisting up my tongue. I don't know. A snake or something? A snake in December? I don't remember, Jonah. My memories are still hazy. My pulse thrums faster as sweat slicks my brow, trying to give me away. He frowns. You said you remembered everything about our childhood, but you can't remember what was so appealing that it made you topple over a 30-foot cliff? Heat blooms on my cheeks. You think I'm lying? Are you? Jonah stares at me for a few seconds, then turns to look at the water as a family of ducks coasts by. I promised you I'd always keep you safe, he tells me, his timbre sounding tortured. Kills me that I wasn't there. It absolutely slaughters me that you've been by yourself for all these years, and I was 1 month too late to prevent you from a traumatic fucking brain injury. I close my eyes, shoving aside the memories. I haven't been alone. I've had Mom. It's a partial truth. Mom was there, even though she was always so wrapped up in her work. Work that I now realize was her mission to set Jonah free. Part of me is angry that she kept it from me, but the bigger part of me understands her reasoning. I hadn't made it easy for her to open up, especially about Jonah. I carried my own burdens, and in doing so, unintentionally contributed to the isolation she must have felt in her mission. Anyway, I continue with a sigh. I fell, and I'm okay now. Everything is okay. My brother sighs, swallowing down his fight. It's not the time for it. Maybe it never will be. I really wish you wrote to me, he says, eyes dipped to the grass. Would have felt like the sun on my skin, just reading your words, hearing your voice in my mind. I'm sorry, I rask. I'm sorry I abandoned you. I'm sorry I doubted you, even if it was for my own protection. He nods slowly, simmering in my answer. I suppose if that was how you stayed safe and protected, despite it being at my own expense, I'll take it. My mind swirls with sweet-spun memories of Jonah defending my honor when we were kids, of telling off bullies, of sticking up for me, even to our parents, even if it cost him. Groundings, punishments, spankings. He would willingly accept the consequences, no matter what, as long as I was okay. I can't believe you beat up a prison guard, I say, recalling one of his letters. Jonah shrugs like it was nothing. The fucker deserved it for running his mouth about you. I'd do it all over again if I had to. What was it like, I probe, being on death row? His eyes glaze over, and a hardness creeps into his expression, jaw clenching, hands fisting the grass between his legs. Then he glances over at me, and his features soften, almost like he's staring at a shimmering rising sun. Painfully lonely. He flicks his eyes to the ground and exhales a long breath. You know, we have a lot of time to make up for. I want to know everything about you. School, future plans, boys. A smile quirks. Any love stories in the making? I blush when Max's face skips across my mind. There was a boy, I admit, nibbling my lip. I'm not sure where we stand right now, but if I introduce you, you can't go all crazy protector on me and beat him up if he tries to hold my hand or something. I'm 18 now. Levity bounces between us as Jonah chuckles, looking back over at me. No promises. I smile, a peaceful feeling washing over me. Like I'm home again, like things are finally looking up. Like maybe everything will be okay. And when I catch Jonah's eyes once more, I say something I haven't been able to say for years as my favorite storybook tale flashes through my mind. Pooh Bear? I murmur. His gaze lights up. He already knows what comes next. A smile tips his lips as he holds out his hand for me. Yeah, Piglet, we're in the 100-acre woods again. Magic kisses the air, innocence fills my heart, and my own bright smile stretches back at him. I take his hand, and everything is right with the world. Nothing. I just wanted to be sure of you. Chapter 34. Max. She buckles beneath me, her cries ragged and muffled by her own hand as she peeks. The sound of my name escaping her well-kissed lips when she bottoms out on a wave of pleasure is pure music to my ears. Better than my favorite song. Better than all the songs in the whole damn world. I withdraw my fingers from her and press a kiss to both inner thighs, her taste coating my tongue and driving me wild. More kisses make their way across her half-naked body as I crawl up to find her lips. She's breathing heavily, eyes closed. Her arms fling around my neck as she pulls me down on top of her and sifts her fingers through my sweat-damp hair. My t-shirt is tossed beside the bed, my sweatpants tented. I settle between her legs and grind against her, only a thin layer of clothing between us. We both moan. "Max," she whimpers, gently grazing her nails up and down the planes of my bare back. We could go further. My throat rolls with trapped desire. Fuck, I want that more than anything. No, that's not true. More than anything, I want us to go back to what we used to be, before the accident, before she started looking at me like I was a stranger, like someone she fears. Those are the most debilitating moments, the times when I catch her off guard or accidentally startle her. She'll flinch, her gaze locking right on mine as genuine terror sparks in her eyes. It's fleeting, just a flash, but it's instinct, and that's what murders my fucking heart and has it drying out like concrete inside my chest. And then there are these moments. The 2 short nights in her bed, a cool midnight breeze sweeping in through the window, moonlight setting her aglow while she unravels beneath me. I banish her fear with my tongue and execute her demons with my soul-deep kisses. She's mine again. She's mine until the sun crests and dawn shines new light on her darkness. I frame her face with both hands and sprinkle more kisses across her face. I can't move forward, Sonny, not until we go back. Her eyes fall closed. We can't go back. Then this is where we'll stay. I want more, she murmurs, lips quivering. So do I. Every night I stay a little longer. A half an hour, 2 hours. Daybreak lingers on the horizon, and I wonder if tonight will be the night I fall asleep in her arms and wake up beside her. Her hair haloed across the pillow, our limbs perfectly entangled. "Hold me, Max," she says, pulling me close. I inch up and settle beside her, tugging her to my chest. My heart pounds with hope, with desperate, foolish hope that this is that night. "I need to tell you something," she whispers, dragging her index finger down my chest. Tension infects the small gap between us, but I focus on her finger making lazy designs near my heart. "You can tell me anything, except that it's over. Anything but that." She inhales deeply and it falls out with a noticeable shake. God, I don't even know how to say this. I still haven't processed it. My muscles lock up as I find her eyes, nerves racing all the way down to my toes. I wonder if she's going to tell me about the fall. Tell me that some motherfucker pushed her, that someone tried to kill the girl I love. I swallow. "Tell me. It's about my brother." A frown bends my brows. Shit, I murmur. Did they schedule his execution already? That can't be right. It's hardly been 3 years. Even I know it can take decades. She shakes her head. No. Then what? He... Ella moves away and rolls onto her back, rubbing both hands over her face and through her hair. He's free, Max. Jonah's sentence was overturned. The charges were thrown out, and he was released. What? Her words freeze me, choke me. I pull up on my elbow, leaning over her, thunderstruck. How? Contamination of DNA evidence. Jury tampering. That's the short version. Are you safe? It's the first thing on my mind. The only thing on my mind. She turns, her own frown staring back at me. Hesitating, she nods slowly, carefully. Of course I am. Why would you think otherwise? Because he murdered 2 people, Ella. No, he just told you that the charges were thrown out. He's innocent. They proved that? Her breathing is unsteady as she sits up straight, putting more space between us on the bed. They couldn't prove anything either way. So he's not necessarily innocent. He's just free. He's not guilty. My heartbeats are in a tizzy, the cold prickle of fear seeping into my bones. Ella, you thought he was guilty. You told me yourself. What changed? Was there new evidence discovered? Was the real killer captured? Tears light up her eyes as she scrambles to put her clothes back on. I was wrong, okay? Jonah would never hurt me. You don't even know him, she says. It's hard enough living with the notion that I ever doubted him in the first place. I don't need you adding to it. You can't blame me for worrying. He was on death row for a brutal double homicide, and now he's been released on a technicality. That fucking terrifies me. I try to reach for her, but she swats me away, yanking her tank top over her head. Sonny, you should go now. It's almost morning. Ella, please. My voice breaks on the word. I love you. I didn't mean to say that. Fuck, I've meant to say that all along. Silence follows, my confession dangling between heartbreak and healing. It teeters on the edge of putting us back together and tearing us apart for good. Ella stares straight ahead, her eyes wide and glazed, breath caught, hands trembling as she fists the bed covers. When she finally inhales, a small cry falls out. She dips her chin and shakes her head back and forth. Don't, she says, huskily. Her response pulverizes me. Emotion snags in my throat as I move in, reaching for her. I mean it. I should have said it months ago. Stop, please. I won't stop. I won't stop loving you because you're scared. I'm scared too. I take her hand, but she rips it free. I'm absolutely petrified that you're falling away from me while I'm falling more and more in love with you every day, every minute. She covers her face with both hands, her shoulders shaking. You don't love me, she says, the words muffled. We're too young. You say that like it's insignificant, I shoot back, trying to hold it together, trying to hold us together at the same time. Jesus, Ella, young love is the purest fucking kind. I think I've loved you since the day I first saw you on that playground 10 years ago. That's ridiculous. We were only kids. Doesn't matter. You smiled at me, and I knew I was going to marry you one day. Stop, she shouts, loud enough to startle me. We stare at each other, tears streaming down both of our faces. Don't you get it, Max? God. She forces out a laugh that sounds unhinged. I may have been wrong about Jonah, but I was right about love. Love blinds you. That's its toxic trait. It blinds your soul. I clench my jaw, hating her words, hating her bleak, miserable stance on love, on my love. Souls don't see, Sonny. Souls feel. They feel and they yearn and they know. Swallowing, I move in closer, refusing to give up on this, refusing to give up on her. I'd feel you in any lifetime, in any version of any reality, and I'd know, without a doubt, without a shred of hesitation, that your soul was meant for mine. No, she breaks apart, draping both arms across her stomach like she's trying to keep all of her precious pieces from spilling out into the chasm between us. I reach for her again. She pushes me away. I do it again and again, until finally she launches herself at me, wraps her legs around my waist, and sobs against me, every inch of us entwined. Her hands grab my hair and pull my face down to hers. Our tongues lash and tangle. Salt, grief, pain, love. She kisses me desperately, taking everything I give her. And I give her my all, my whole heart, my life. I'm hers and she's mine, whether she lets herself believe it or not. I know she knows. Our souls know. Tugging frantically at my sweatpants, she shoves her hand inside the waistband and curls her fingers around me. I jerk back with a hiss of pleasure as she moves down my body, shoving at my chest, pressing me flush against the headboard. I watch as she grips me and strokes hard, cheeks glinting with tear stains, moans falling out of both of us. Ella takes me in her mouth and brings me to my knees in less than 2 minutes. I want to hold out as long as I can, but I'm lost to her, lost to the feel of her mouth on me, one of my hands in her hair and the other twined with hers beside us. It's over before it even began. I released inside her mouth with a low groan, shuddering through the pinnacle, through that perfect moment of completion, while dreading the moment that comes next. She sends me away again, just like she always does. I stalk back home, broken down and lost, sunk with the realization that I won't be drinking in the sunrise with her tucked inside my arms. Tonight wasn't that night. Maybe tomorrow. Chapter 35, Ella. I felt it when I woke up this morning, that weird intuition that sometimes pokes at you with no logic to back it up. A rock plopping into the pit of your stomach, a knobby finger jabbing at your chest, saying yes to an innocent New Year's Eve party invitation. I've brushed it off as residual stress and anxiety. After all, Max never climbed through my window the night before, likely due to the fact that I threw his love confession back in his face. So my dreams were filled with ghosts and black thoughts. Not to mention, it's also supposed to thunderstorm today. Storms always make me anxious. Trying to counter the sinking feeling, I call Bryn over for some girl bonding time. We sit cross-legged on my bed, facing each other, while I fill her in on Jonah's shocking return and watch tears stream down her pretty cheeks. We hug and cry as I binge a tray of brownies she brought over, courtesy of her father's. I wish sugar had the healing powers her dad's insisted has, but my heart still feels irrevocably wounded. I devour 5 brownies, just in case. After she leaves, the sky swirls with gray and silver as I step outside and look up. My itch to delve back into bookbinding has been clawing at me over the past few days, and I'm craving the therapeutic outlet. Our backyard is laden with colorful wildflowers, lavender, pink, and baby blue. I'm going to pluck a few handfuls, press them between the pages of an old book, then use them in my next project. It's a slow, tedious walk to the backyard, my body sore from reacclimating. I've been doing exercises on the days I don't have physical therapy, and that, paired with my late-night activities with Max, I'm feeling the burn. I take a few moments to sit in the grass before the rain comes, stretching out my legs, the tendons straining. Then I gather up a collection of purple and light blue flowers and tuck them in my palm. Satisfied with my haul, I pull myself up and head back toward the door, eager to start working. I'm walking along the side of the house with a fistful of flowers when a figure catches my eye from across the street. Everything blurs. Icy fingers clamp around my heart. A blizzard races down my spine. McKay. He's stalking toward me from his driveway, glancing once over his shoulder before beelining toward my house. Thanks to him, I'm not exactly limber these days, so my quick escape is more akin to a turtle trying to outrun a hare. I've hardly had a chance to move when he calls out to me. Ella, wait, I just want to talk to you. I freeze in place. Mom went back to work today after I promised her I'd be fine on my own. Jonah is on his way home from Charlotte, having left to grab the rest of his belongings so he can officially move back in. Max is still at school. If McKay intends to hurt me, it wouldn't be hard, even if I do manage to lock myself inside the house. My heart beats swiftly, my stomach pitching with telltale fear. I knew this moment would come. He can't hide away forever. I curl my fingers around the handful of green stems and try to center my breathing. Leave me alone. I'll call the police. My cell phone is inside, but he doesn't know that. Please, give me a chance to explain. My eyes pop as he jogs the rest of the way over to me. Explain? I scoff with astoundment. He's too close, only a few feet away from me now. Panic crawls through me, dozens of fire ants biting at my insides. I need to talk to you, he says, looking around, assessing the quiet street. It's midday on a Tuesday. Most adults are at work. Kids are in classes. He should be in class too. Please. The flowers flutter from my clammy hand. My whole body erupts with tremors. You need to leave, I demand, right now. Don't come near me again. His shoulder-length hair catches on a storm-charged wind that whips through, sashaying among the treetops. He looks gaunter, sickly. The weight of his secret glows heavily in his eyes that are rimmed with dark, hollow circles. Once bronzed skin is now chalky and bloodless as he scratches at his cheek, fidgeting on both feet. I was drunk, out of my head. I hardly remember it happening. My bottom lip wobbles. I can jog your memory. He presses his lips into a flat line. First, you tried to kiss me, I tell him. When I resisted, completely disgusted, you grabbed me, hurt me, bruised me, then tried to rape me. That's an exaggeration. Don't gaslight me, I hiss back, anger and terror tunneling out my chest. You pried my legs apart, hiked up my dress and pulled your zipper down, pinned me to the ground. And when I fought back, you fought harder. You yanked me toward the edge of the bluffs, and then you let me fall. You almost killed me. It was an accident. You could have stopped it. You were right there, close enough to pull me back. Hot tears blanket my eyes, but I force them back. You were jealous that your brother had something special. You were angry that you had no direction in life. You took it out on me. I didn't. You left me for dead, I screech. McKay shoots forward, getting right in my face. Be quiet, he grits through his teeth. Someone will hear you. Bitter memories flash across my mind, of his hand lashing out and covering my mouth, holding in my cries, my screams. Before I can shove him or slam my knuckles at his teeth, he jumps back. Sorry, he tries, holding both hands up, palms forward. Sweat gleams on his forehead as raindrops sprinkle down from the clouds. I'm freaking the fuck out. I can't go to jail. I can't. It was a mistake, Ella, an awful, horrible mistake that I wish I could take back. I'd do it all differently, I swear. I step away from him, almost stumbling when I trip over hedges. I trusted you. I know. God, I know. I'm so damn sorry. You have to believe me. That's not who I am. I drank too much, got carried away, and then I panicked when I thought you were going to run off and tell somebody. I didn't push you. You just tried to rape me, I provide. Then you watched as I plummeted to a likely death and forgot to call for help. He grips his hair, swinging his head back and forth as his teeth gnash together. I thought you were dead. You hoped I was. I was fucking wasted, Ella. I don't even remember how I got home. Think I slept it off in my truck in some parking lot. Then I woke up the next morning, hardly remembering what had happened. Well, I didn't wake up for 4 weeks. 4 weeks, I seethe, tears sneaking through and pouring down my cheeks. My face is hot, furious. Nothing you say is going to fix this. I need you to keep quiet. I'm begging you not to tell anyone. He steps closer, eyes glinting with ice and fire, arms shaking at his sides. I'll do anything. Anything you want. I don't want anything from you. There has to be something. He reaches his hand out tentatively, but I slap it away like it's a deadly weapon. You haven't gone to the police yet, and there's a reason for that. All I'm asking is that you hold on to that reason, whatever it is. I think you know, deep down, that I'm not a monster. I'm human. I royally fucked up, and I promise I'm suffering the consequences. The guilt is killing me. The fear is killing you, I correct, putting more space between us. The fear of getting caught. No, it's more than that. I regret every second of that night. His throat works through a hard swallow as he glances down at his feet, then back up at me. Please, keep this between us. If you wanted to rat me out, you would have already. You know I don't deserve to go to prison. I stare at him, feeling numb, feeling beaten down and torn. Let me make something perfectly clear, I bite out, my balance unsteady as I try not to fall. I'm not protecting you. I'm protecting Max. I'm protecting that amazing, beautiful, incredible man who is more of a man than you will ever be. I jab a finger at him, my skin flushed hot, breathing erratic. Shame on you for taking something precious away from him when all he ever did was love you. And you did, McKay. You stole from him. You succeeded tenfold because you ruined me. The girl he knew is long gone. I close my eyes through the pain, more tears leaking out. And he doesn't even know why. His blue eyes shimmer as the rainfall swells. Fat droplets tumble down, splashing across his hair and skin. Blinking the tears away, he swipes a hand down his face, forehead to chin, looking genuinely devastated. I'm so sorry, he chokes out. I am. Max has been my best friend from the moment my eyes opened, and the last thing I ever want to do is cause him pain. You two can fix this. You can. Every time I look at him, I see you. My breath catches on a whimper as my teeth chatter hopelessly. I've read hundreds and hundreds of books in my lifetime, and nothing could ever paint a tragedy like the one I'm living. His face falls. His shoulders sag. Rain drenches us in the sky's cold tears. McKay closes his eyes and stares down at the damp grass, blowing out a long breath as he digests my words. A heavy moment trudges by before he whispers, "Okay." Another beat passes. "Turn me in." My words fall off when the statement fully registers. I blink at him, my lips parting on a startled breath. "What?" "Turn me in," he repeats, nodding slowly, coming to terms with his plea. "Do it. It's the right thing." I'm stunned silent. "Tell Max everything," he continues. "Talk to him first. He should hear it from you. And then go to the cops and turn me in. Or I'll do it. I will. Just talk to Max first." Thunder booms above us, crackling in the sky. My lips tremble from the chill, from indecision, from absolute misery. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I tent my hands over my face, squeezing my eyes shut as morning rakes through me. I'm sorry, Ella, for everything. When I peel my eyes open, McKay is already moving away, stepping backward. His face crumbles before he swivels around and runs full speed in the other direction, heading toward his house. I watch him go, watch him cross the street, then disappear through his front door. I tip my face to the sky and let the rain pelt me. I beg it for answers. I pray for direction. McKay should pay for what he did to me, but the one who will pay the ultimate price is Max. Some secrets are worth keeping. Some truths are better left buried, and ultimately, some tragedies are worth living in order to protect the ones you love. After only just getting Jonah back, I can't bear to lose someone else. Minutes pass as I stand along the side of my house with rain-soaked hair and wildflowers sprinkled at my feet. I stand there long enough to see Max's truck pull in the driveway, tires splashing up rainwater puddles. There's a lump in my throat as I watch him hop out of the truck and stalk through the grass with his backpack slung over one shoulder before he enters the house. I could tell him. I could go over there right now and confess everything, but I don't. I head inside my house instead. Slamming the door behind me, I growl my pain into the quiet void as I tug at my hair and crouch down, my weight too heavy to bear. I take a few minutes to calm myself, collect my strength, and then I pull up to unsteady feet and make my way to my bedroom to decompress. I stand in the center of the room and stare out the rain-glazed window, listening as the storm brews on the other side of the glass. Seconds pass until I feel a presence behind me. I jump in place, a yelp dislodging from my throat when my bedroom door slams shut. McKay? But when I whip around, my eyes land on Jonah leaning back against the doorframe, his every muscle taut and flexing. My chest fizzes, thrumming with relief when recognition settles in. I press a hand over my heart to calm the beats. "What are you doing here? I thought you wouldn't be home until dinner time." I glance down at his hand clamped around a screwdriver. I frown, confused. His jaw is tight, like a steel trap, green eyes wild and feral. I got back early. Jonah traipses across the room, sits down on my bed, and sets the screwdriver beside him on my nightstand. What's that for? I wonder, squeezing the front of my shirt, still trying to soothe my heartbeats. Fixing something for Mom, he says. Darkness lurks within his tone. His eyes are pinned on me, burning hot. I feel the heat from a few feet away. Swallowing, I clench my jaw. Did you need something? I ask, casually, despite the dread kissing the back of my neck. Tell me more about the fall. His words from the lake echo back at me, this time swirling with something sinister. It doesn't take me long to figure it out. My heart drops out of me. It plummets to the ugly beige carpeting. I stare at him, unblinking, anxiety carving out my chest. What did you hear? He heard us. He heard me talking to McKay outside the house. He knows. I heard enough. I crack on my inhale. Jonah, I need to hear it again, he says, tone steady but menacing. Did he do all that to you? All I do is shake my head. Say it, Ella. Tell me. My eyelids slam shut, my throat burning. Jonah, please. Did he try to rape you? Attack you? Put you in a goddamn coma for a month? Shadows curl around him. His eyes are like the devil's, his body flickering with suppressed fury. Did he leave my little sister for dead at the bottom of a fucking cliff? I can't lie to him. I can't lie anymore. He already knows. I cover my face with both palms and nod, breaking apart as the truth finally spills free and slices every piece of me on the way out. Yes. Jonah jolts upright from the bed and stalks toward me, looking absolutely nothing like the brother I know. He looks like a monster. I cry out when he grabs my cheeks between his hands and slams a hard kiss to my hairline. When he pulls back, his voice is a terrifying kind of even, as he says, I swore I'd protect you, Piglet, and I'll be damned if I don't keep my word. Then he whirls around and storms out of my bedroom, closing the door behind him. Shock renders me paralyzed for a beat before deadly realization sinks in. Jonah, I screech, moving as fast as I can. I hear the front door bang shut. Fear grips me like a vice. I twist the doorknob and yank. My pulse stutters. It doesn't budge. I pull and tug with all my strength, but I know it won't open. It's locked. My eyes quickly pan to the screwdriver, then back to the door, as awareness sets in. He switched the doorknob around after he heard me talking to McKay. The lock is on the opposite side. He trapped me in my bedroom so he could exact revenge. No, I shriek, pounding my fists to the door, knowing it's fruitless. Jonah! Hot tears stream down my face as I pivot back around toward the window and start banging on the pane when I see him marching across the street, his gait lethal. I try to pull the window open, but it's stuck. It won't budge, and my arms are too weak. No. I glance at the truck in the driveway, and I almost buckle. Max. They're twins. Jonah doesn't know they're twins. He's going to attack the wrong man. A sickly, beastly feeling washes over me. A feeling like maybe Jonah is a killer, after all. It's poison in my veins, black tar oozing through my bloodstream. It's 1,000 times more agonizing than the feeling that slithered through me when I plummeted 30 feet to the earth and landed hard, my bones breaking, heart shriveling, everything blurring to black. I scream at the top of my lungs, slamming both palms to the window as I watch Jonah approach their doorstep. Thinking fast, I scamper to the other side of the room, reach under my bed for the baseball bat, then race back to the window and smash it against the pane with all my might. Glass shatters. I move on instinct, uncaring of my injuries, indifferent to the way my still weak legs resist the climb. I haul myself out, shards of broken glass scraping my skin as I tumble out the window and collapse in the wet grass. Lightning flashes across a graphite sky. Thunder rolls, but no louder than the soul-deep scream I release into the storm. I glance up. Jonah is already inside. "Jonah! Jonah!" I shout, pulling myself up on shaky legs and racing forward. No, no, they're twins! They're twins! I make it across the street. Rocks and rubble try to trip me. I see red, I see neon, I see stars across my eyes as my heart pounds in time with thunder. I'm slipping across their front lawn, trying to keep from falling, when a shot rings out. A gunshot. I freeze in place, jerked back by an invisible force. My eyes widen into tearful, panicked saucers. I scream again as buckshot turns my insides to ashes. I don't even remember heaving myself through their front door. I don't remember how I got there, shaking and screaming in their living room, staring down a blood-soaked body, unable to tell who is sprawled out at my feet. Max, the love of my life, or McKay. I can't remember what he was wearing. I can't remember anything. I hardly noticed Jonah standing there, his chest heaving, pistol aimed at the man writhing on the floor, the man with blood spurting from a gaping chest wound. Puddles of red pool beneath him. My screams are echoes, unable to penetrate the terror, the despair, the shock, as I drop to my knees beside him and press both palms over the hole in his chest. I look up when another figure appears, and that, I know, I will always remember. I'll never forget the look on his face when he comes to a dead stop, letting out a howl of pain when he finds his brother bleeding out on the living room floor. Chapter 36, Max. 15 minutes earlier. I toss my backpack to the partially tiled floor and kick off my wet shoes. McKay is seated on the couch, slumped over, his face in his hands. "Hey," I greet, pausing to study him. "Everything okay?" His head lifts slowly. Nodding, my brother rests his chin on his clasped hands, his eyes bloodshot. "Yeah. How's Dad?" "Doing better. They're keeping him one more night for observation. Dad had another night terror and fell and hit his head on the nightstand. Mild concussion, 4 stitches, and a long, sleepless night in the ER before I dragged myself to school for a half day, hardly able to keep my eyes open. I'm exhausted, worn down and done. I miss Ella." Pulling my phone out of my pocket, I move into the kitchen to pour a glass of milk, then send her a quick text after chugging the whole thing. Me. "Sorry I didn't come over last night. I was at the hospital with Dad. Long story. I have a new list for you. I know it's been a while. See you tonight." I backspace the heart emoji 3 times before saying, "Fuck it," keeping it, and tapping send. When I glance into the living room, McKay is slumped over again, rocking forward and back on the sofa cushion. I frown. "You sure you're okay?" I ask, setting down my empty glass of milk. He looks sweaty, agitated, and paler than I've ever seen him. "Stomach bug," he mumbles into his hands. "I'll be fine." McKay offered to take Dad to the hospital last night, but I knew his big biology project was due today, so I volunteered to go solo. My brother was going to catch a ride to school with a buddy. "How did your project go?" He blows out a breath and tenses his hands over his face. "I called in because I feel like shit." My arms cross. "You look like shit." He makes a humming sound, then pauses. "You ever do something you regret?" The subject change has me freezing, blinking slowly, and stepping forward. "What do you mean?" "I said what I mean," he says, tapping both feet in opposite time as he stares out the front window. Regret. It's the worst feeling in the world. It's like this knife in your gut that twists and twists, and you want someone to pull it out, but you don't know if that'll only make it worse. Either way, you bleed. Either way, you suffer. Either way, you've been stabbed. And you can't be unstabbed. I stare at him, lips parted, eyes flaring. I'm not sure how to respond, so I move in closer until I'm standing over him, watching as he keeps looking out the window and tapping his feet. "McKay," I murmur. "Is this about Bryn?" Jesus, he looks terrible. The sickest I've ever seen him. "Yeah, sure," he forces out. "So, do you have any regrets?" "Of course. Everyone does." "What do you regret?" he wonders. "I regret not being a better brother to you, and for making promises I could never keep. I regret not being a better son to Mom and Dad. I've kept myself awake at night, wondering if I was the reason Mom walked out on us. The notion eats me alive." "None of that's true," he says brokenly. "The knife hardly left a scratch on you. I'm talking about real regret, Max, the fatal kind." I shake my head, confused. What is this actually about? He finally stops rocking and fidgeting and tears his gaze away from the window, looking up at me. Whatever happens, I hope you know how much I've appreciated everything you've done for me. I've seen it. I've seen you, he says, and I'm sorry for not being there, for not being the brother you wanted me to be. I'm sorry for leaving you stranded with Dad, for abandoning you with a shit ton of responsibility when you deserved nothing more than to live an easy, carefree life, for making you feel like you've been all alone in this. I've always wanted the best for you, I swear, even when I seemed ungrateful and self-absorbed. My coping mechanisms were fucked, and I regret all of it. I regret so fucking much, Max. His face falls back to his shaky hands as thunder booms outside the house, rattling the walls. I flinch, glancing out the window. Rain pours down in buckets, ricocheting off the glass as my brother's words ping-pong between my ribs. "McKay, you left the mower out in the backyard," he mutters. I blink at him, my frown deepening. My eyes pan back to the window he keeps staring at. "I can put it away," he says. "We can't afford a new one." As he sweeps past me, his collar drenched with sweat, I grab him by the arm and shake my head. "I got it. Sit. You look like you're going to keel over," I insist. "I'll be back in a minute." He digs the heels of his palms into his eye sockets and nods. "Yeah, okay. Hold tight. We can talk more when I come back in." I spare him a final glance before heading out back and stomping toward the lawnmower, filled to the brim with uneasiness. I've never seen McKay like this before. I know he took the breakup hard, but it's not like him to confide in me, especially with deep, uncomfortable topics. For years, he's kept me at arm's length. Zoned out, I push the lawnmower into the shed, the rainfall a roaring soundtrack to my dark thoughts. Hunched over to tighten the gas cap, I jerk upright when I think I hear Ella's voice, yelling, shouting, begging. What the hell? A popping noise follows, a thunderclap. I freeze, pivot, race out of the shed. Heart stuttering, I glance up, my face doused in cold rain. The sky continues to untether as lightning flashes across gray clouds in veins of pale yellow. I wonder if I imagined it. Maybe it's just the storm. Maybe Ella is haunting me. Anxiety prickles as I pull the door of the shed closed and swipe a hand through my sopping wet hair. I'm jogging back toward the house when I hear something else, something I know I don't imagine. A scream. A blood-curdling, stricken, ice-fraught scream. My ears ring, my pulse trips, my legs turn to jelly underneath me. I run. I run faster than I've ever run before, slipping in the wet grass, my heart shooting up my throat until I almost choke on it. The back door whips open and I barrel through, knocking over a small table, dishes clattering to the kitchen floor. Curving around the corner, I careen to a time-stopped halt at the edge of the living room, and I see it. I can't unsee it. Ella, bent over my brother, her hands pressed to his torn-up chest. McKay, lying in a pool of blood, his body twitching. Liquid crimson spurts out of his mouth and seeps through her hands as she screams and cries. A man with a gun, standing over McKay, his shirt sprayed with red and fury in his eyes. Gunpowder and copper fill my nose as Ella's ragged wails fill my ears. My own howl bleeds with hers. Horror, confusion, debilitating fucking shock. I don't know how to move, how to breathe. My vision clouds, a haze of red, and a second later, I'm on the floor with Ella, covered in my brother's blood. I don't remember moving. I'm just there, shouting, crying, spitting, begging. What the fuck? What the fuck? I cry out. The man is looming over us, reaching for Ella. Let's go. We have to go. Now. He grabs her bloody hands, but she swats him away, hysterical. When I blink again, the man is gone, the front door swinging on its hinges. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Ella shrieks, hands newly clasped over McKay's chest. I'm so sorry. I need to call 911. I think my phone is gone, but I don't remember looking for it because my eyes are pinned on McKay's blood-spattered face as he chokes and coughs up red fluid. No, no, I plead, snatching his face between my hands and forcing his eyes on me. McKay, stay with me. His eyes flutter closed. I slap him. Stay. The fuck? With me? I don't recognize my voice. I told him, Ella cries. I told him. I told him. He knows. Oh God, Max. Her words seep through the madness. I lurch forward and snatch her by the upper arms, my bloody fingers smearing her skin. Told him? Told him what, Ella? She's not looking at me. She's staring at McKay in shock, shaking and screaming. What did you tell him? Another figure appears in my periphery, racing toward us, sliding to his knees. A phone. He has a phone pressed to his ear as he prattles off a location. Chevy. It's Chevy. Jesus Christ, what happened? I hear him, but I don't hear him. A man's been shot, says a faraway voice. We need an ambulance, fast. I don't know what happened. Yes, no, you need to fucking hurry. Tears track through the warm blood on my cheeks. I grab McKay's face again, my thumbs bruising his cheekbones as I try to keep him with me. He wheezes, tries to say something. Nothing comes out but more blood. McKay, McKay, don't you fucking die on me. Stay with me. Stay with me. He sputters, still trying to speak. His head tilts, eyes finding me through the black haze, lips parted and quivering. He hitches out a breath, and those eyes dim before me as a tear slips loose and trails down his temple. A light flickers out. His life is draining, expiring, and I'm helpless to stop it. No, I croak. No, I shake him hard, growling with horror. Stay. McKay goes motionless on a final, frayed breath, his eyes wide open and locked on mine. He's still, completely still. I don't remember what comes next. I'm hardly alive myself as noise trickles into my psyche, voices tangle, and strong arms haul me off my brother while I cling to him, sobbing, cursing, and shouting my grief and disbelief to his lifeless body. Beeping noises, defibrillator paddles, men in uniform, Ella. Ella is in my arms, weeping, and I hold her back because I don't know what else to hold on to. Her cracked words bleed into my ears as she apologizes, tries to explain. The bluffs, the fall, McKay attacked me. I'm sorry, Jonah. I can't process it. All I register are the external sounds. More beeping, a blur of uniforms, a slew of useless words, and a beat of harrowing silence. And then, a time of death. For all of us. Chapter 37. Ella. All I see is red. What have you done? Our mother screams at the top of her lungs, collapsed on my bedroom floor, as sirens screech in the distance. I'm numb. I'm split in half. I'm crippled with shock. Jonah stares at me, pleads with me, his eyes wild, and his shirt sprayed with red mist. McKay's blood. No, no, I love you both so much, he tells me. He kisses the top of my head as he holds me tighter than ever, like it's the last time he'll ever hold me. It is. Take care of Mom, he says brokenly. Men in uniform storm into the room as I'm dry heaving on my bedroom floor. Jonah goes with them without a fight. He surrenders. Wrists cuffed and eyes on me, my brother is guided out of the bedroom while Mom grabs helplessly at his ankle, and he tells her he loves her, that it will be okay. I look over at her, sprawled out on the beige carpet. She won't stop screaming. We've been here before, but her screams don't sound the same. The night Jonah came home covered in blood, after Erin and Tyler were found murdered, she regrouped quickly, offering a trace of hope and composure. You didn't do this, Jonah, she said, repeating it over and over. It's going to be okay. I'll get you out of this. It's a misunderstanding, a horrible tragedy, but I will fix it. I'll fix this, Jonah. This scream is different. There is no hope. Seeping from the edges or bleeding within the ragged timbre. This time, there are witnesses to Jonah's crime. This time, she can't fix it. Somehow, I manage to drag my way up onto quivering legs that carry me over to the busted window. I glance down at my bloody clothes, the scratches on my skin from broken glass. My hands lift in front of my face, stained dark red. It's a horror movie. My horror movie. I raise my eyes slowly to the scene across the street. Police cars everywhere, ambulances. Chevy stands at the side of the road, arms crossed, a few splotches of blood dappling his gunmetal gray coveralls. He talks to a police officer as the man in uniform jots down notes. And then there's Max. Hunched over on his front stoop, face dropped to his red slicked hands, his shoulders shaking. My heart crashes down to my feet, leaving more red stains behind. I want to run to him, be there for him, hold him in my arms, and rewind the last few months of this horror movie. But I'm in the starring role, the villain, and he's the helpless victim. Max's head lifts as officers surround him and take his statement. I wonder if he felt me the moment before our eyes lock from a few yards away, miles away. He's never been farther from me. Tears slip down my cheeks as I mouth the words, "I'm sorry." He shakes his head, his face stricken with more pain than I can process. Then he collapses forward while an officer takes a seat beside him on the stoop. Just a few months after escaping death row, my brother is going back to prison. I'll put him there myself if I have to. The hours crawl by until hours turn into days. Trips to the police station, interrogations, debilitating grief competing with numbness. Mom doesn't speak. All she does is cry and cook chicken casseroles. Burnt casseroles. Undercooked casseroles. She makes one every night in silence, and I force feed myself a few bites until my stomach churns with nausea and I drag myself to my room. I count the number of days that pass by the number of casseroles cooked. 5 days. 5 days since Jonah killed McKay. Ricardo comes over to comfort my grieving mother, and Bryn stops by with sweets to comfort us both. As for me, each day is a struggle to reconcile the conflicting emotions swirling within me. There's a profound sorrow for Max that cuts deep, leaving behind jagged edges of pain and confusion. Yet, beneath the grief, a simmering anger brews, fueled by the realization that Jonah truly was capable of such violence and darkness. He always was. Mixed with the anger is a battling of feelings toward my mother. I grapple with the frustration that she, in her unwavering belief in Jonah's innocence, inadvertently became an accomplice to the nightmare that unfolded. I can't help but feel a pang of resentment, wondering if her blind faith in him clouded her judgment and pulled all of us deeper into this web of heartbreak. The failed casseroles serve as a reminder of this fractured reality we now inhabit. With each meal, I taste the bitterness as I navigate through the days like a ghost in my own home, all too aware of the daunting task of rebuilding my life once again. On the 5th night, I startle in bed when I hear a tapping sound at my newly installed bedroom window that Chevy replaced for me. My heart fumbles. It can't be. I slide off the bed and walk over to the window, my heartbeats tangling with raw hope. But when I look outside, I don't see anything. There's no one there. Only my hollow reflection stares back at me. Chapter 38. Ella. A month rolls by and spring melts into hot summer. I stay with Bryn most days, sleeping in her spare bedroom. Sometimes I find my way to her room at night and crawl in bed with her, loneliness clawing at me, nightmares soiling my dreams. She never makes me leave. She just holds my hand and we cry together. Ricardo moved in with my mother last week, so I don't feel too guilty for needing space. Living across the street from Max was too painful. Living a few yards away from a murder scene was too much for my heart to take when it hadn't fully healed in the first place. I'm sitting at the Fisher's black electric dining room table on a balmy June evening, stabbing my fork into a heap of shepherd's pie. It resembles brown mush, but the few bites I've managed to swallow down taste great, way better than Mom's casseroles. Pete eyes me across the table. "We added extra carrots just for you," he says. My stomach clenches. My potted crayon is sitting on the nightstand in the guest room, a constant reminder of everything I've lost. "Thank you. I appreciate it." "You should talk to him, Ellabella," Maddie chimes in. I inhale sharply, my fork clattering to my plate. My jaw rolls, my hands shaking as they ring together in my lap. Daddy-o, Bryn interrupts, tenderly bumping her knee to mine. It's complicated. True, it's more complicated than a Rubik's Cube in the dark. Maddie pops a green bean in his mouth. But it's not impossible. I've done it. Not this, of course. Heavens above, not this. I meant the Rubik's Cube. The evidence is proudly displayed above our bed in a glass case. A smile hints, despite myself. I'd tried, but he said he needed space, I murmur. And time. Bryn rubs my back with affection. I think we all need time, she says, voice cracking on the words. I still can't believe he's gone. I can't believe he was here, and now he's gone, and not only is he gone, but we're left with the horrible truth of what he did before he left. Her hand falls away from me. I feel like I'm grieving the loss of him in multiple ways. McKay had his faults, but I never thought he'd... God, I never... I know, I say. And Max, I can't even imagine how he's processing all this. Tears track down her cheeks as she stabs her mashed potatoes with a fork. I saw Max at the funeral. Well, it was more of a memorial, per se. McKay's body hasn't been released from evidence yet, so the actual funeral is to be determined. The thought alone has my insides curling and shriveling. Max was emotionless, numb. His father was a wreck, sobbing through the entire ceremony. The sun felt extra warm and bright that day, which made everything so much worse. I ran over to Max before he left, winding my fingers around his elbow and stopping his retreat. Pain skated across his face when our eyes met. I wondered if he saw Jonah when he looked at me, just like I saw McKay when I looked at him. I couldn't fault him for that. I still can't. Max, please, I pleaded in a raspy whisper, unable to let go of his elbow. I'm so sorry, so unbelievably sorry. He glanced at the contact, swallowed, then looked back at me. Not your fault, he said, tone even. It was like the pain had rendered him passionless. I'm sorry too. Maybe we can spend some time together, I tried, to talk. Yeah, one day, he replied. Not today. I nodded through the tears. I understand. Max didn't move away as we held eye contact, my grip on his arm tightening. He looked down at the grass for a beat before lifting only his eyes to me. Ella, I know you're a victim too. Bryn told me what happened at the Bluffs, what my brother did to you. His eyes finally shimmered with crystalline sadness as his voice broke. I'm trying to process everything. I'm struggling, I choked out. I know. I just need some space, time. I want to talk to you, I do, but I don't even have the words. I let go of his elbow, inched up, and threw my arms around his neck. I know, Max. I'm sorry for everything. I should have told you the truth. I get why you didn't, he breathed into my hair. Please don't hate me. I could never hate you. We held each other until people trickled from the outdoor ceremony in black dresses, black suits, with handkerchiefs pressed to their noses. Max pulled back first, unraveling my arms from around his neck, a choking sound escaping his throat. I should go, he whispered. But I have something for you. I blinked, sniffled, and swiped at my tears. Then I watched as he stuffed his hand in his pocket and pulled out a crumpled note. I wrote this for you the morning of... His voice trailed off, his tear stains glinting in the sun. I wrote this for you. I reached for the note, nodding as my heart pounded and my chest squeezed. Thank you. With one last tortured look, he glanced down at his feet, then stalked off, meeting his father in the parking lot. I stared at their truck as it pulled away and disappeared down the street, the note shaking in my fist. Heaving in a breath, I opened it and skimmed over the familiar handwriting. How to catch the sun. 1. Strategy? Still formulating, but persistence is key. I'll get back to you on that. 2. Once I figure it out, I'm never going to let it go. I'll bask in that glow, let it warm me, fill me up, and hell, I'll even let it burn me. A small price to pay for eternal sunshine. 3. You're my perpetual horizon, Sonny. I'll never stop chasing your light. This wasn't the structured list you anticipated. My muse feels distant. But then so do you. Come back to me. Max. I collapsed in the grass with the note pressed to my chest, my tears spilling out and dampening the paper. Now it's folded up, resting underneath the white stone right beside the potted crayon. It's all I have left of him right now. His beautiful words, a precious stone, and a little terracotta pot. I glance up at the two fishermen, the mood heavy and tense. The nice thing about the Fisher family is that tense moments never last long, always severed by a joke, a silly dance move, music, or words of love. "Can I give you a bit of advice?" Maddie asks, setting down his fork and folding his arms as he presses forward on the table. "It'll be bog standard at best," Pete adds with a smirk. "You're a hog," Maddie snaps. "Bog, dear husband. I said bog. Nobody knows what that means. What does that even mean?" His eyes pan around the table, but we all shrug. Screw the advice. I'm already smiling. "Anyway," Maddie continues, glaring kindly at his husband before swiveling back to me, "my bog-riddled advice is this: love comes first." I blink at him, the words settling in my heart. Whenever this bonehead pisses me off, I repeat that over and over.
"Thanks," Pete grumbles. He grins. "But in all seriousness, Ella Belle, remember that. Love comes first. You're grieving because love happened. You're bleeding because love sank its nasty, beautiful claws in you. You're crying because love filled you up and now it has nowhere to go." A solemn quiet washes over the table as he looks me in the eyes and his smile softens. Love always hurts, honey. That's the price we pay to experience it. Sometimes that hurt is on a smaller scale, and sometimes it's big enough to move mountains. Either way, it hurts. You have to think of it as a cruel gift. Nothing good in life is ever free. There are always sacrifices and tough blows. And even if we never fully recover from those blows, we can appreciate the love while it was still sweet and untainted. After all, it was there first. It's the conduit for every raw, passionate, ugly heartache we experience in this life. I don't even notice that Bryn's hand is linked with mine under the table, our fingers entwined, our palms gripping hard. I glance at her and see that she's crying. Silent tears stream down her face, and I realize I am too. I nod as I force a broken smile, sniffling, my lips trembling. I think back to a summer afternoon on a swing set. The clouds looked like spools of cotton candy. A funny-looking caterpillar awaited transformation into a glorious butterfly. Sunshine beat down like a warm hug, and at the center of it all, there was a boy with dimples, with affection in his cloudless blue eyes, and an orange flower tucked inside his hand. It's bright like the sun, and the sun is bright like you. Yes, love came first. Young, sweet, beautiful love. Life goes on. Life throws frost in your face, but it doesn't ever dull the warmth of that first spark. Pete's eyes gleam with tears as he slings an arm around Maddie's shoulders and tugs him close. "You can't go back, darling," he tells me. "You can't change anything. There's no changing the past. If you believe you can, you'll never move forward." "So," Maddie adds, "there's only one thing left to do." "What's that?" I croak, swiping at my cheeks. He reaches over the table, takes my hand in his, and squeezes. Heal. Chapter 39, Max Louis, Body Dementia. My father's diagnosis rolls in on the heels of the worst month of my entire life. Your father has what's known as dementia with Lewy bodies, or DLB for short. A young doctor tells me, his light wisps of blonde hair a contrast to his dark words. My eyebrows knit together as anxiety washes over me. What does that mean? Dr. Shea folds forward on the desk across from me, eyes empathetic. It's a type of progressive dementia. The name comes from the presence of abnormal protein deposits in the brain known as Lewy bodies. These affect chemicals in the brain, leading to problems with thinking, behavior, and mood. He pauses to allow the information to sink in. It's different from Alzheimer's, though there can be overlap in symptoms. Your father might experience visual hallucinations, vivid nightmares, moments of alertness and drowsiness, and motor symptoms similar to Parkinson's. Night terrors, shaky hands, hallucinations, frequent naps, memory loss. Everything funnels through me like a cyclone. Test after test had been coming up inconclusive, and I was beginning to think that my father was going to be okay. Maybe I'd exaggerated his symptoms.
Maybe he was getting older, and with age came memory loss. Maybe the trauma of losing his wife, paired with his injury, was simply catching up to him. Maybe he just had night terrors like some people do. Scrubbing a hand down my face, I cup my jaw and close my eyes. How do we fix it? I wonder, wanting to check out. I want to disappear, fade away. I wish for the hard office chair to morph into quicksand. What's the cure? Dr. Shea tilts his head with a solemn sigh. Unfortunately, there is no cure, Mr. Manning. Current treatments can help manage some of the symptoms, but they can't stop the progression of the disease. Our main goal will be to ensure your father has the best quality of life possible given the circumstances. We'll work together to develop a comprehensive care plan tailored to his needs. He hands me a brochure. I stare at it like it's a map of a foreign country I have no desire to visit. No cure. No money for treatment. I'm lucky our state medical plan covered his hospital visits and testing thus far, but I know it won't cover long-term care. There's only me. No mother, no brother, no future. I guide my father to his bedroom when I get home and help him on the bed. I give him the news, just like I had to give him the news about McKay 4 weeks ago. Dad stares at me with glazed eyes, his hands shaking in his lap. "You're a good son, Maxwell," he tells me. "You've made me very proud." I'm not sure what he processed, but I guess it doesn't really matter. And in a way, I envy my father. I envy him because one day, I know, he won't remember any of this. I hug him, refusing to let myself cry, refusing to break down because I'm the only stability he has left. I have to be strong. There's no other choice. "I think I'll take a nap now," he says, nodding as he glances out the window. "Wake me up before your brother's game, will you? I want to be there." My eyelids flutter closed as I stand. "Sure, Dad. I'll wake you in an hour." "That's great, son." He slips underneath the covers and curls his legs to his chest. "Thank you." I stare at him for a beat before heading outside and collapsing on the front stoop. School let out last week. High school is over, and I graduated with solid grades and a glittering diploma. And it means absolutely nothing because I've already lost everything. 2 black boots appear in my periphery, and I glance up, my gaze landing on Chevy. He stands beside me, 2 beers in hand, his golden hair fluttering in the summer breeze. "Hey," I manage. He takes a seat beside me on the stoop and hands me a beer. I shake my head. When he offers me a cigarette instead, I falter briefly before snatching one from the box. "Thanks." I bring the rolled paper to my lips and watch as he lights the opposite end, cupping a hand around the flame. "I mean that, by the way," I add. "Thank you for everything." Chevy pockets the lighter with a nod. "No need to thank me. Neighbors help each other out." "You're more than a neighbor. Always have been." "Well, you're welcome then." He sends me a partial smile before glancing out across the street. "Some of my fondest memories are of you 2 kids playing out in the front yard, tossing footballs, running through sprinklers, reminded me of my own childhood back in Oregon. I have a brother too, not a twin, he's 2 years younger than me, but he's my better half, my best friend. I can't imagine Chevy having a better half. He's already's best." "Are you still close?" His eyes dim. "Not close enough," he says, cracking open the beer I rejected and taking a long pull. "He's in a cemetery near Cannon Beach." "Fuck," I mutter, dropping my chin to my chest. "Sorry to hear." "Leukemia. It was a late-stage diagnosis, and he never stood a chance. He passed away 3 months after we got the news. 14 years old." Chevy sets his beer on his knee and looks back at me. "Anyway, if you ever need an outlet, let me know. I have a ton of shit lying around that you're welcome to break." A smile slips as I blow a smoky breath out through my nose. "I might take you up on that." Nodding, he studies me, the mood shifting again. "I don't know what it's like to lose someone in such a violent way, but loss is loss. Absence is absence. You can't fill it and you can't shake it. All you can do is accept that it's always going to follow you around like a shadow, and you do what you can to live with it," he tells me. "You fill your life with other things, hobbies, people, dreams. I keep busy because I have to. House flipping, auto restoration, a bunch of random shit. I have 1,000 projects going on at once because that's the only way the shadow takes a back seat and lets me appreciate what I still have. It becomes a silhouette." Chevy takes another swig of beer, then dangles the bottle between his knees. I'll never lie and say it's easy. I'll never pretend like it doesn't suck your soul straight out of you sometimes, but I will tell you that it's still possible to find the light. The loss is permanent, but the darkness isn't. My eyes fill with stinging tears as I stare across the street at Ella's house. I think of her. I think of McKay. I think of myself, submerged in Telepo Lake, staring at both of them as they floated across from me, our eyes locked together while sunlight poured down on the surface above. Green eyes, blue eyes, hopelessness and yearning. Time stopped and sound faded as we held our breath and counted down the seconds. Little did we know the real drowning would come after we pulled ourselves out of the water. Chevy presses his hand to my shoulder and gives it a squeeze, severing my bleak thoughts. "She's your light, Max. Trust me on that," he says with conviction, tipping his head toward Ella's property. "Don't let it get away." With my throat in knots, I stare at him as he stands from the stoop and sends me a small nod. My real name's Eli, by the way. Walking backward, he raises his beer bottle with a wink. "Don't tell anybody." I smile through the tears, a silent thank you, and watch as he heads back to his house and gets to work on an old RV sitting idle in the front yard. As I puff on my cigarette, Ella trickles through my mind like a sunbeam forcing its way through gray clouds. I told her I needed space. My brother is gone, but so is hers. My world is rocked, but she's in the same boat, getting tossed and thrown among tumultuous waves. We're both victims, both drowning in the shadows, both trying to find the light. It's hard to think about what she went through that night with my brother, the secret she clung to, the pain she guarded and kept from me as a way of keeping me safe and protected from that same pain. Her spirit was so broken, and I had no idea why. Never in a million years would I think it was my own flesh and blood who tore her down and rendered her paralyzed. I'll never say McKay got what he deserved when Jonah put a bullet in his chest. I can't. Forgiveness is a complicated beast, but love has a way of lingering despite it all. I can't think of the heinous acts he committed without thinking of the sweet, happier moments too. I'm certain Ella feels the same way about her own brother. Light and darkness, yin and yang, sun and moon, they coexist, but I do know what Ella deserves, and it's not this. It's not my radio silence or cold shoulder. She needs my light, my warmth, more than ever. Chevy is right. She's my light, and I'm hers, my sweet, sunny girl. From that first glance in the schoolyard, her smile peeking out from behind a book in the golden afternoon light, I felt it deep inside my soul. She was, and always would be, my sun. I pull the partially smoked cigarette from between my lips, frowning as I ponder why I ever craved the needless crutch in the first place. With conviction, I stomp the cigarette beneath my foot, snuffing it out without a second thought, and I never look back. Chapter 40. Ella. I sit on the handmade bench as the sun sinks behind the clouds, leaving splashes of fuchsia and burnt orange behind. We should find a clearing in the woods and make it our own special hideaway. Dad can help me build a bench for us to sit and read books together. We can talk about our day at school and watch the butterflies flutter by. It'll be our secret hiding spot. My fingertips trail over the wood grains, lingering on the jagged carving. Manning, 2013. He did it. He made the bench just like he said he would all those years ago. Tears rush to my eyes. I wonder how long he sat here, waiting for me to come back, to sit with him and read storybooks together and watch zebra butterflies flutter their wings. I told him I'd see him the next day, but my father turned that one day into 10 years. I inhale a shuddery breath as I glance at my phone. "Max, meet me in the clearing at sunset. I'm here. I'm ready." I don't know what comes next, but it has to be something. Healing only comes with a forward trajectory. My head snaps up when I hear footsteps approaching, branches cracking, leaves rustling. A moment later, Max appears, towering in the entryway of our secret hiding spot in navy running shorts and a light gray tee, his eyes glittering in the fading daylight. I'm already close to tears. I'm not sure how I'm going to get through this, but I'm here. I'm ready. He steps inside, his throat rolling as he swallows. Hey. The nickname almost breaks me in two. My bottom lip quivers, so I stab it with my teeth. Hey. I watch as he lingers for a moment, eyes on me, hair tinted with pink and orange. I scoot over on the bench, leaving space for a second person to sit beside me, if that person wants to. I was surprised to hear from you, I confess. He nods slowly, eyeing the vacant space on the bench as he takes another step forward, all the way into the clearing. Sorry, I've been distant. My dad's diagnosis came in right after everything happened. He swallows, stalls his feet. It's called Lewy body dementia. There's no cure. I'm trying to figure out what to do, how to help him. There are treatment plans available, facilities that can care for him, but I don't know. I'll need to figure out a way to collect an income. Chevy offered to bring me in on a house flip he's working on outside of town. Maybe I can do that. I stare at him, dumbfounded, heartbroken. God, Max, I murmur. I'm so sorry. It is what it is. I'll figure it out. Shrugging, he gazes back at me, trying to hold it together. I remember building that bench with Dad, he whispers, changing the subject. We started it that same night, after you left the park. I blink back tears. Really? Yeah. It was before Dad's accident, before Mom left, before you left. He swallows, his jaw tight. I think that was my last really good day, until you came back to Juniper Falls and stole my heart for a second time. My brows wrinkle, a rock lodging my throat. Max shakes his head. No, that's not true. You never gave it back in the first place. I dip my chin, the rock becoming a boulder. We had one magical year together when we were kids. We were so young. It's really something, isn't it? What? I breathe out, lifting my head. Innocence. His gaze retreats from mine momentarily before floating back. It's so fleeting, right? But, God, it's life-changing. Gone in a blank, but powerful enough to shape every moment after. Every love story, every dream. We can't get it back once it's left, but we hold on to everything it gave us at the time, he says, emotion fusing each word. I never let go of you, Ella. I thought I was an entirely different person when you returned, but I wasn't. Seeing you again felt like coming home. Max takes another step forward and drops to his knees in front of me, taking my hands in his. Young love, I finish for him, tears traveling down my cheeks. The purest fucking kind. A smile stretches through the melancholy as he dusts his thumbs over my knuckles. I glance over his head and out through the clearing opening. The sky grays before my eyes, the wind picking up like an omen. A sharp stab to innocence. Color drains from the sky and thunder crackles in the distance. Gunshots tears holes in sweet reveries. Everything slams back into me, reminding me of all the things I long to forget, but there's no forgetting. Letting go of Max's hands, I stand from the bench and move around him, staring out at the lake as the water ripples and churns. I fold my arms with a shiver. I don't know how to move forward from this, I admit. My words and at the sky, at the lake, at him. I don't know how to heal. Where does healing come from anyway? Time? Therapy? Long walks and longer talks? I shrug, feeling hopeless. None of that feels like healing. It just feels like forcing happiness back into your life after it was ripped away from you. What other choice do we have?
I don't think all the books or advice in the world can put our pieces back together. When he doesn't respond, I walk ahead, out into the woods. Warm wind sweeps my hair up as the treetops undulate overhead. With every ounce of healing comes another hard blow. One step forward, two steps back. Maybe some people aren't meant to heal or overcome. I feel him come up behind me as a few wayward raindrops slip from the clouds. "Sonny," he whispers to my back. I whirl around. As we stare at each other, my bitterness heightens. Not at him, but at life,
at life's cruel gift. How can you even look at me? I wonder breathlessly. How are we standing here talking about love and innocence after everything that just happened? His expression falls as he repeats, more brokenly, "What other choice do we have?" There's always a choice, Max. Always. He steps forward, body taut with tension. You're right. McKay made a choice when he tried to force himself between your legs. He made a choice when he let you fall off a fucking cliff and when he walked away without calling for help, leaving you for dead. Anger and resentment flicker in his eyes. Jonah made a choice when he stormed through my front door with a gun and shot my brother in the chest. He made a choice when he took justice into his own hands. Justice for you. Every choice is a ripple. Every choice has a domino effect, he bites out. And now, we have a choice. You and me. What's it gonna be, Ella? How are you going to alter our next chapter? Where are you taking us? I gawk at him with wide, glazed eyes and swing my head back and forth. It's not just up to me. What do you want? I want to kiss you. That's what I want. His words freeze me. My heart kicks up speed as the rain sprinkles down, dampening my hair. That won't fix anything. He shrugs. Maybe not, but it's what I want. I don't think you know what you want. It's impossible to think clearly right now. I think we need a break, I croak. You were right when you said you needed space. Everything is too cloudy, murky, messy. So we clean up the mess. It's not that simple. Letting out a hard breath, he glances down at the wet leaves and clenches his fists. Fine. Fine? Yeah, fine. If that's what you want, we'll take a break. It's not about what I want. It's about what we need. Sounds like we need different things, he says. I had space and I missed you like fucking crazy. No, scratch that. I had space for the last 7 months when you left me stranded all alone, in love with you, and didn't tell me why. Fuck space. It's not what I want or need. All I need is you. He slams a flat palm over his heart. You're the only thing that will repair this goddamn hole in my heart. I'm not the answer. You're my answer, Sonny. My brother killed your brother, I shout, voice pitching over a roll of thunder. He swallows hard, eyes flaring. And we're not either of them. You're Ella and I'm Max. Why can't that be enough? It's not. It can't be, I yell back. McKay is dead because of Jonah. McKay did something unforgivable to you. He didn't deserve to die, and neither do I. My face crumples as the rain splashes across my hair and cheeks. Max. His chest heaves, body trembling, eyes darkening along with the sky. He scrubs both hands over his face and hair, shaking his head as he slams the heels of his palms to his eyes. Fuck, sorry. You're right. Max stands there for a beat in the same position, only his head shake morphing into a nod of acceptance. You're right. Take all the time you need. When he swivels away from me, I panic. My chest implodes with regret. I open my mouth to call him back, but nothing comes out. So I race after him, grab him by the arm, and spin him around. He stares down at me. I whisper his name on the exhale, my heart bursting from the weight of it all. Max. He doesn't hesitate. Our mouths crash together on our next breath. Rain, tears, pain, love. I fist his t-shirt with both hands as his arms wrap around me and yank me flush against his chest. His tongue pushes inside and I open willingly, longingly. We moan in tandem as I arch back, pulling him closer, his hands keeping me from tipping over. No more words, no more talking, rehashing, or wallowing. Only this, Max and Ella. Still holding me with one arm, he drags a hand to the side of my face and cups my cheek hard, his thumb tugging my jaw. I open wider. I kiss him harder. Everything blurs, the past, the present, the future. Rainwater sluices us as his tongue lashes mine and my hands lower to his hips. He walks me backward. Our feet slide in wet leaves, puddles splashing with each clumsy step. We reach the clearing opening, and he spins me around before collapsing down on the wooden bench and yanking me forward. Slick fingers dip underneath the hem of my halter top and drag it up my body, pulling it over my head. I gasp when the breeze kisses my skin. My wet hair slaps across my shoulders, my bare breasts spilling free and glimmering with rainfall. Max's breath hitches on a deep groan as he buries his face between them, his tongue flicking out, and then he moves to take a nipple in his mouth, sucking roughly. My legs shake underneath me as I watch him move, an animalistic growl teasing his throat. I fist his hair and pull, desire pounding between my legs. I climb onto his lap, my knees caging him in as he grabs my ass and thrusts his hips upward. His hard length stabs me through his running shorts, and I don't think before sliding my shaky fingers under the waistband and tugging at his shorts. Max lifts up briefly. The shorts slide down his thighs. Frantic with bottled-up pain and lust, I wiggle my way out of my leggings, pulling one leg free. I mount him again, the leggings hanging off one calf as I reach down to fist his erection while my arm curls around his neck for balance and I grab a fistful of his hair. Max cranes his neck back as my hand squeezes and strokes him. Fuck, he grits out, face dropping to my breasts again, a nipple catching between his teeth. I whimper, fiery tingles racing south. My knees shake as I try to stay steady, lifting up slightly and lining him up against me. Tension races between us, an achy, breathless beat. My eyes fall to his. They're hooded, half-lidded, as they lazily float up to meet mine. I lower myself down onto him. I feel him breach me, fill every inch of me, and when he's halfway inside, I wrap both arms around his shoulders and drop down all the way. We both let out a loud, tapered moan, putting the sky's thunder to shame. My hands clasp at the nape of his neck, nails gouging the skin. Max, I mule, a high-pitched, raspy slew of syllables. He's fully inside me, to the hilt. We are joined, connected, completely entwined. My barrier was broken, so there's no physical pain, yet tears rush to my eyes as the moment hugs me with desperate, shaky arms. In return, I squeeze him, holding his face to my chest as I lift up, then lower my hips. I do it again and again. He growls, groans, panting through the rhythm. Ella. He hisses my name, his arms twined around my body, one hand cupping the back of my head, fingers sifting through my hair. His other arm slides up and down my back, feeling my movements, guiding them. I need to feel more of him, so I grab at his t-shirt and try to yank it off him. Max holds me up with one arm while the other reaches behind his back, snatches the shirt by the collar, and hauls it over his head. Skin to skin, chest to heart, heart to heart. I press forward as I rock, my breasts smashing against his chiseled torso. I move faster, glancing down between us and watching as he slides in and out of me, up and down. When I lift up, almost all the way, the sight of him wet with my desire sends shivers down my spine. My pulse is on fire, my blood pumping hot. I slam back down and he trembles in my arms, his breathing escalating. As I rise again, our foreheads clank together, and we both watch as my movements pick up speed and he thrusts up off the bench, chasing me. My neck arches back and I ride him hard, fast, frenzied and reckless, so close I can feel the electric swell. Fuck, Ella, fuck, keep going, he pants, latching onto my hip bones, his fingers bruising as he rocks into me. Feel how much I want you, need you. God, you're perfect. His mouth hangs open, his eyebrows tightly knitted as he stares down at our joining, our bodies slapping together while rain slaps at the earth all around us. I'm gonna come in you, he groans. Fuck, I'm close. His words fuel me, set me aflame. One of his hands falls between us, and he rubs me with his thumb, taking me with him. Oh God, I whimper, head falling back, damp hair swinging. I feel it climbing, clawing, cresting. Max, feel me, Ella, he rasps, forehead dropping to my chest. Let it go, let it all go. I grind into him, and when he sucks my nipple into his mouth again, I break. I shatter into infinite pieces and land among the stars. Lightning streaks across my vision as white-hot ecstasy carries me away and then brings me right back home. I collapse against him, boneless and thunderstruck, as Max grips my hips hard and rams into me 2 more times before tensing, shuddering, and letting out a feral groan with his face smashed between my breasts. I feel him empty inside me, releasing everything. Breathing heavily, he stays pressed against me as he comes back down. His hands slide up and down my back, one of them twirling my wet hair, while we both process the last 5 minutes. We lost our virginity. He gave himself to me, and I gave myself to him, in the exact same spot we handed each other our hearts over a decade ago. He's still inside of me as his head slowly lifts and his lips sprinkle kisses to the breadth of my chest, all the way up to my collarbone. I cradle his face between both hands, grazing his stubble, before angling his face up to mine. We stare at each other for a few tangled heartbeats before I lean down to kiss him, softly, gently. I don't think it's a goodbye, but as our tongues flick and our lips move, it almost feels like one. Emotion catches in my throat, and I kiss him harder, hanging on to whatever we have left. When I pull back, tears are in his eyes, shining, gleaming, reflecting everything I'm feeling. My lips quiver as I press a kiss to his forehead, then rest my head on his shoulder. "Where do we go from here?" I whisper hoarsely. My lips brush the side of his neck as I wait. And I wait. Max squeezes me tighter, still sheathed inside me. Then, on a frayed inhale, he croaks out 3 words that bring me to tears. I don't know. An hour later, Bryn drives me over to the local pharmacy. I purchase the morning after pill and chug it down with a bottle of Gatorade in one of the empty aisles with colorful boxes of cereal as my witnesses. Bryn finds me a few minutes later, one palm clutching an eyeshadow palette. She approaches me with a smile and slides a loving hand up and down my arm. Sighing, she drops her temple to my shoulder. "Are you okay?" she asks. I cap the Gatorade and try to catch my breath as I stare blankly at a box of Captain Crunch. Blinking slowly, I glance down at my muddy shoes and still damp leggings, closing my eyes and holding in my grief. Then I whisper back, echoing Max's words, "I don't know." Chapter 41. A scorching hot June shifts into an even hotter July, and my mother finally tells me that Grandma Shirley passed away in the weeks prior. "You sure you don't want me to go with you?" Bryn asks, zooming by me in a streak of pink and baby blue as she hunts down her sandals. "I can reschedule with Kai. It's just a picnic." A smile tips my mouth. "Nobody turns down a picnic, Bryn. Nobody." She dismisses my claim with a beaming grin, slicing a hand through the air. "It's not a problem. The great thing about Kai is that he's extremely adaptable." My lips purse. You kinda have to be in this cursed town that's been privy to multiple tragedies in the span of a few months. I should rephrase. You kinda have to be in this town that's been privy to multiple tragedies in the span of a few months, thanks to the cursed Ella Sunbury. "He made a charcuterie board," I remind my friend as she gives her high ponytail a tug. "You don't turn your back on a complex array of fine cheese spreads on your first official date." I do like cheese. Cheese wins. Every time. Bryn pauses, leveling me with a sympathetic stare. "I'll have my ringer on full blast. Please call or text if you need anything. I'm so sorry about your Grams." We hug each other as Kai pulls up in his dad's Volkswagen and races to the passenger side door to open it for Bryn. I smile and send her off, just as he's traipsing up the walkway. "Have fun," I tell her with a wave. "I will," she calls back. "Cheese." 15 minutes later, I'm pulling into our driveway. Bryn let me borrow her car to make the few-mile drive over to the house. It was my first time behind the wheel in ages after my doctor finally gave me the green light, and it felt good to have a semblance of control over something in my life. All of my scans and tests have come back clear with no permanent brain damage, no vision impairments, and no issues with motor functions. Next, I'll be working toward my GED, courtesy of missing nearly 6 months of my senior year. Gathering my courage, I climb out and meet Mom in the living room as she shares a mug of tea with Ricardo on the couch. His arm is draped around her shoulders, and my mother is snuggled up against his chest, both hands cupping the mug. I'm glad she has someone after I left her in the shadows with all these ghosts. She glances up at me when I enter. Ella, hey. I set my purse down and slide out of my sneakers. How are you? All she offers is a small shoulder shrug as her eyes glaze with sadness. My poor mother. Ricardo stands from the couch, sending me an empathetic nod. I'm going to head out back to Mo, he says, graciously leaving us alone. Thanks, hun, Mom replies, reaching for his hand and squeezing before he disappears through the patio door. I stand in the entryway, lost, frozen, hopelessly unsure. Come here, sweetheart, Mom says, patting the space beside her on the sofa. I miss you. My eyes mist, her words triggering my legs into action. I collapse beside her as her arms envelop me, and I break down. I'm so sorry, Mom, for everything. There's nothing to be sorry for. I abandoned you. I've been a really shitty daughter, I croak. Selfish. Ella, she whispers, propping 2 fingers underneath my chin and lifting my head. Every human being has a right to be selfish when it comes to grief. I abandoned you too, in the wake of what happened with your brother. Her voice cracks on the last word. I sacrificed precious time with you, so obsessed with overturning the case, when I still had a child here who needed me more than ever, she tells me brokenly. I kept you in the dark. I was trying to protect you, trying to save you from another crushing disappointment if it didn't work out. So no, Ella, you don't need to apologize for taking time to heal, no matter the cost. I'll always be your safe place to land when there's nowhere else to go. She strokes my hair back and shushes my tears. I promise. Her words make me cry harder as I bury my face against her shoulder. In the midst of my tears, there's a solemn realization that bitterness, like a stubborn thorn, cannot be the sole foundation for our relationship. As my mom continues to comfort me, I sense a shared vulnerability bloom between us. Mom made a choice. Her staunch belief in Jonah's innocence guided her judgment. Love always has a way of guiding the heart's will. I can't fault her for love, and I know that I'll need to make a choice too. I love you, I whisper against her shoulder as she strokes my hair. I don't want to stay angry or to hold on to useless grudges. I just want to move forward. I want to live. And it's so hard to live when I feel trapped inside this bubble of tragedy and resentment. Inhaling a ragged breath, I finish with, I want to heal, Mom.
Oh, sweetheart, I love you too, so much. She sniffles, squeezing me tighter. Do what you need to do to find your healing, okay? Whatever it might be. I will always be here, no matter what. I nod, taking her words at face value, simmering in them, spinning them over inside my head. We stay like that for a few minutes, maybe 10, maybe 20. It feels nice to be held, to still be loved after so much love has been sucked out of everything. I have something for you, Mom says, removing her glasses to swipe away her own tears. Smudges of mascara mingle with dark circles as she returns the wire-rimmed glasses to her nose. It's from Grandma. She left you something in her will. She did? Of course. I know she was stern and set in her ways, but she loved you very much. Mom stands and traipses across the small living room to snag her purse off a wall hook. She hands me a manila envelope. I lift up off the couch and pluck the envelope from her hands, grazing my fingertips over the starchy paper. A knot tightens in my throat. I'll give you a few minutes, she says softly. Find me in the bedroom after you've read over everything. Nodding distractedly, I feel her hand squeeze my upper arm, and then I listen to her footfalls move away as she heads down the hallway. I peel open the envelope and reach inside. I read. My eyes bulge, my lungs squeeze. Air leaves me in a staggered whoosh as I lean back against the wall for support, the world blurring. Grandma Shirley left me $250,000 in her will. She also left a note. Warm tears stream down my cheeks as I skim over the shaky ink, drinking in her final words to me. Dearest Ella, use this money wisely. More importantly, live wisely and with love.
With all my heart, Grams. I place a palm over my chest, rereading the simple words dozens of times. Then I glance out the window, my gaze settling and lingering on the RV on Chevy's property across the street, before panning over to Max's house. My chest contracts, my pulse stutters, and it only takes 2 heartbeats for me to figure it out. I make my choice. I know exactly what I'm going to do. Chapter 42, Max Think. Footsteps clomp along my front porch. My chin tips up from the book I'm reading, and I glance out the main window just as a shadow bolts by, disappearing before I can make out who it is. I frown, wondering if it's Chevy bringing over a bag of groceries like he sometimes does. Closing the book, I set it down beside me on the couch, slip my shoes on, and pull open the door. It takes a minute for me to notice it as my gaze dances around the yard, across the street, left to right. But when I peer down at the porch, a familiar item stares up at me. An orange backpack. I swallow, a sinking feeling swimming through my chest. An engine roars and sputters beside me, coming from Chevy's property, but I don't give it much thought. I'm too focused on the backpack, Ella's most prized possession. Crouching to my knees, I unzip the bag and peer inside. It hardly weighs anything at all, and that's because it's only filled with one thing: a note. My hand trembles as I reach inside and pluck the folded paper from the bottom of the bag. When I peel it open, another rectangular piece of paper flutters out of it, landing at my feet. I open the letter, my heart galloping, my breathing unsteady, and I read, "Dear Max, you can't catch the sun, but there's no shame in chasing its light. I hope this brings you light. Thank you for being mine. Give your father the best care possible. I love you. Sunny." A choking sound falls out as I read over her note, 2 times, 12 times. Then my attention falls to the other little piece of paper resting near my shoe. I pick it up and turn it over. And I almost fucking die when I see what it is. A check. A check for $200,000. No, 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 no. Ella? Fuck. I jump to my feet and rake a hand through my hair, just as the RV on Chevy's property revs to life and reverses full speed out of the yard. I already know it's her. I already know she's leaving me. My legs hardly feel attached as I stuff the check in my pocket and start to run. Ella! My shoes kick up stones and rubble as the big rusted RV guns it down the neighborhood street. She sees me. She has to see me chasing after her, running toward her, desperate to catch her. Chevy stands by his front door as I whip past his house. He shakes his head, tears in his eyes. I keep running. The RV is old, struggling as it climbs the steep hill. "Ella!" I shout, cupping my hands around my mouth as the vehicle moves faster. "Ella!" It keeps moving, the engine booming as she slams on the accelerator. She's leaving. She's leaving without a fucking goodbye. My thighs burn and the soles of my feet ache as I run as fast as I can, catching up, closing the gap little by little. I run like I've never run before, with Olympian speed, with the heart of a gutted, desperate man, like it's my life's final marathon. The RV keeps going and I keep running. I won't stop. I can't let her go. Not like this. Not after everything we've been through. I've hardly had her. I've hardly had a chance to love her. That rainy night in the clearing will not be our swan song. I refuse to let her go without a real goodbye, without holding her one more time with one last goddamn kiss. No, no. Ella! I call out, my heart pounding in time with my feet, my airways narrowing as oxygen fights to fill my lungs, as I fight to reach my fucking girl before she's lost. Sunny. The RV zooms farther ahead, moving faster, leaving me behind. My chest feels like it's going to erupt, my strength draining. I can't catch her. She's too far. She's gone. With a gasping howl from me, my feet finally slow to a painful stop, and I collapse to my knees in the gravel, inhaling, exhaling, every breath without her a breath with no purpose. I stare out at the expanse of dusty, barren road as the RV becomes smaller and smaller. I shout, I scream, I growl my agony into the sun, grief spilling from my eyes and tearing down my cheeks. I stand upright, torn up and dying inside as I kick at a pile of rocks and fist my hair. And then I freeze. I blink, a sobbing breath catching in my throat. Red brake lights flare. The RV jerks to a sudden stop up ahead. I gasp again, this time with disbelief. My heart races and my legs start to move. A slow, cautious jog morphs into a full-out run when I see Ellis spill out of the driver's side and land on her feet, staring at me from a few yards away. The door hangs open. She cries out, and she runs. She jogs toward me with a partial limp, and I dash forward with renewed strength, my adrenaline spiking, hope firing in my chest. Ella! Max! She chokes, the space between us thinning, the distance dwindling. Ella. We meet in the middle, and she throws herself at me, her legs coiling around my waist as I drop to my knees, my arms holding her tight. Max, Max, she weeps against my neck, gripping my hair with both hands. I'm sorry. I kiss every inch of her tear-stained face, crying with her. God, Sonny, I thought you were gone. I couldn't. I saw you running, and I thought about that day my dad drove me away. I couldn't leave you without a goodbye. Not again. A ragged, mournful wail is muffled by my neck as she trembles in my arms. Ella, I can't accept this money, I grit out, squeezing her tight. I can't. It's too much. Don't you dare leave me with this. Take it, she cries. Please. No, the money is nothing without you. My life is nothing without you. She shakes her head. Your father needs you, Max. You need each other. I need you. We rock together in the middle of the road, both of us in ruins. With her lips pressed to my collar and her arms wrapped around me, she breathes out raggedly. I need you too. I'll always need you, but I can't stay. Pain, raw, violent pain crashes down on me. Devastation competes with knowing, both funneling through me as I clutch her, feeling her soft hair sift through my fingers. Sonny, I can't, Max, she sobs. I can't stay. I have to leave.
Even though it hurts so bad, I need to do this. I need to figure out who I am outside of this town, outside of all this tragedy. I think about everything she's been through, how broken she's been, how lost. I think of her dreams, her precious, hard-fought dreams that she deserves to live out. A horse farm in Michigan, a starlit sky beaming down on her, a quiet, simple life in her RV with books at her feet and wind in her hair as she gallops bareback and free on her favorite horse. A peaceful life, a life away from all this pain, all these sad reminders. She can't stay, and I can't go. I let my tears fall down my cheeks and shower her hair. I understand, Sunny girl. I do. I choke out the words, pulling back and pressing my lips to her forehead as my heart shrivels up between my ribs. I know this is what you need, I tell her with soul-crushing defeat. I just needed to catch you one last time. Her face crumbles, her cheeks flushed and soaking wet, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Max. I'm so sorry. It's too much. I need time to heal. I pull her back to me, stroking her hair. Fuck, I murmur against her temple, squeezing her tighter. I know, I fucking know. It hurts so goddamn much, but I know it's right. I know it's what she needs, and I'll never stand in the way of her chasing her peace, her light, even if that light isn't me. Change your number, I force out, every word a dagger to my insides. I'm begging you, change your number and delete mine, because I swear I will reach out to you in my weak moments. She nods, sobbing hopelessly against me. Don't let anyone tell me where you are. Make them promise you.
I'll come for you, Ella. I swear to God, I'll come for you and I'll never let you go. Okay, she cries. Okay. I love you so much. I love you, she whispers raggedly. I love you, Max. It's the first time she's said the words aloud, and she says them on a goodbye. Every piece of me withers and decays like a dried out rose under a hot sun. I deteriorate, petals falling as they're carried away with the wind. Go, I manage, pulling back and gulping down a strained breath. Go, Sonny. Max. She holds me tighter, kissing my throat, my cheek, my hair. Please, I beg, go live a good life, Ella, the best life. Meet new people, learn to skip stones, watch every sunrise and every sunset. Find a bridge and toss sticks into streams. Dance, dance no matter who's watching. Read as many books as you can, make lists, drink Dr. Pepper, and ride horses until you can't catch your breath. I cup her face between my hands and place a final kiss on her lips. And think of me, bring me with you to all of those things, I plead, the pain eating me alive. Don't let me go, Sonny. Don't ever let us go. Nodding through her tears, she grips my shoulders, her emerald gaze shimmering with new adventures, new daydreams, a new chance at life. I won't, she whispers back, giving me one last squeeze. I'll never let you go. And maybe, Ella swipes at her eyes, staring into mine, maybe I'll find you again one day. Maybe we'll find each other. Hope bleeds in her words. Hope that someday, maybe, our timing will be right. Fate will bring her back to me, just like it did 10 years after I first laid eyes on her smiling, beautiful face. Yeah, I murmur, maybe one day. I move away and take a step back, scrubbing my hands over my cheeks and jaw. Then I heave in a tattered breath and voice my final farewell. Go live, Sunny girl. Hesitantly, slowly, she retreats, walking backward toward the RV, still nodding like she's reminding herself that this is right. And with one last poignant look, she spins around and dashes away, her red-brown hair swinging behind her. Before she hops inside, I call out to her, Ella. She turns. Our eyes lock. Thank you. I tap my front pocket, the check she left for me weighing heavily inside, her final gift. A second chance for me, too. For me and my father. She blinks away more tears and stretches a sad, knowing smile. You're welcome. Ella jumps inside the driver's seat with a closing glance, and I stare at the RV as it stutters to life, taking with it the girl I love. I watch it drive off, disappearing over the hill and leaving me behind. I fall back down to my knees the moment it's out of sight. Broken down and drained, I sit collapsed in the middle of the road as cars fly by, honking, zigzagging around me, shouting at me to get out of the street. I hardly hear them. It's all background noise, a distant hum. I sit there until night takes over and minutes bleed into hours. Daylight fades, the sky darkens to gray, and I just sit there, watching as the sun sets. Goodbye? Oh no, please, can't we just go back to page 1 and start all over again? The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, 1977 Disney movie. How to Catch the Sun. Step 4. Hold out for dawn. Just as the sun rises, so does the chance for a new beginning. Chapter 43. Ella. 2 years later. Ella, I need you now. Natine's voice spills in through the open door of my RV, yanking me into action. I jump from the bed, toss my book onto a clump of pillows, and sprint down the 3 metal steps, following her desperate call. Winding through stables and toward the fenced-in grazing pasture, I squint through the harsh sunlight and spot her up ahead. The scene that greets me is chaotic. Several horses are galloping around the enclosure, their panicked whinnies echoing all around us, heightening the anxiety. I'm met with a slew of wide and white-rimmed eyes, while frightened hooves kick up clouds of dust and dirt with every step. Natine is in the middle, trying to grasp the reins of one particularly agitated mare, her low, soothing voice doing its best to cut through the havoc. Ella, she swings her head toward me when I approach. We need to get them under control before they hurt themselves or each other. I'm on it. I nod, inhaling a deep breath to focus. Swiveling back around, I race to the tack room and snatch a few halters and lead ropes. We need to isolate the most distressed horses first. When I run back to the scene, I fumble with the padlock to the enclosure, slide inside, then lock it behind me. Start with Indigo. She's influencing the others. Natine points to the lead mare, who's pacing erratically near the far end. I approach Indigo from the side, avoiding direct eye contact to prevent further agitation. Using a gentle, reassuring voice, I murmur, "Easy, girl, easy. You're okay, you're fine." Natine does the same with another horse, her body language equally calm and assertive. One by one, using a combination of hushed tones, slow movements, and the familiar touch of our steady hands, we manage to halter the distressed horses and lead them to separate paddocks. With each horse we isolate, the collective panic in the enclosure begins to wane. Once the last horse is safely corralled, the two of us stand, panting and covered in dirt, in the now quiet paddock. "Oh, Lord Jesus, that was stressful," Natine says, puffing her cheeks with air, her dark brown eyes scanning the perimeter. I wonder what set them off. Following her gaze, I spot a fallen branch near the edge of the paddock, its leaves rustling in the late November wind. Beside it lies a torn metallic balloon, the kind children get at fairs and festivals. It must have popped and spooked the horses. There, I point, the balloon next to that branch. I bet it sounded like a predator. Natine nods, her button nose wrinkling. Makes sense. Well, we'll have to do a perimeter check every morning from now on. That holiday market just started in the square. Great for my candle collection, I decide. The horses are notably less enthused. Chuckling, she sends me a smile, her teeth extra white against dark skin and plum lipstick. Natine readjusts her sage green headscarf as two golden earrings glint in the sunshine. I was going to head over there this afternoon. Aside from manure, all I've been smelling this weekend is deep-fried everything. My hips are telling me no, but my heart wants Oreos on a stick.
I giggle as we stroll side by side toward my RV, my knee-high boots sinking into chill-hardened dirt. Give me 20 minutes to hop in the shower and I'll be your Oreo wing girl. I knew you were good people. Of course you did. When you met me, I basically had chosen little sister written all over my face as I ass-planted in the mud. Your face was more, holy shit, I'm about to ass-plant in the mud, but sure, we'll go with that. I nudge her playfully with my shoulder. Well, definitely go with that. It's true that I made a subpar first impression when I drove up to Natine's horse ranch over 2 years ago, lost, exhausted from months of directionless traveling, and eager to hop on a horse again for the first time in years. It didn't go well. Turned out I wasn't quite the bright-eyed, confident rider I'd once been. The horse sensed my faux self-assurance and decided to play with me, hightailing it into a full-on gallop the moment my feet were in the stirrups. I hunched forward, trying my hardest to stay in the saddle, but it was too much, too soon. I biffed it. Natine laughed as she ran toward me, and thus our friendship began. There I was, floundering in a mud puddle with a bruised tailbone, while Natine, a wise and nurturing presence at the age of 35, stood steadfast by my side, extending a hand to pull me to my feet. She pulled me to my feet in a lot of ways, giving me a temporary job on her ranch as a stable hand while I continue to search for a more lifelong career in the equestrian field. She's also let me live on her property in the rusty old RV Chevy sold to me for $9,500, well under listed value. I used the remaining $40,000 of the inheritance from Grandma Shirley to travel aimlessly before fate landed me at Diamond Acres, one of the few horse farms in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, making my job hunt difficult. And I still have a lot of that money left over, considering I enjoy living simply. A good portion of it has gone into making my RV sparkle.
It doubles as not only my home, but also a small business I started up to sell books and my own bookbinding creations. I like to call it a modern-day bookmobile. It served me well, keeping income flowing in while allowing me to do what I love. The last 2 years have been pivotal in my healing process, and regular visits from Mom, Ricardo, Bryn, and Kai have kept me focused on that uphill journey. Excitement has been blooming all week as I gear up for my 21st birthday. Excitement that is only dimmed by one thing. And that one thing is a constant reminder of what I gave up in order to find my healing. There are days when I wonder if I made the wrong choice. Those are the dark days, the shadow-fogged, dreary days of wallowing, eating too many carbs, and video calling Bryn with tears streaming down my face. She tells me he's doing well, visiting with his father in an assisted living center, and thriving in a business with Chevy. What began as a side gig in house flipping has now blossomed into a flourishing career for both of them. Still, it hurts. I miss him so much. There's a hole in my heart, a hole in my entire life, a painful missing piece. And the only thing that comes close to filling it is the Michigan air filling my lungs as I ride my favorite horse, midnight, through pastures and golden fields, pretending he's galloping by my side. He is. I never let him go. The RV comes into view and I wave a quick goodbye to Natine as she curves toward her small white ranch house. I'll pop by in a few, I tell her. Take your time, Elle. I have some paperwork to finish up. She stops, swivels toward me. Oh, hey, you still have that interview on Sunday morning at the new horse farm a bit west of here? Yep, I call out over a gust of wind. 10 a.m. Bummer, I was secretly hoping you'd stay here forever. Yeah, right. This RV is an eyesore, and you know it. But you're not. I'm really going to miss you. We share a soft look as I readjust my wool hat and waver by my makeshift home on wheels. Part of me wouldn't mind staying here forever, but I know, deep down, Natine and Diamond Acres are just beautiful stepping stones to my final landing place. My ambition to specialize in professional horse training brought the disappointing realization that the Upper Peninsula doesn't offer many opportunities in that field, so I've found myself dragging my mud-spattered feet, reluctant to bid farewell to my dear friend. To my surprise, Natine got wind of a new farm that just opened up 30 miles west of here. She even helped me secure a job interview on Sunday as a stable manager, which happens to be the day after my birthday. Nailing down a job in my desired field while also staying close to Natine would be the best birthday present ever. I holler back before traipsing toward the RV. Nothing is official. You might be stuck with me forever. Not mad about it, honey. Smiling wide, I send her off with a wave and disappear inside before making my way to the tiny bathroom for a shower. But first, I read one more chapter of Black Beauty. I'm good, Mom. Stop worrying. I balance the phone between my ear and shoulder as I fumble with the lip balm cap, my boots sloshing through half-frozen puddles strewn along the small-town sidewalk. There will be plenty more birthdays you can crash. Mom is in Cancun with Ricardo. My birthday is tomorrow. Therefore, Mom has guilt. I feel awful, she moans, despite the music stylings of a mariachi band playing in the background, mingling with laughter and windswept waves. You're all alone on your birthday. I'm not alone. I have Natine, horses, my own sparkling company, and an infinite number of books to read. I wish I could be there. I smile softly. I love you, but you're full of lies. You're in paradise with your boyfriend, sipping cocktails on the beach. There's nowhere else you'd rather be, and you know it. Her tone is still laced with melancholy. But you're turning 21. That's a big deal. You're moping, Mother. You need to perfect the brood. A rumble of laughter echoes through the speaker. You're right. I do have an excellent coach. You do, I agree. And that coach would love for you to visit over Christmas so we can brood in tandem to gloomy Johnny Mathis songs. I can't wait to see you, honey. Please be safe. I'll give you a call tomorrow. Love you. Love you too. Happy birthday. We disconnect the call and I slip my cell phone into my purse as I veer toward the bar entrance. My smile lingers while I think about how far my mother has come in the wake of our catastrophic family upheaval. It hasn't been easy for any of us, but Mom was truly put through the emotional ringer. She dedicated years of her life to getting her son out of prison, only to watch him go right back to a jail cell a few months into freedom. Thank God for Ricardo. Kai's father has been the biggest blessing, keeping Mom busy, laughing, hopeful, and growing. They have no plans for marriage and are content being partners, both of them having lived through respective messy divorces. Their dynamic works. They travel often and love hard, and I can't recall a time when my mother was happier. When I approach two familiar cement steps that lead up to a towering sable door, I reach for the handle and swing it open, a rush of warmth hitting my face as I step inside. Ella! Anderson flips a bottle of tequila in his hand like a pro from behind the bar, sending me a wink as I enter. Happy birthday, sweetheart! My birthday is tomorrow, but thank you, I tell him, pulling off my black beanie and smoothing down my hair. My tresses have grown out to the middle of my back now, after the shorter cut I had due to my surgery. I pull my hair over both shoulders and make my way to a vacant bar stool. The usual? Anderson side-eyes me while serving another customer. I nod. Yep, make it a double. A minute later, 2 glasses of bubbly Dr. Pepper are sitting in front of me. I inhale a big sip of one of the sodas through a straw and almost choke. Anderson snorts a laugh. An early birthday treat? That tastes like rocket fuel, I mutter through a gag. Rocket fuel that's been laced with liquid fire. It's a Dr. Pepper bomb. Shot of rum at the bottom? Thanks. I must have missed the warning. And miss your reaction? Never. I glare at him through an amused grin. I'm not even of legal drinking age yet. He glances at his invisible watch. Only 2 more hours. Worth the risk. Music spills out of one the vintage jukeboxes, and I glance right, spotting a cluster of 20-somethings browsing through the song list. The dive bar is called Retro Rhythms, a nod to the nostalgia of the past. It's a meshing of aged wood, dim lighting, and a kaleidoscope of colorful vinyl album covers littering the walls. The smell of worn leather and hints of tobacco float through the air, fusing with the laughter and chatter of young and old patrons. I was never much of a bar girl, but the name caught my attention one day while I was exploring the town's local shops and restaurants. It's all about the rhythm. Anderson is my favorite bartender. He's a late 30s father of 2, married to the owner, and he always welcomes me with a smile and a Dr. Pepper when I pop in for my usual Friday routine. I drink a Dr. Pepper, and then I dance. You better get a song in before those college kids murder my eardrums with country music, he tells me, mixing a concoction of vodka and lemon juice. I laugh when he visibly shudders. I got you, I say back, drinking down the uncompromised beverage, slapping a $20 bill on the counter, and hopping off the stool with a salute. When the country song ends, I wind over to the jukebox and insert my debit card, already knowing my song selection. A moment later, Stevie Nicks fills the room with Rhiannon. A bright smile tips my mouth. I make my way out to the center of the dance floor, hips swaying, the smile sticking to my face, and my hair sashaying all around me. A few regulars cheer me on, clapping and whistling. Sweat slicks along my hairline as I undulate under the lights, and music fills my soul. 3 minutes of restoration. 3 minutes of pure therapy. 3 minutes where I'm with him and he's with me, and we're dancing on a bridge beneath the stars, his arms around me, my cheek pressed to his pine-scented chest. I feel him more than ever in these moments. I feel his warmth, his strength, his careful fingers stroking back my hair. I inhale his familiar, nature-steeped scent and hear a single word whispered against my ear. Stay. Within these 3 minutes, I do stay. I never leave Juniper Falls. Tragedy never claws its way through us with black-tipped talons. It doesn't infect us, doesn't contaminate everything precious and good. There is no Jonah, no McKay, no terror, no bloodshed, no tears. There are only Max and Ella, swaying on an old bridge over the water with a sun-inspired playlist as our soundtrack. I slowly lift my arms over my head, then drag my fingers through my hair as my hips twirl, my neck swivels, and my pulse thrums. My eyes remain closed. Images burst to life in full color within my mind's eye, and I savor every second in his arms. And for a moment, I think I do feel him. My skin tingles with a strange familiarity, a pinprick of intuition. like something is giving my soul a warm hug. Souls don't see, Sunny. Souls feel. I open my eyes and glance around the dance floor, gaze sweeping from face to face, shadow to shadow, while I keep moving, keep swaying in slow motion. Nothing. I scold myself for being ridiculous and slam my eyes shut once again, shaking off the feeling. 3 minutes turn into 4 and the song ends, leaving me cold and alone. My eyelids flutter back open, my gaze landing on cheerful faces and enthusiastic fist pumps through the air as fellow patrons celebrate my one-person dance performance. I force a smile and take a small bow before traipsing off the dance floor, already craving the next 3 minutes. You make that look cathartic, Anderson notes, refilling my watered-down soda. When I dance, my wife tells me I look like a malfunctioning Roomba banging against the wall over and over. My fingers curl around the edge of the bar as I attempt to envision the analogy. I can't. Breathing out a laugh, I offer him a shrug. I never used to like dancing. I never liked attention on me, or bright lights, or big crowds. What changed? My smile turns watery. A boy. Always is. He presses forward on the bar with both palms and tilts his head. You look like you're entirely somewhere else when you dance, he muses. Where do you go? With a slow exhale, I reach for the glass, finger the straw, then glance back up at him. Back to that boy. I make my way home a little after midnight and step inside the RV, flipping on a light and veering toward the miniature bedroom at the far end. After slipping into a pair of cozy pajamas, gulping down a glass of water, and brushing my hair and teeth, I pull my notebook out of a tiny desk drawer and reach for a pen. Inside the notebook is a list. It's a list of all the things Max wanted me to do. Meet new people, learn to skip stones, watch every sunrise and every sunset, find a bridge and toss sticks into streams, dance, no matter who's watching, read as many books as you can, make lists, drink Dr. Pepper, ride horses until you can't catch your breath. Uncapping the blue pen, I add another check mark in the columns under dance and drink Dr. Pepper. Then, with a melancholic smile, I tuck the notebook back in the drawer and crawl into bed. Check marks 122 and 146. Chapter 44. Ella. You look amazing! Bryn's chipper voice is music to my ears as I lie back in the grass, my face tipped to the sky and my phone held out in front of me. Thank you. It was a fun day. I hope you had the best birthday ever, bestie. I wish I could have been there with you. Her bright smile droops, momentarily morphing into a pout before beaming again. Kai had that art show tonight. I know, that's so exciting, I say with a grin, watching as Kai comes into view on the phone screen. He raises his hand with a wave, then sweeps back his bangs. Happy birthday, Ella. Thanks, Kai. Congrats. Thank you. It was pretty cool. Don't listen to him, Bryn shoves at his shoulder with hers. It was epic, Ella. A black tie affair, champagne, important people. A whimsical sigh falls out of her. His painting was revered. Daddy-O and Pops were bawling. Seriously, their champagne ratio was 85% tears. Kai sighs. She's exaggerating. It only caught people's attention when they mistook it for an accidental paint spill. The phone shakes through my giggles. I'm siding with Bryn on this one. I know it was epic. I guess it went pretty well, he relents, unable to stifle the proud smile that lights up his face. Tell me about your special day, Bryn encourages. Kai waves me off, and my best friend takes me with her as she floats around the small apartment they share in southern Florida after making their relationship official 2 years ago. Blush pink walls and girly knickknacks whiz by while she moves into the kitchen to pour a glass of juice. Natine and I started the day watching the sunrise, and then we rode horses for a while, I tell her, reminiscing over the feel of the crisp wind nibbling at my cheeks. We ate lunch in the square, browsed craft vendors, and listened to live music before getting some work in at the stables. Then Natine ordered me to get dressed up, curl my hair, put on makeup, and do absolutely nothing for the rest of the day. I shrug, pleased with my ordinary birthday itinerary. So I did. It was fabulous. Wait, you didn't drink all the cocktails? Puke in someone's lap in true birthday girl fashion? My nose scrunches up. Hard pass. For the best, she murmurs, pausing mid-sip. You've got that interview in the morning. I told you about that? She chugs down the rest of her juice. Sure, you mentioned it last week. Right. I nod, my chest fluttering at the thought of becoming a stable manager. It'll open up so many future possibilities in this field. It's been great working with Natine and relearning everything about the horses, I continue. But I think it's finally time to spread my wings. Bryn leans back against the counter. I have a good feeling about it, she says. A really good feeling. You do? Yep, I definitely think you'll get the job. That would be amazing. And I think, my words drift and my throat starts to burn. I think Max would be really proud of me. Her eyes glaze over with tears as a few tense beats roll by. He's doing good, Ella. Kai talked to him last week. He asked about you. Oh, yeah? The fireball in my throat catches with gasoline. That's nice to hear. He always asks about you. Hot pressure burns behind my eyes. I took Max's pleas at face value that day, in the middle of a gravelly road, rocks pressing into our kneecaps, and goodbyes stabbing at our hearts. I made my friends promise that they would never tell him where I was, never give him my new number. They all agreed. Even Mom. They understood. And now, even though I'm doing better and have come such a long way, I don't know if anything has changed for us. I don't know if he wants to hear from me. Maybe he made me promise him those things for both of our sakes, for his own inner peace. I've considered reaching out to him more times than I can count. I've almost buckled under the draw of temptation. But nearly 3 years have passed, and so much time has gone by. Max seems happy, settled, successful, free of my trail of tragedy that always seemed to follow us around and attach itself to us like a malignant tumor. They say that out of sight and out of mind is the only way to truly heal and let go. Maybe Max finally let go. Maybe he let me go. Clearing my throat, I bob my head quickly and force back an embarrassing waterfall of tears. Well, I'm glad you had a good night at the art show. How's school going? Bryn fills me in on her college courses and criminal justice journey, the enthusiasm making its way back into her voice. We spend the next 15 minutes talking, catching up, and reminiscing about the good times as the dark blue stretch overhead turns almost black and we say our goodbyes. It's just me now. Me and the sky. Me and my childhood wish. I lie back and wait, hoping the sky will burst to life above me in streaks of glittering green. It's a clear, cloudless night, the perfect canvas for auroras. When I was 10 years old, Jonah told me about the Northern Lights. I'd been back in Nashville for a few years, and our bond had grown 10 times stronger. My wishes became his wishes. His dreams became my dreams. Jonah said that when I was older, we'd take a road trip together up to Porcupine Mountain's Wilderness State Park and try to watch the light show when the moon was shrouded and the sky was clear. I held on to that dream, even after he went to prison. It became my dream. So as my mother and I made the drive to Juniper Falls in silence after Jonah's sentencing, with our fresh start dangling on a bleak horizon, I made a promise to myself that I would find my way to this park on my 21st birthday. I'd spend the night lying underneath the stars, waiting for that first emerald spark. I'm doing it. Cold air bites at my nose as my hair halos around me in the grass, spilling out from underneath my wool hat. It's in the low 30s and snow is predicted in the incoming week, a change of season I'm eager to dive into. But tonight, the sky is clear. Tonight, the sky is just for me. My teeth chatter and my toes curl into my fuzzy socks and fleece-lined boots as I tug my orange scarf a little tighter and fold my arms across my puffy coat. I wait. I wait for 1 hour, 2 hours. The cup of hot cocoa I brought is mostly gone, the remaining liquid ice cold. Frost-tipped grass blades poke the back of my neck, making me itchy. It's nearly 11 p.m. when I'm ready to call it quits and give up. I almost do. Almost. But then I hear something. Frowning, I sit up straight, a strange noise penetrating the silence of nature. At first, I think it's an animal, a white-tailed deer or a curious fox, hopefully not a coyote. Only, I think it's something worse. A person. Footsteps crunch along leaves and sticks, approaching on my left, and goosebumps prickle the back of my neck. Nerves slither down my spine. All I can imagine is a mountain man leaping from the trees with a rusted axe and hacking away at me until my dreams fade to black beneath an auroraless sky. It's instinct to immediately conjure up danger, ever since McKay's attack. I've come a long way in my healing journey, but I'm a lot more careful these days. Truthfully, I shouldn't have come out here alone. The footsteps approach. I choke. I jump to my feet, my gaze scanning the darkened surroundings, senses on high alert. My heart pounds when a shadowy figure comes into view in my peripheral vision, the face shrouded by the night. Oh God, I'm shivering, more from fear than the cold. Icicles bloom in my lungs and sleet rains down inside my chest. Holding my breath, I clench my gloved hands into fists, gather my courage, and whip around. And I freeze in place. A gasp falls out. But before I can say a word, a can of Dr. Pepper comes flying at me through the wall of darkness. I catch it. Chapter 45. Ella. Hey, Sonny. That name, that voice, that face. Familiar features materialize as he steps closer, hands slipping in his pockets, hair fluttering when the wind blows through. I can't breathe, can't speak, can't move. I'm frozen to the earth with a can of Dr. Pepper squeezed inside my fist, so hard the aluminum threatens to crumple. My eyes are playing tricks. The dark is compromising my rational thought. I start shaking, my knees close to buckling. It can't be him. He's not here. I slam my eyes shut and shake my head, my throat stinging. Max, I croak out. Maybe I'm still dancing. Maybe I imagined him so hard, I brought him to life. Before I can spiral, two strong arms are around me, pulling me to a warm chest. The smell hits me first. Pine needles, woods, nature, a trace of mint. Max. The Dr. Pepper falls from my hand, and I fist the front of his coat with white-knuckled fingers and bury my face in the buttons. Are you real? I breathe out, tears leaking down my cheeks. He lets out a long exhale, like he just ran a marathon and finally crossed over the finish line. I'm real, he whispers, cupping the back of my head, his fingers gloveless as they dip under my hat to graze along my scalp. I'm real, Sunny girl. How? How are you here? My head swings back and forth, my tears dissolving into the fabric of his coat. You knew where I'd be. Did Bryn tell you? My mother? Did you? You told me, he says, cradling my face and angling my eyes up to his. You did. The night I came through your window with a concussion and you bandaged me up. You said you'd be here. My eyes are wide and glazed as I stare up at his handsome, bristled face, flabbergasted. You remembered that? A smile blooms. I remember everything you tell me. I still can't believe it. Nearly 3 years without his touch, and I can't imagine how I ever survived without it. My head tilts, eyes closing, his thumb brushing along my frozen lower lip. Max, I took a chance, he tells me, voice hoarse. I had to. No one would tell me where you were, no matter how many times I begged and pleaded. This was my one shot. To see you, even if you didn't want to see me. I want to see you, I say, nodding fervently. Of course I do. I've missed you so much. He cants my head back up to his, one finger tucked under my chin. Yeah? Yeah. My eyes dart across his face, his blue eyes, perfect nose, full lips, and mess of rich brown hair. He's beautifully the same, and so different too. Even through the dark night, I see a maturity in his gaze, a growth. During our time apart, his charming, boyish glow has transformed into a masculine ruggedness. Bristles line his jaw, not quite a beard, but more than stubble. I place my fingertips to the side of his cheek, my focus dipping to his mouth before panning back up. His eyes glitter under the milky starlight, and then he sighs again. That same contented finish line sigh. Max pulls me against him, hugging me tight, holding me like he never plans to leave. I melt into him and let him warm me, let him fill every hole left empty in his absence. There's so much I want to tell you, Sonny, he confesses. I let him hold me for a few more beats before pulling back, a giddiness rising inside me as the shock starts to dwindle. God, me too. I know it's late. I bite my lip, watching as a smile hints on his lips. How long are you in town? A few days, he says, hands sliding back in the pockets of his dark wash jeans. Then I'll need to get back to work. I don't want to interrupt your life. A few days. I nod absently, feeling like there's not enough time in the world to keep me from missing him once he's gone. Okay, a few days. A few days. A few days to cherish him, to hug him, to breathe him in, hold his hand, and make new memories. A few days to add as many check marks to my notebook as possible. The fire sets his gaze aglow, sprinkling red-orange embers into the blue of his eyes. I'm immediately taken back to a senior year bonfire over 3 years ago, where we sat side by side on a log bench, and every inch of me burned hotter than the flames thanks to that mere inch between us. It's funny how you know your life is going to change. A heavy look, a careful word, a leg brush, or a quick touch. An orange flower held in the hand of a little boy. Somehow, I knew that when Max handed me that rose and then chased after my father's shiny car, he'd reach me one day. He'd find me, and I'd find him, and we could finally stop running in opposite directions. I wonder if that one day is finally here. As wood crackles and smoke rises, our knees touch on the small bench near the fire pit, just a few yards from Nathan's house, following our return from the park. I glance up at Max, staring down at me. He looks the same way I feel, mesmerized. I don't even know what to say, I confess, studying his face, relearning every crease and divot. God, I feel like I'm dreaming. He smiles softly. Feels that way, doesn't it? How are you? I mean, geez, that sounds so casual, considering our history. But I want to know everything about you. Where you're living, how your dad is doing, your career. Do you still love me? Are we passing ships, or am I anchored in your heart? Max spins his own Dr. Pepper can in his hands as he glances down between his knees with a long sigh. I'm doing good, really good, he says. Chevy and I started up a business after you left. I helped him flip this huge house outside of town, and we sold it for a big profit. Then I finally finished the reno on our old house and sold that too. It kind of snowballed after that. Chevy and I have become close. He's really been a lifeline for me. A smile lifts when he looks my way. Dad is doing okay. He's in an assisted living center. He has moments of clarity, but I move my hand to his lap and squeeze his knee. I'm sorry. It's okay. He's doing better, and the facility takes good care of him. I try to visit him as much as I can, a few times a week, usually. Sometimes he recognizes me, sometimes he doesn't. I've accepted it. Nothing else I can really do. His attention lands on my hand, still cupping his knee. The money you left me, it changed our lives, Ella. I can't thank you enough for that. Tears blur my vision as I nod. Of course, I'm so glad I could help, I whisper. It was the easiest decision I ever had to make. And it came right along with the hardest. Our gazes hold for a long beat before he glances into the orange flames. I never resented you for leaving, I hope you know that. The tendons in his neck stretch, his jaw clenching tight through the bevy of emotions funneling between us. And look at the life you've built for yourself. I'm so proud of you. You're living your dream, riding horses, looking as free as I've ever seen you. I've never been free of you, I tell him, needing him to know. It's imperative he knows. Never. You've been here. I've carried you with me this whole time. He blinks back at me, his eyes dimming. You never reached out. I know. I wanted to. My bottom lip wobbles as I pull my hand away, wrapping my arms around myself to counter the chill of that truth. I didn't know if I could, if you wanted me to, I admit, exhaling a frayed breath. I thought you moved on by now. I figured you created a new life, met someone else. What? No, he says. There's been nobody else. This has my chin popping up, eyes flaring. Really? There's no one else, Ella. It never crossed my mind. Not once. Not even... I swallow hard, grit forming in my throat. Not even something casual? It's been a long time. I get it if you... No, he answers quickly, frowning. Not even that. I'm taken aback. I never would have guessed he's been celibate, untethered to female companionship. He's a 21-year-old man, after all. Gorgeous, kind-hearted, and noble, perfect in every way. A tear slips out, and I swipe it away, his unwavering devotion filling my chest with something heavy. But I left you, I whisper raggedly, my gaze held tightly to his. We broke up. Max turns and fully faces me, shaking his head as he lets out a hard breath. Raising his hand, he cups my cheek with a feather-light touch, his thumb stroking away my falling tears. We didn't break up, Sonny, he murmurs back. We just broke. My breath hitches. An avalanche of heartache rains down on me, burying me alive. I wasn't sure if we were fixable, I admit, through the knot in my throat. Everything that happened with Jonah, he looks away, down at the ground, and my chest contracts with grief and sorrow. I still think about my brother every day. It's impossible not to, but it doesn't hurt as much as it once did. In the original case against him, there was always a measure of second-guessing. He never admitted guilt. The evidence had been devastating, but when you love somebody that much, when your whole life is woven and braided with theirs, it's hard to believe they are capable of committing such a grisly crime. I still don't know the truth. I'll probably never know what happened the night Aaron Kingston and Tyler Mack lost their lives. After his original conviction for the double homicide was overturned, Jonah found himself in a legally precarious position. The principle of double jeopardy meant he couldn't be retried for those particular murders. So when faced with the new charge in the death of McKay, Jonah and his counsel decided it was best to avoid another uncertain legal battle. This time, he accepted the plea bargain offered, a reduction of his second-degree murder charge to voluntary manslaughter. In exchange, he was sentenced to 15 years with the possibility of parole after 7, along with a commitment to attend an anger management therapy program during his incarceration. Given his history and past accusations, many found the sentence lenient, even me. But with the previous trial's complications and its evidence deemed inadmissible, the prosecution felt this was the most strategic way to ensure Jonah faced some measure of justice. And in the end, Mom didn't have to suffer through the heartache of another trial, which was a small silver lining. Max peers back up at me when the silence lingers, setting down his can. Have you visited him at all? He wonders. I shake my head stiffly. Jonah is at a medium-security correctional complex in Pikeville, roughly an hour and a half east of Tellico Plains. No, but Mom does. She visits him once a month. How do you feel about that? I shrug. I don't blame her. That's her son. He's your brother, Max says, tone softening. He was protecting you. He was avenging me, I correct. There's a difference, and I never asked him to do that. God, that's the last thing I wanted. More tears threaten when our eyes catch.
How are you doing, Max? With everything? His eyes dip to the wood chips beneath our boots. I'm managing. It's a strange position to be in grieving someone you loved while also resenting them for doing something terrible. I know you get it. He swallows. Some days are better than others. I do get it. I'm in the exact same position. The ironic parallel would be funny if it weren't so tragic. And I worried at first that if I ever saw Max again, I'd still see his brother's face shining back at me with malice. I'd see dark eyes instead of crystal blue, callousness instead of comfort. But I don't. All I see is Max. I'm so sorry, I breathe out. And I am sorry for everything. I stand from the bench, holding in a cry of longing, of despair, of things we can't change, and things we still can, of unknowns and well-knowns, and tragedy and fate. My legs carry me over to the stretch of woods that border a small creek. I hear him follow. I hear his familiar footfalls, heavy boots against rugged earth. The water is near frozen as my feet stall at the edge of the creek, my tears like tiny icicles glued to my cheeks. I made a list, I murmur softly as Max steps beside me and we're shoulder to shoulder. I made a list of all the things you wanted me to do. I've kept a running tally. Bending over, I pick up a small stone with my gloved fingers and brush my thumb along the ridges. But I still haven't figured out how to skip a stone. Max watches as I arch my arm and toss the stone across the water.
It bounces off an ice formation, then disappears into the black abyss. I sigh, turning toward him with a defeated shrug. You became my unskipped stone, forever out of reach. He stares at me with glazed eyes, the collar of his dark brown coat tickling his jawline. Then he plucks his own stone from the ground, swings his arm out, and gives it a graceful toss. Skip, skip, skip. Plunk. Have you found a bridge to toss sticks into? He wonders, searching for another stone. Yes, there's a small bridge a few miles away. I'll drive over there every once in a while. Watch the sunrise and sunset? I do, as many as I can. Horses are a given, he notes, glancing back at the stables. Do you dance? Max tosses another stone with perfect rhythm. Yes, every Friday at a local bar. Do you dance alone? The underlying question is evident. I nod again, slowly, watching another pebble leave his hand and dance its way across the newly rippling surface. There hasn't been anyone else for me either. Pausing, he glances at me, relief filling his eyes. Then he takes my hand in his, outstretches my fingers, and places a grayish rock in my palm. Try again. I sigh. It's pointless. It's not. You'll get it. Shaking off my jitters, I try to concentrate as I sweep my arm out and whip it forward. Plop. I tried 2 more times to no avail. On the 3rd attempt, Max moves in behind me until the front of his coat is pressed up against my back. I go still. My breathing feels unsteady, my heart jumping like the stones that refuse to skip. I feel him falter for a moment, his nose dipping to my hair as he inhales a shuddered breath. My eyes close. I lean back on instinct, my balance teetering, my stomach in ropes. It's all about the rhythm and the glide, he murmurs against my ear. Max's fingers trail down the length of my arm until his hand is clasped around mine. I want my gloves to incinerate, to turn to dust. I want no layers between us. Swallowing, I let his fingers tangle with mine briefly before he slowly swings my arm back and forth, assisting with the rhythm. Forward, back, repeat. It's almost like we're dancing. The last time we did this, I think I fell a little bit in love with you, I confess. A warm plume of his breath hits the shell of my ear. I'm not sure if it's a sigh of relief or a groan, but it sets my insides ablaze. His scent overpowers me, unravels me, as I tremble on 2 shaky legs. It's freezing outside, but I've never felt more warmth. Me too, he says softly. Max's other arm snakes around my middle and holds me tight, while his right hand still sways with mine. Toss the stone, Sonny. I close my eyes. I envision us 3 years ago at Tellico Lake, the sunset staining the sky in an apricot blush, all of my worries and fears setting with the sun. I recall myself looking forward to dawn, to a new day, to a new beginning. With him. There was a golden glow around my heart, the feeling as unpredictable as the ever-changing weather in our story. My arm rears back a final time, his fingers still cradling my hand, and I let go of the stone. A few tiny plunking sounds travel to my ears. Max hesitates, inhales a quick breath. Then he leans into me and whispers gently, "You did it." A smile pulls at my frozen cheeks. My lashes flutter, my eyes opening, and I stare out at the dark water as I lean against Max, letting him hold me upright. His other arm falls away from my hand to join the one that circled around my middle. He squeezes me tight, his face dropping to the crook of my neck. I feel his lips graze my skin, followed by a light kiss. Then another. I shiver. "You skipped your first stone," he murmurs, sprinkling more kisses along my throat, my ear, his hands skimming the front of my puffy coat. "I skipped my first stone," I repeat breathily. "And you're here. I'm here." Spinning in his arms, I reach up and clasp my hands around his neck and lower his face to mine. My lips part when our noses kiss. Max drags his hands up my body in slow motion, then cups my face between his palms. The feeling never left. The glow, the shimmer, ringed around my heart. I lift up on my tiptoes and press my lips to his. His lips are cold, but his tongue is warm when it slips inside. A moan falls out as my hands squeeze the nape of his neck, my eyes hesitant to close as I fully drink him in. Heat blooms everywhere, from my chest to my toes. It's a reunion, a coming home, a feeling of completion. "You can close your eyes," he whispers, pulling back briefly. "You don't have to look at me if it hurts too much." I falter, my breath catching. "What?" Max swallows as our noses brush together. "I just mean, if you still see him." My heart cracks. Tears pool, and I shake my head back and forth, emotion clogging my words. "No, Max, no," I tell him, holding him tighter. "I only see you. It's true." With the weight of our past hanging between us, I see Max, the man standing before me now, offering comfort and understanding. The specter of his twin brother's actions may linger in my memory, but in Max's arms, I find a safe space where the wounds of the past can heal and where the promise of a shared future begins to take shape. He is not his brother, just as I am not mine. Max lets out a sigh of relief, and I pull him closer, the kiss gaining wings as we soar across a midnight sky. His hair between my fingers, our chests and hearts flush together. When he pulls back for a breath, his forehead drops to mine. "We're fixable," he says huskily, pushing my hair back and kissing the top of his head. I never doubted that. Not once. It's always been you, Ella. Since the day I saw you in the schoolyard reading Winnie the Pooh, I knew I'd found my best friend. A small cry leaves me as I yank him back for another kiss. We stumble, walking backward through the tree line, a clumsy trek toward the property. My hat slides off my head, my boots catch on sticks and branches, but our mouths hardly unlock. Max reaches down to scoop me up, his forearms linking underneath my thighs. I hang on to him as our lips and tongues tangle, our bodies drawing closer to my RV. He presses me up against the siding, a breath leaving me as my legs circle tighter around him. His eyes pan up briefly, drinking in my decked-out RV that's softly illuminated by an underglow and string lights from the adjacent property. "Wow," he mutters, glancing back at me with a smile. I'm impressed. Max stares at my little life on wheels, newly repainted in bright orange with a glossy finish. Large, vibrant decals cover its sides, showcasing iconic book spines that seem to stack upon one another. The title, Sunny's Book Voyage, is emblazoned across the top in whimsical, flowing script. The vehicle has exterior underglow lights in a soft gold, making it shine. The title is lame, I admit. I couldn't think of anything clever. He shakes his head, eyes still sparkling and aimed at me. "It suits you." My heart squeezes as the words wash over me like dawn's first blush. I nibble my lip and nod at the vehicle, an invitation for entry. "I can show you the inside," I offer, "so we can warm up." He bites his lower lip. "All right." Max follows me inside, and I try not to clam up, knowing what might come next. Max Manning is in Michigan, standing in my RV, inches away from me. His tongue was in my mouth, and I want it everywhere. A familiar feeling races down my back as I feel him close in on me in the cramped quarters, and it's the same feeling I had at the bar, that knowing, prickling feeling that revved my pulse and heated my blood. "How long have you been in town?" I wonder, moving to allow him more space. His focus skips around the interior furnishings. "Not long." I walk farther inside, my gaze settling on the rumpled bed down the little hallway, spotlighted with a plethora of flickering electric candles and wax warmers. My cheeks burn. The accommodations aren't exactly primed for guests, and there's nowhere else to sit, just the super romantic-looking bed. This is terrifying, and magical, and wonderful, and scary, and surreal. I have no idea what I'm doing. I wring my hands together and peer up at him through timid lashes. He's fully lit now, free of shadows and nightfall. The sight of him steals my breath and strangles my lungs. Max steps toward me with a similar expression, brows bent, eyes full of wonderment. He reaches for me and grabs hold of my coat zipper, sliding it all the way down until the fabric pops open. I stare at him and wait. He takes both hands and dips them inside the coat, up to my shoulders, then pushes it off me. It falls down my arms and lands at our feet. My eyes close and my fingers curl into fists as I wait for more. I hear his own jacket zipper pull down, the rustling of his coat falling away. Warm body heat zaps me when he steps closer, his hands lightly gripping my hips, fingers dipping beneath my rust-colored sweater to graze my skin. Then he leans forward and whispers, "We don't have to take this any further tonight, Ella. I'm happy just holding you, kissing you, watching the sunrise in your arms." A tear slips out and slides down my cheek. I think of all the times I made him leave before the sun came up. The sun was harsh, unforgiving, too bright. It shone light on all of our shattered pieces that I couldn't put back together, so I hid them away in the dark. Guilt gnaws at me, knowing how much he craved waking up beside me in my bed, how much he yearned to watch that golden light spill in through my open window and bring us a little bit of warmth. "Max," I choke out, my arms drawing up to link around his shoulder. "Stay." He smiles as he guides me to the bed, scattering kisses along my hairline as we kick off our boots. I pull him down with me, flipping off the lamp until we're only illuminated by the candle's low light, and I reach for the white stone sitting on my bedside table. We snuggle up, side by side, his hand resting on the small of my back under my sweater, and my face pressed to his chest. I inhale deeply, my soul filling with pine needles and fresh mint, with a new life flickering on the horizon in every hue of orange. Our legs tangle beneath the blankets as my eyes drift closed. Before peace carries me away, I whisper into the silence, "Max?" He holds me tighter. "Hmm?" A playful smile hints as I lift my arm lightly and flex my bicep. We never did have that arm wrestling match. I feel his chest rumble against me, a soft laugh teasing the quiet. Max finds my lips for a lingering kiss before he breathes out, "That's because I was never bored when I was with you." He stays until morning. He's there when the sun crests and a new day dawns. We sleep past sunrise, but when my drowsy, dream-kissed eyes flutter open in the glimmering daylight, his face is the first thing I see as I come back to life, wrapped up in his strong arms while my precious white stone is fisted in my hand. And it's just as good as every golden sunrise. It's better. Chapter 46, Max. An engine purrs outside the front window, and a nervous lump lodges in my throat. I have Bryn and Kai on speakerphone as I move through the main living area with Klondike zipping around at my feet, his tongue hanging out of his mouth. My heart jumps between my ribs. She's here. "Ah!" Bryn squeals. Kai smiles into the screen, his arm around his girlfriend. "How nervous are you? What's the scale?" I shake my head. "Doesn't matter. The scale exploded 5 seconds ago." "It's gonna be great," Bryn says, grinning brightly. "Oh my God, Max, it's all coming down to this moment." She's right about that. Ella is here for a job interview. Little does she know, she's pulling up to Sunny Rose Farm for far more than just a job. Years ago, I recall browsing through Ella's collection of storybooks, novels, and poetry compilations that lined dozens of bookshelves in her cantaloupe bedroom. Those were the days I'd sneak through her window, and we'd talk and laugh and let go of every burden weighing us down. That's the best way to describe that year with Ella in the months before darkness rolled in and eclipsed our hard-fought sunlight. Weightless. Nothing felt heavy when she looked at me. Nothing felt like too much when her hand was clasped with mine. I made a routine of choosing quotes and passages from her books and highlighting the ones that meant something to me, the ones I believed meant something to her. One of those quotes never left me. "What we call the beginning is often the end, and to make an end is to make a beginning. The end is where we start from." It's a quote from the poem Little Gidding by T.S. Eliot. I carried it with me because I believed in it with every tarnished piece of my heart. Those words kept me going. They allowed the rusted pieces to keep functioning, to keep moving, to keep beating with fine-tuned rhythm. The end is where we start from. Once there's an end, you can never go back to the beginning, and that feels permanent. People latch onto the finality of that and overlook the deeper meaning, the hope that resides inside. No, you can't go back to the beginning, but you can always create a new one. You can take those ruptured pieces lying at your feet and glue them back together, knowing you'll never shape them into what they once were, but believing you can create something even better. That's where healing lies. That's where overcoming happens. My new beginning is 10 acres, a renovated house, and a little white horse sleeping in the stables. I've been weaving together my fresh start for over a year now, and it's only missing one thing. And even if that one thing walks the other way in the end, I've still found my way to the other side. There's been peace in the process, renewal in the undertaking, comfort in the belief that Ella will live out her dream, even if that dream doesn't include me. Bryn hops up and down, her pigtails bouncing as she stares at me through the phone screen. I almost gave it away yesterday when I brought up Ella's interview that she never told me about. Her nose wrinkles. I'm terrible at keeping secrets. You did good, I assure her, glancing out the window. Thank you both, for everything. Fun fact, Bryn is terrible at keeping secrets. She told me where Ella was living a week after Ella took up residence on Naptine's horse ranch. But there was no secret in how we still felt about each other, despite everything that happened. Bryn still talked to Ella regularly and told me there wasn't a single conversation where Ella didn't bring up my name, ask how I was doing, or have tears shining in her eyes when she spoke about me. I was confident our story wasn't over. And that confidence only gained wings last night when she let me hold her until dawn's light spilled in through the window of her RV. Bryn is still squealing with anticipation as she bounces next to Kai. You have to fill us in immediately. I heave in a deep, calm breath as I stalk toward the main window. I will. I'm not sure how she's going to feel about any of this. The same way she feels about you, she says assuredly. I know my best friend Max. She's still head over heels for you. Enough to lay new roots on a little horse farm I named after her? I internally cringe at the image of her laughing in my face and running in the other direction. This might be next-level madness. Next-level love always comes with a little next-level madness. Bryn and Kai share a soft look. Okay, go get your girl. We'll be waiting. I blow out that breath. All right, thanks again. Anytime, Kai says before disconnecting the video call. I hesitate before slipping the phone in my pocket. An orange RV rolls down the long gravel driveway and comes to a stop halfway in. I watch through cracked curtains as Ella hops out of the driver's side, dressed in a deep orange off-the-shoulder sweater and black leggings, her coppery dark hair swinging all around her. Sunlight glints off her light skin and nervous smile when she peers out at the golden acreage, her eyes bright with promise and hope. She's hoping for a new job. I'm offering her a whole new life. My blue heeler pup dashes to the window and hops up on the couch, his long, silvery tail swishing back and forth with excitement. I swipe my hair back with one hand, fidgeting in place while I watch Ella assess her surroundings for another minute before she squares her shoulders and traipses toward the front door. Klondike starts barking. Easy boy, I tell him, ushering him off the couch with a rubber toy and a palm full of dog biscuits. He hops down and takes the treats, then carries the toy to his crate. Fuck, this is terrifying. I have no idea how Ella is going to react to what I've created, and while I've made peace with a possible rejection, my heart still pounds with pleading hope. Say yes, Ella. Stay. She knocks twice, and I move to the doorway. My palms sweat, my ears ring, my chest hammers with cautious optimism. I swing the door open and watch as Ella does a double take, glances at me, over to the left, then back at me. Her eyes flare wide and vibrant green. Her glossy lips part briefly, then snap shut as she stares at me, a startled frown bending her dark brows. Hey, I say, a smile stretching. Nerves stomp through me just as Klondike stomps through the living room and pounces on Ella with two happy paws and a wiggling butt. Shit. Sorry. I take my puppy by the collar and pull him back as she gawks at the both of us, frozen to the porch step. What is... She starts blinking rapidly, head swinging side to side. What's going on? Scooping Klondike in my arms, I inch away from his tongue slapping at my cheek. You're here for a job interview. Ella continues to stare, dumbfounded, glancing behind her at the property sign and then at me. Okay. She draws out the word. But that doesn't explain why you're here. I'm the one interviewing you. She gapes at me in shock. What? This is your farm? I nod, as if that answers everything. Max, explain. Come inside, I urge, moving from the threshold and setting Klondike back down. Klondike won't hurt you, by the way. He's only 7 months old, so he's still learning his manners. He proves my point by leaping at Ella again. A huff of a laugh falls out of her as she crouches down in the doorway to pet him between the ears. I don't understand, she says, peeking up at me. Please explain, quickly. My brain is imploding. Well, I found him on the side of the road with one of those Klondike bar foil wrappers hanging out of his mouth. That's how he got the name. I took him to the vet, and Max. Her arms are full of my rascally puppy, her eyes full of questions. A grin slips. Yes, this is my farm. For now, I tell her. And yes, I knew where you were living. I've known for a long time. Those emerald eyes glaze over as her hand absently strokes my pup's short fur. I bought up these acres over a year ago with my earnings from the house flips, and Chevy and our team helped me with the renovations on the house. Of course, I'm not well versed in the equestrian field, so I reached out to Natine for guidance. Klondike moves away from Ella and starts circling my feet, allowing her to stand. Ella blinks back tears of disbelief and swipes her palms down the front of her dog-fuzzed leggings. Natine knew about this? She did. I nod. We met up for coffee a while back. I told her who I was and asked if she thought this was a good idea or not. Folding in my lips, I shrug. She said you'd either slap me or kiss me, but she was looking forward to hearing about the outcome. Ella lifts both hands and drags them through her hair, her cheeks flushed pink. I'm not following. How did you even find me? Before I can answer, her eyes flare with realization. Bryn, don't be mad. Oh my God, you've known where I've been this whole time? My lips purse as I slide my hands in my pockets. Don't be mad. Max, you've been living 30 miles away from me and I didn't know? Her chest heaves with quickening breaths, her fingers tightening in her hair. I can't, whoa, hey. I step forward and reach for her, my hands curling around her shoulders. Ella, listen. I was giving you time and space to heal. That was the whole point of you leaving Tennessee. It wasn't my place to intrude on that. Natine thought it was too soon for me to reach out to you, and that you were still finding your way, still vulnerable, I explain. But I never stopped loving you. Never. I've thought about you every damn day since you drove over that hill in your RV. Squeezing her shoulders, I find her teary eyes and smile softly. I've carried you with me all this time. You rise and fall with every sun. You're between the pages of every book I read. You're with me on every bridge, and you're in the verses of every song that plays. I confess, I never let you go. Tears trail down her cheeks as her eyes slam shut, lips quivering. Did you buy this farm for me? The awestruck words fall out on a hitched breath as she leans into my touch. I slide my hands upward and cradle her neck, my thumbs dusting her jaw. You gave me and my father something I could never repay you for, Sunny Girl. This is nothing. Nothing. I never had a chance to truly thank you, so this is what I decided to do. I press a kiss to her hairline and whisper gently, so yes, this farm is for you. It's yours. There's a little horse I adopted in the stables waiting to meet you. There are hundreds of sunrises and sunsets waiting for you to watch them from the open field. There's a life waiting for you here, if you want it. She collapses against me, her face slamming to my chest. Sobs pour out of her. Her hands latch onto my t-shirt, fisting the gray fabric as her tears soak through to my skin. I cup the back of her head with my hand and stroke her hair. This is my thank you, Ella Sunbury. You gave my father a fighting chance at life. You gave us both a fresh start when I had absolutely nothing left to live for, I tell her, emotion catching on each word. You told me this was your dream, so I'm giving that to you. No strings attached. This is yours. She shakes in my arms, face smashed against my chest. I don't know what to say. Say you'll take it, I murmur into her hair. Say you'll stay. Her face lifts, nose bright red and eyes wet. Max, sniffling, she sucks in a breath and swallows. Is this for both of us? I falter, my teeth clenching as my heart teeters with unknowns. That's not why I did this.
A lot of time has passed, so I'm not expecting anything. This is for you, Ella. My chest feels strangled because I want to live this life with her more than anything. It's what I've wanted since the day I met her in a sun-soaked schoolyard. There's no pressure. Even though it was never over for me, I understand if you don't feel the same way. I've made arrangements if things don't work out between us, and I can max. Ella's hands raise up to clasp my face. With my cheeks between her palms, she holds my gaze as she whispers back, "It was never over for me either." A geyser of hope explodes between my ribs. I drop my forehead to hers, closing my eyes, smiling as a relieved breath falls out. I don't need a direct answer yet. We don't have to move in together straight away and make big plans. With rebirth comes rebuilding, and I will put us back together brick by brick, even if it takes a lifetime. I inch away and find her eyes, smile still intact. I want to show you around. I want to show you everything. Ella swipes her tears away with 2 fingers, nodding through an incredulous laugh. Show me. Klondike clumsily trots beside us before settling in his crate with a toy, while I take Ella from room to room. The ranch-style house is small but cozy, strewn with new carpet and fresh paint. It's simple, yet tasteful, a blank canvas for her own belongings and personality. The only room I took a chance on is the bedroom. Grinning wide, Ella studies every furnishing, every decorative splash, every wood beam and high ceiling. When I guide her to the main bedroom, our hands laced together, my heart skips as I bring her through the threshold. She stops short with a small gasp. The walls are cantaloupe. Crisp white linens make up the king-sized bed, topped with a collection of bright orange pillows. In the corner of the room sits a small desk, adorned with bookbinding tools and trinkets. Tall bookshelves are stuffed with her favorite novels and storybooks. On the nightstand, there's a terracotta pot with a carrot sticking out from the dirt. And taking up the entire far wall, directly across from the bed, is a hand-painted mural of a rising sun. Ella's eyes soak in the room, falling and holding on the sun painting. "Oh my God," she breathes out, awestruck and mystified. "Do you like it?" Nerves and insecurity race through me, swirling in the pit of my stomach. Kai painted that. If it's too much, we can paint over it. I know it's bold, but it made me think of you. And Ella throws herself at me, landing in my open arms, just like she did in the middle of the gravel road before an old RV stole her away for almost 3 painful years. Our mouths lock together before I can take my next breath. It's instinct. I grip her beneath the thighs, her tongue sliding into my mouth, meeting mine. We both moan. Sweet familiarity douses me in warmth as lightning heat streaks through me, head to toe. I walk her backward and press her up against the sunwall as her hands cup my cheeks, our faces angling to taste deeper, my hips pressed between her spread legs wrapped tightly around my waist. There is no hesitation, no slow build or soft climb, no forgetting. I tug her hair back with one hand and drag my mouth down the expanse of her slender throat, her thighs squeezing me. I harden to steel as she moves one hand to fist my hair, the other gripping my bicep. A whimper falls out of her, and I nip her jaw with my teeth, her head dropping backward as her hair blends with the sunny red-orange rays. Ella grinds against me as my tongue laves her throat, tasting her soft skin. I nip her earlobe, then find her mouth again as we devour each other. It's like coming fucking home. Her hands quiver as she lowers them to my belt, fingers fiddling with the buckle, eager for more. "Max!" She croaks out my name with a desperate gasp. "Please." It's all I need. I spin her around and carry her over to the bed, dropping her on the white linens and watching as she shimmies out of her clothing, her eyes never leaving me. I whip open my belt, unhook the button of my jeans, and tug down the zipper. My pants and boxers hit the floor as I reach for my shirt and yank it over my head, aching to be entwined with her. Fully bare, Ella doesn't look the least bit shy, inching backward on the bed, spreading her knees wide. Sunlight streams in through the lace drapes, bathing her in golden light.
God, the sun suits her. It always has. Ribbons of coppery red hair spill behind her when she lifts up on her elbows, her big green eyes watching me. God, I say on a moan, crawling over her. I've thought about you every day for 28 months. Ella pulls her bottom lip between her teeth as I situate myself between her legs and sprinkle kisses along her throat and collarbone. Did you picture me like this? She wonders breathily, one leg curling around my lower back, her painted toes grazing the arch. Sometimes, I admit, sometimes I imagined you just like this. I cup her between the legs, then slip 2 fingers inside. We both moan, my jaw unhinging as my eyes flutter closed. I missed you so much. Max? Her head tips backward before she collapses fully onto her back, her arms snaking around my neck. I need you. I bite her earlobe again before finding her mouth, our lips slamming together. Our tongues collide, the heat spinning and churning between us as my fingers work her, angling higher, deeper, sluiced with her desire. Smiling lazily, I waste no time in snatching her by the waist and flipping her over, climbing on top of her until I'm settled between her legs. I slide against her and lower my face to kiss her, gentle and soft. No rush, no hurry, no inevitable heartbreak looming on the horizon. The horizon is bright, sunny, and warm. It's just us and this moment, Nax and Ella. I reach down to center myself with her, shivering at the contact. I'm drunk on the realization that I'll be sheathed inside her, filling her, wholly connected at last. Please, she begs again, grazing her hands up and down the planks of my back. Make love to me. I push her knees to her chest, lift up to mine, then glance down and watch as I slide inside her, slowly, an inch at a time. She fists the bedsheets, her head tipped back with pleasure as I disappear inside her all the way, shuddering through the final push. The only time I had her was on the precipice of goodbye, both of us soaked with rain and regret. It felt like an ending, a raw finality. This is a homecoming. A beautiful beginning. I shift my weight to my forearms as my face hovers a centimeter above hers. Our gazes hold tight. Even through the shocks of pleasure, her whimpers, our low moans tangling as one, our eye contact doesn't sever, doesn't slip. I make sure she's with me as I slowly move inside her, drawing out the moment, the connection. When she breaks, a tear crawls from the corner of her eye as a gasp sticks in her throat and she trembles beneath me with her hands clutched around my neck. I follow behind, drinking in her flushed cheeks, her parted lips and glossy eyes as I find my release. Wave and wave of warmth races through me, filling me as I fill her. When I collapse beside her, pulling her with me as I remain fully sheathed, I wrap my arms around her and tuck her face underneath my chin. I love you, I whisper against her hair, kissing the top of her head. God, Sonny, I never stopped. Not for a single second. I've loved you since the day I laid eyes on you. 7 years old on a school playground, and I knew you were meant to be mine. Ella cups my cheeks with both hands and lifts up to kiss me. Her tongue flicks against my bottom lip as she murmurs, I knew it too. Even as a little kid, I felt it. I smile, swiping a stray tear from her temple. It's so different this time, the two of us kissed by warm sunlight instead of drowning in rain clouds and cold drizzle. I don't want this to be over, I admit, tugging her closer. I never want it to be over. I don't either, she says, words hitching on a small cry. God, but what if we're destined to fail? What if the stars never align? Terror gleams in her eyes, true fear that we're never going to find our happy ending. They say all is fair in love and war, but that's bullshit. It's utter bullshit, Max. Nothing is fair about love. Nothing is... You're right, Sonny. It is bullshit, I tell her, cupping her face between my palms and forcing her eyes on mine. You're right, because there is no love in war. Love is war. You fight until you win, or you fight until you lose. Imagine the victory after all that pain and struggle, after all those battle wounds. I swallow, pressing our foreheads together, noses touching. War was never meant for peacemakers. There is no place for white flags and soft hearts. It's loud, feral, and violent. Love is a killer, but not everyone dies bloody. Some stand tall in the end. I squeeze her cheeks between my hands and beg, "Let that be you, Ella. Let that be us." Her soft cry morphs into a sob as she nods, her hands curling around my wrists. "Fight with me," I plead, slamming my eyes shut. "Win with me." My heart pounds as she falls back against me, her tears seeping into my skin. I hold her, cherish her, silently beg for her to never surrender, to never give up, no matter what. It's worth it. We're worth it. My gaze lands on the sun mural as she softens in my embrace, a restfulness washing over us both, a quiet hush of ceasefire. And I know, I feel it in that moment, in the next breath she takes in my arms. I feel her surrender, but not to the end. She surrenders to everything we could be, to everything we are and always have been, our new dawn. Ella rests her cheek against my chest as our legs tangle atop the bed covers. "You rarely win," she croaks out, her finger drawing designs over my heart as she glances over at the potted carrot resting on the nightstand. "But sometimes you do." I smile, pressing my lips to her forehead and closing my eyes as the sun portrait fills my mind and lulls me to pure placidity. "Yeah, Sonny," I murmur. "Sometimes you do." Oh my God, she's adorable. Ella bounds toward the young mare that afternoon, her boots kicking up clouds of dust. Is she young? The horse's tail swings back and forth as we approach, its dark brown eyes curious. She's a little over 2 years old, I tell her. She's docile, low energy, and easily trained. Ella's face is alight with wonder. She's perfect. Phoenix was also 2 when we got him, back when I was just a kid. I watch as she presses a nurturing palm to the mare's mane, stroking down its nose. Nataline helped me with the adoption process. In mythology, white horses are often associated with the sun chariot, I say, smiling softly. Made me think of you. Her eyes pop as she glances at me. I didn't know that. She returns the smile, her eyes panning back to the horse as it nickers, enjoying the attention. She'll be ready to ride in about a year. I love her already. Ella spends a few more minutes talking to the horse, whispering kind words and sprinkling her with loving touches. Does she have a name? I shake my head. Not yet. I figured I'd let you do the honors. She nods, then pulls her hand away, turning to face me. "Max, where's your dad? Is he still in Tennessee?" "No, I transferred him to a facility in Escanaba, where Chevy lives now and where we manage our business. It's about a 45-minute drive from here, so I visit them both regularly," I explain. "Dad's thriving. They take good care of him. I'd like to visit him with you sometime, if that's okay. He'd love that. We both would." Dad talks about Ella sometimes on his more coherent days. He doesn't remember her name. He simply asks about the pretty girl with red hair who made him brisket, wondering if she's doing all right. I tell him she is. And then he demands I bring her flowers. We walk side by side out of the stable, the air cool but the sun warm. Ella's brown boots sink into the earth with each slow step as the afternoon glow splashes across her face. "Sunny Rose Farm," she mutters at the sky, her eyes closing against the bright rays. "I like the name. It suits you," I say, bumping her shoulder with mine. Ella leans against me, her head falling to my upper arm. "I can't believe you did this for me. It's too much, Max." I glance down at her, watching the emotion dance across her features. "It will never be enough. You saved my dad's life. You saved mine. I never would have been able to afford his care, never. It was the least I could do," she whispers. "I'm glad I could help. It was selfless, brave, a testament to the amazing girl you are and always have been." She takes my hand and squeezes, letting out a long sigh. "There was a time I thought I was a monster," she admits, "just like him." Pain bulldozes through my heart as I shake my head at the mere thought. "No, Sonny." I wrap a strong arm around her and hold her tight, kissing the top of her head. "Neither of us own our brother's mistakes. That's not how it works. Their actions affected us, but that doesn't make us guilty of those sins by proxy, you know? Yeah, she says. You're right. Sniffling back her emotion, her head still cradled by my bicep, Ella peers out at the low-hanging sun and smiles softly, our fingers interlacing as we stand together in the open field. Then she adds, I think I want to name her Dawn. Hours later, Dawn sleeps soundly, curled up in a little ball next to Klondike as he chews on a ham bone. Ella and I are on our backs, shoulder to shoulder, lying upon the vast acreage as we stare up at the twinkling sky. Night has fallen on Sunny Rose Farm, and I'm taken back to a moment years ago when Ella and I watched the torrid meteor shower together after the school dance. But that's not what holds our attention tonight. It's not the half moon, or the sparkling starlight, or even the picture-perfect moment of us resting beside a white horse and a young pup. It's something far more mystical, more magical. Look up, Sunny, I say to her, just like I did back then when meteors painted the sky in whimsical brushstrokes. Her eyelids flutter open, her gaze pops, and she gasps, tears erupting instantly. Slowly, almost teasingly, ribbons of green and pink begin to streak across the inky sky. The dance of the northern lights. Ella's wish. We don't speak, conversation lost to the light show above. The glimmers stretch and twist across the horizon, moving in waves, each surge of color more enchanting than the last as they illuminate the farm in fleeting blips of brightness. My own eyes missed. This moment, this woman, this new dance between us unfolding along with the sky, it's everything. I suck in a breath, my future so much clearer. Everything is finally perfectly right. As the sky bleeds green like the emeralds in her eyes, I stand up, untangle our clasped palms, and tell her I'll be right back. She watches me jog toward the house and return a moment later, a familiar book tucked inside my palm. I hand her the novel, the one I snuck from atop her desk before leaving the RV the night before. Black Beauty. Ella glances at me, her index finger grazing down the spine, a question in her starry gaze. Her throat rolls with wonder as she blinks slowly, then dips her attention to the front of the book featuring a black horse with a white diamond on its forehead. She starts flipping through, looking, searching, eager for the big reveal. She knows I've left her a little piece of my heart. When she finds it, she gasps out a tiny cry, bobbing her head up and down as tears well in her eyes. There, on the very last page, she finds what she's looking for. The final line is partially highlighted. A message from me to her. A message from our past, from our present, from our future. Written like it was meant for us as the words glitter under the sky, brightened in neon orange highlighter. My troubles are all over and I am at home. Epilogue. Ella, 1 year later. Love conquers all.
That's what Jonah said to me one evening while we were cooking side by side in the kitchen, eager to surprise Mom with a feast of roasted duck and homemade mashed potatoes. I was only 15 at the time, but Jonah was 19, so I figured he knew a lot about love. He had Aaron, after all. Love ignited in his eyes when he spoke of her, and love sparkled in her pretty smile when she looked at him. My brother was an expert on love. I was sure of it. He was a maestro. Ella, listen to me and listen good, he said, squeezing my shoulder as he sprinkled rosemary onto the meat. I don't know much, but I do know this. Love conquers all. Love conquers everything. If you're ever feeling low, and I mean rock bottom low, remember that, okay? Remember that I love you, always, and you'll get through it. Love conquers all. And yet, I've always wondered, at what cost? I take a seat at the round table, the room lit with brassy overhead lights beaming down from a sterile drop ceiling. He hasn't changed much since I last saw him. His hands and shirt aren't splattered in red, but his eyes still look upon me with that same fierce protectiveness I always saw in them, even on that final, fateful afternoon. Piglet. Jonah's gaze settles on me, his voice oozing affection. He's seated across from me, uncuffed but fettered in 1,000 other ways. You finally came to see me. Shoes squeak against linoleum while correctional officers pace the open visitation room, and I stare at Jonah as he sits slouched in a little blue chair.
He scratches his thick, reddish beard and waits for me to speak, knees spread and bobbing up and down, his green eyes glittering like they've never looked upon grisly horrors and bloodshed designed by his own hand. There's still anger in my heart, but more than that, there's peace, acceptance, love. Love for me, for my own well-being, my bright future, and for all the people who pulled me to my feet and held me steady through the battering of cold winds and the destruction of one too many hurricanes. Do I love Jonah? Do I love this man across from me, looking at me as if nothing has changed? As if we're still dreamy-eyed kids whipping up recipes and reading stories by the fireplace? Yes, I love him. I love pieces of a long-ago life that still cling to me when my mind wanders and my heart reminisces. I love the man he once was, the man he showed me when innocence reigned and heartache felt like something that only happened in books and movies. I'm allowed to miss moments and cry tears of loss when the sun hides away and shadows take its place. I'm allowed to love him. But the key to healing is when you know what to hold on to and what to let go of. Despite that love, I'm getting married tomorrow, I tell Jonah, watching his expression shift into surprise, his eyebrows lifting to his hairline. No shit, he says, sitting up straighter. Damn, Piglet, my little sister found love. I always wanted that for you, you know? I tuck in my lips, glancing down at the scratched tabletop. I'm marrying the brother of the man you murdered. He goes silent. Voices chatter around us, loved ones conversing with inmates, correctional officers directing orders. I look back up. Jonah presses his tongue against his cheek with a slow nod, the glimmer in his eyes dimming. Well, that's some twisted irony. I suppose I shouldn't expect an invitation to Christmas dinner once I get out of here, huh? I swallow, my heart twisting with barbed knots. You almost ruined us. He leans forward on the table, his eyes narrow, forearms flexing as he folds his hands together. I was protecting you, Piglet. I was saving you from that vile piece of shit who almost murdered you. He shoots back, irises darkening like storm clouds. I'd do it again. I would, in a fucking heartbeat. My heart hammers like a nail in a coffin. Jonah is in that coffin. I'm covering him in dirt, lowering him in the ground for good. I have to. I have to, even though it hurts, even though I love him. That's why you'll never see me after today, I confess, my voice cracking with pain. I won't be visiting you again. Just like that, the storm in his eyes morphs into a sad, slow drizzle as his breath hitches and cracks. Don't say that. I'm not, Mom, I whisper back. I love you, but my love doesn't conquer all. It doesn't override the horrible things you did, the way you dismantled the life I was creating, the one I had just started rebuilding from the ground up. You tore it all down. Come on, Ella, he bites back, pain skittering across his face. You say it like I'm a fucking monster, when all I was doing was keeping you safe. I swore I'd do anything for you, that I'd protect you until my dying day. And I don't regret keeping that promise, not one bit. He leans in farther, holding my stare. And I hope to God that man you marry would do the same. My bottom lip wobbles. Max isn't like you. He's good and pure and noble. He fights the good fight for me. He protects my honor, but he protects my heart too. Eyes fixed to the shiny tile floor, I fist my hands together in my lap. You told me that you'd do anything for me. You swore it. You know I would, he confirms. I think I've proven that, haven't I? My teeth grind together as I glance back up at him, watching as his coppery brows furrow while he waits for my request. I'm going to ask you to do one last thing for me. You have to promise. I promise, he murmurs, hands curling around the edge of the table, squeezing tighter, waiting and waiting. I square my shoulders, heave in a deep breath, and say, "Don't ever come looking for me." A beat passes, a tense, silent beat where my words float to his ears and his features slowly collapse with heartbreak. Jonah deflates, his fight draining, all trace of light flickering from his gaze. Please, I beg, tears brimming. You swore you'd always protect me, and this is how you're going to protect me. My lips quiver, hands tremble. You're going to protect me from you. He shakes his head back and forth, this belief shadowing the green in his eyes. Ella, that bastard almost killed you. He could have hurt you again, and it's not about him, I say through my agony. It's about you. It's about the lengths you'll take, the lines you'll cross, no matter the consequences. I can't live my life in fear, wondering what you'll do next or how you might flip my world upside down again. I love you, Jonah, I do, but I need to love you from afar. Tears well in his eyes as his jaw ticks with raw emotion. No, he whispers. No, Piglet. Yes, I say brokenly. When you walk out those prison doors in 6 years, 8 years, 10 years, you're going to live your life without me. Pretend you don't have a little sister if that's what it takes. Mom never brought me home from the hospital in a pink swaddle, we never played poo sticks on a wooden bridge, and you never shot a man in the chest in the name of brotherly love. I force the words out, breaking down further with each syllable. I never had an orange backpack that I carried around with me every day, wishing you were there to carry it for me. We didn't have inside jokes or favorite recipes or adventures in the 100-acre wood behind the ranch. It was all a dream, a storybook. Tears slip from his jaded eyes. Little droplets slide down his cheeks, one by one, as he stares at me in silence, his throat rolling, knuckles going white around the table. Promise me, I finish with a small cry. Promise me you'll do that. Jonas stares at me for another harrowing second, before inhaling a breath and swiping a hand down his face, erasing the evidence of his pain, of the awful pain that he set in motion with the pull of a trigger. He stares, blinks, and his lips part, but no words push through them. All he does is nod. One nod. One final promise. Thank you, I rasp, nodding back at him, cupping a hag around my mouth to hold in my heartache. Thank you, Jonah. Before I inch the chair back to leave, his departing words finally trickle out, landing in my ears and puncturing my heart. How lucky I am, he chokes out, throat rolling with sorrow, to have something that makes saying goodbye so damn hard. I glance at him one more time, one last look at my big brother. Then I pull my eyes from his, stand from the chair, and run from the room. Goodbye, Pooh Bear. Instead of lighting candles or filling vases with sand, we toss sticks over a bridge. The branches slip from our fingers before we race to the other side of the rail, and I hold up the hem of my orange dress, the same one I snagged off a thrift store rack and wore to the fall fling. Max is beside me, his hand in mine, and together we lean over the railing and watch both sticks glide down the stream and appear below us, neck and neck, side by side. As always, mine takes the lead and inches ahead by a centimeter. A smile blooms as I celebrate my victory, and Max gifts me with a teasing glare. One day the universe will take pity on you, I tease. Maybe this is just the universe's way of trying to even things out, he replies. How so? Before we turn back around to face our friends and family, Max bends to whisper something in my ear. You win every round of poo sticks, he murmurs. But I win you. The late June breeze rolls off the water, and my hair takes flight, right along with my heart. Chevy has his hands folded in front of him as he waits for us to reapproach, prepared to officially give us the title of husband and wife. Max always said Chevy was a jack of all trades, and he wasn't wrong. The guy does everything. He dabbles in dog training and runs a kennel out of his house, plays the harmonica like a seasoned blues musician in a smoke-laden jazz club, and on clear nights, he sets up a telescope in his backyard and invites us over for stargazing underneath a milky moon. When Max asked him to marry us on this old Michigan bridge we've come to love just as much as our Tennessee bridge, Chevy wasted no time in getting ordained. Max twines our fingers together and leads me back toward Chevy as we finish the simple vow ceremony, sealing every perfect promise with a kiss under the summer sun. I laugh when he dips me, almost dropping me, my hands clinging to his father's hand-me-down suit as my hair spills down my back and my bouquet of vibrant orange roses lifts toward the sky. Everyone cheers. Woo! Bryn lights up from behind us, her flower bouquet also heaving skyward, the pink petals matching her bubblegum lipstick. You did it! Maddie and Pete have their arms around each other, Maddie's head on Pete's shoulder as he dabs a handkerchief to his eyes. Hell yes, Natine shouts, fist pumping the air, her giant gold earrings catching on a sunbeam. That's my girl. Max hauls me back up and plants a sweet kiss on my forehead. The moment I leave my husband's arms, I run into my mother's. Mom lets go of Ricardo's hand and wraps me in a warm, hard-earned hug, her face falling to the curve of my neck. Tears wet my eyes as her familiar gardenia scent washes over me and fills me with nostalgia-spun memories. I love you, I say against her permed hair. So much. Love you most, sweetheart. I no longer question if she loves me most, more than the countless challenges life slung our way, or more than the faded memories of our past, more than Jonah. The warmth in her voice, the tender touch of her embrace, and the years of sacrifices and silent battles she fought for our family all affirm her love for me. Jonah may have stood at the forefront of her efforts at one time as her way of clinging to control in a seemingly powerless situation, but in this moment, wrapped up in her arms, I feel the clarity in my mother's words. Ricardo hugs me next, telling me how proud he is, and Kai steals me away to spin me around and squeeze me hard, thanking me for seeing him all those years ago when no one else had. Bryn had, though. Bryn sees everyone, no matter how small, no matter how quiet, no matter how shadowed and obscured. It's her Christopher Robin eyes. And I see her too, hers unmissable, skipping toward me, a vision of hot pink happiness. Ella, she chirps, leaping at me with one of the luminous grins that have brightened my heart for years. I'm so happy for you. Gah, do you know what this means? I pull back from her hug, my cheeks streaked with tears. My eyes pan to her glittering engagement ring, showcasing a pear-shaped diamond ringed with pale pink stones. What does it mean? We're basically sisters, she squeals, just like I always knew we would be. I breathe out a charmed laugh. In a way, she's right. Mom and Ricardo said screw it a few months ago and eloped to a private beach in Mexico to officialize their love. And by this time next year, Kai and Bryn will be married, making us, in a roundabout way, sisters. Not that we need the title. I recall standing on a similar bridge once, telling Max about a passage that's often taken out of context. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. As I look around at my chosen loved ones, I know the quote rings loud and true. Max's father sits in his wheelchair near the edge of the bridge, with a nurse beside him, his eyes glazed and whimsical as he stares into the joyful chaos, his peppery thin hair fluttering in the breeze. I jog toward him, hiking up my dress as my sneakers slap across the bridge planks. "Mr. Manning," I call out, watching as he blinks slowly before his focus falls to me. "I'm so glad you could be here today." The nurse smiles pleasantly, stepping aside to allow us a moment. "Hello there," Chuck says, a wide smile stretching as something like recognition fills his eyes. "Look at you. You remind me of my late love, Vivian." "Vivian? I'm positive Max's mother's name was not Vivian. Your wife?" "Oh no," he murmurs, that glaze settling back into his gaze for a beat. "My wife left me willingly. Vivian never did." I move in closer, letting down my dress and squeezing the flower stems. "I've never heard you talk about her before." "Haven't I?" "I don't think so," I say. He smiles fondly, lost in unseen reveries. "I only had her for one summer before the lake stole her away from me," he says. "She had red hair, the color of cherries in late summer. She promised me we'd always be together, and I can't help but wonder if she's still waiting for me." Blinking slowly, I stare down at him, unsure of what to say. I don't know if Vivian was real, or if she's just a figment of his ailing mind, a hopeful promise of better days. Either way, I don't think it matters. I stretch a warm smile and crouch down in front of him. Inside the pocket of my orange dress is a familiar white stone. I slip my hand inside and pull it out, weighing it in my palm before handing it to Max's father. "I want you to have this," I tell him. "It means a lot to me. It's kept me grounded for years, whenever my thoughts were dark and my mind was restless. Maybe it will do the same for you." I reach for his sun-spotted hand and stretch out his fingers, pressing the little stone in his palm. Maybe it will bring you closer to Vivian. He glances at it with cloudy eyes, his thumb grazing along the smooth ridges. Thank you, he whispers, clutching it tight. This is very kind of you. I wish I had something to give you in return. Max comes up behind me then, pressing his palm to my lower back. I glance up at Max before my focus floats back to Chuck. You have given me something, I say softly. You've given me more than you know. Pulling to a stand, I watch as the two men clasp hands, Max's father holding his son's palm with both of his and tugging him forward for a long hug. I don't hear the words said, but I feel the palpable love between them, the devotion. Max never gave up on his father, not once, and I will never give up on them. We end the ceremony on two horses, me riding Dawn, and Max galloping atop our newest family member, Phoenix 2, with a just-married ribbon dangling from each tail as we wave goodbye to our friends and family who are cheering us on in the distance.
And an hour later, we are back on Sunny Rose Farm, guiding our beloved horses to the grazing pen as we share an intimate dance beneath the shimmering sky. Max turns on a familiar playlist, and Surefire by Wildorado fills the air, while the same emotions I felt in Max's truck on a crisp fall afternoon sweep me up in a tearful, emotional swirl. Living, pure, wholesome living. I've come to realize that some people have a way of making you feel as if living is more than just being alive. Being alive is a privilege, sure, but it's basic biology. Existing is the automatic rhythm of breathing in and out. But when your lungs breathe rapture and your heart pumps with passion and you find yourself fully present in every precious moment, that's where you find life's true rhythm. And living, I've learned, is a priceless gift. The song fades into another sun-kissed melody as I wrap my arms around my husband and bury my nose against his chest, closing my eyes and letting him thaw the remainder of my frozen pieces. We stay like that for a handful of blissful beats before Max glances down at me with a smile. I'll get the horses put away, then meet you inside so we can consummate this eternal commitment. He kisses the tip of my nose and adds, "Wife." I lift up on my tiptoes and kiss him right back. I'll be waiting with a Dr. Pepper. Moments later, I'm stepping inside our bedroom for the first time as Ella Manning, the sun mural lighting up the far wall and making me beam just as bright. Heading toward my work desk, I pull out the leather-bound book Max gave to me on a Christmas long ago, the book he created that predicted our happily ever after within pages of sweet words and vibrant sketches. I graze my fingers down the front, smiling at the title, Eeyore's Happy Ending. As I set it back down on top of the desk, I shift my gaze to the right and discover an old, tattered notebook resting out in the open, put there for me to find. Max must have uncovered it from one of the unpacked boxes still stored in our bedroom closet. A frown furrows. I haven't opened this notebook in years, not since the day at the clearing when I was just a moody 17-year-old. With a knot in my throat, I flip through the old notebook, memories coloring my mind and warming me up head to toe. Doodles, drawings, notes, and wishes. Everything feels like a lifetime ago as a reminiscent sigh leaves me on a shaky breath, reminding me of how far I've come. But before I return the notebook to the desk, I stop when something catches my eye. I go back, reread. My eyes glaze over, my heart skipping like a smooth stone across a lake. My unfinished letter to Jonah stares back at me, the one I'd started in the clearing that sunny afternoon when Max wandered through the trees and changed my whole life. I still never finished that letter. I never intended to, but someone did. My eyes slide down the page, skimming over the sparkly pink ink scribbled onto wrinkled paper from years past. A sharp breath leaves me. Tingles ripple down my spine, tears filling my eyes. And love stabs me right in the heart as I read over Max's handwriting scrawled at the bottom. Dear Jonah, today I fell in love with a boy who finally caught the sun, and he never let her go. The end. Acknowledgements. A lot of love went into this story, and where there is love, there are people. Thank you to my husband Jake for keeping me driven, focused, and inspired.
This story took a few unexpected turns throughout the writing process, and you were always there, reminding me to trust my intuition as well as helping me navigate through the unknowns. You see, this idea came to me out of the blue while I was writing a completely different book. The song Thrown Down by Fleetwood Mac came on, and thus a story bloomed, vividly, tragically. There were tears, a notable aha moment, and then there was the subsequent panic when I wondered if I had time to start from scratch with a totally unoutlined story and still meet my deadline. Thank you, Jake, for believing that I could, and for always cheering me up and making me smile when my inner Eeyore threatened to take over. I love you more than Bryn loves glitter. As always, thank you to my ride or die, Chelly St. Clair, for being my sounding board and outlet every step of the way. From bombing you with chapters titled Chaos Grenade to Giggle Fests till midnight, I know that your friendship makes all the difference for my sanity when I'm drowning in angsty words. Thank you for your selfless hours of brainstorming, direction, and honesty, forever and always. Huge thanks to my incredible PA, Kate Kelly, for being my behind-the-scenes maestro when I'm flailing in the writing cave and in life. You keep everything around me from imploding, and I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you to my kind and brilliant editor, Krista, for your belief in me and my words. Your guidance has been invaluable, shaping my author journey into something I never could have imagined. Thank you, Letty, for your fabulous suggestions and overall enthusiasm for this book. And thank you, Dee, my sensitivity reader, for your wonderful feedback, as well as everyone who had a hand in bringing my words to life. To the entire Bloom family, my heart is so full. My gratitude is endless. And to my agent, Nicole, I appreciate all that you do for me. Last but never least, thank you, lovely readers. Every single one of you holds a special place in my heart. Your curiosity, passion, and dedication to the worlds I create make this journey incredibly rewarding. As you turn the pages, please know that you are the fuel behind the stories, the reason for the late nights and early mornings. Here's to the stories we've shared and the ones yet to come. XOXO, Playlist, Monster Half, Holding On for Life, Broken Bells, Electric Indigo, The Paper Kites, Ain't Scared, The Tragic Thrills, Pale Sun, Matthew and the Atlas, The Dying of the Light, Noel Gallagher, Count Your Blessings, George Ogilvy, Thrown Down, Fleetwood Mac, Red Earth, Pouring Rain, Bear's Den, Falling, The Lagoons, Gold, The Ivy Fair, Remy Zero, Surefire, Wildorado, Tell Me What You Dream About, Hazlitt, Atoms to Atoms, Eyes on the Shore, Southern Sun, Boy Bear, Birch Tree, Foals, Never Bloom Again, The Perishers, Something in the Orange, Zach Bryant, Graveyard Whistling, Nothing But Thieves, What I Do, Sons of the East, Shadows, Bear's Den, About the Author. Jennifer Hartman resides in Northern Illinois with her devoted husband and 3 hooligans. When she is not writing angsty love stories, she is likely thinking about writing them. She enjoys sunsets because mornings are hard, bike riding, traveling, binging Buffy the Vampire Slayer reruns, and that time of day when coffee gets replaced by wine. Jennifer is a wedding photographer with her husband. She is also excellent at making puns and finding inappropriate humor in mundane situations. She loves tacos. She also really wants to pet your dog. Follow her at Instagram, author.jenniferhartman, Facebook, Jen Hartman Author, Twitter, Author J. Hartman, TikTok, Jennifer Hartman Author. Thank you for reading this Sourcebooks ebook. Join our mailing list to learn about new releases, special offers, and bonus content right in your email. Sign up now.